It's here. Testing, testing. Auditorium mic, testing.
Grand Championships. My name is Nekra, and I'm so excited to be here to close out the Scholastic season alongside two of my friends. We've got Cubby and Rafa, and I'm stoked to be here. What a great way to celebrate the end of a season.
It's been such a long couple of months of the collegiate season. We've had so many teams participate, and even the top 8 bracket was a lot of surprises down the road, and now we're down to the final 2 teams in Maryville and Ole Miss.
Yeah, I know. I've been following CLOL quite as closely the sheer amount of games we have at the bracket, 32 teams, double elimination, I thought was a great change. It was hard to keep up, but hey,
yeah.
2 teams that were competing in NACL as well meet in the grand finals. Excited to see these 2 teams that are very familiar go toe-to-toe today.
And what a place to do it in. We're here at the North Carolina State University, right in their library, and I've been blown away. We got a chance to see some of those shots where we were able to capture just the beauty of this campus, and it's a great location too.
Yeah, I mean, guys, for those that don't know, I used to live in North Carolina for a few years, from like 2009 to 2015. I went to a high school called NCSSM, which is over in Durham, so NC State, a lot of my friends ended up going there. This was my backyard, so this is kind of like homecoming for me right now.
Yeah, it's been fun. Thanks for showing us some good food spots. And it was fun to have the library to ourselves this morning. It felt like we were the breakfast club, like roaming the halls on our own. But it's been a hell of a setup here, and a lot of fun. I'm excited for the players to get to play in front of a live audience, too, as I know the fans are funneling in right now.
I'm ready for my day off, right? Is that what's happening here?
You don't get one tomorrow, though. We do.
Oh, yeah. But I think we kind of all are winners here, actually, at the end of the day. When you take a look at the competition that is ahead. And so I'm so glad that you already got people excited for this. But we have Maryville University and Ole Miss. And I think just looking at the tournament as a whole, what a phenomenal season and what a hard road even both of these teams had, I think, to get here.
Yeah, if we look back at the bracket and go all the way to, what was it, top 32, top 16? Yeah, I mean, what a perilous road. We had some of the bigger name collegiate programs get knocked down early to the lower bracket. Winthrop University had a hell of a lower bracket run, beating Ole Miss in the lower finals. Unfortunately, came up short 1-3. But still, that is another team that was also participating in the NACL league as well. And it goes to show that a lot of our collegiate teams were kind of leveling up after doing multiple competitions, not just NACL. I know there is the NACE.
Yeah, all the partner conferences have their own leagues too to qualify, as well as some other conferences that ran. But it's been really nice. I think the change they made to the bracket, the top 16 teams getting 2 lives, with the bottom 16 getting 1. That's a really fun format, and we saw some fun Cinderella runs even happen as the roads would get to Raleigh. I shout out to some of the schools I know. The Minnesota school, like UHPSM,
UHPSM.
some crazy name. Like out of nowhere, these guys just made a wild run into the bracket.
Rockets, baby.
Yeah, Johnny Rockets. Yeah, so
wait, roll the tape here, because I think we've got a couple of highlights to be able to go alongside of this, where we really get a chance to see the visualization of
University of Western Ontario announced it was their last year competing as a club. These guys even hoisted a championship, had a alum win last year as well. Shout out to Winston, one of the CLOL GOATs, playing for 5 years. But yeah, I mean, this team kind of came out of nowhere. And then this was the upset we had. This is the Minnesota team. You can see Johnny Rockets taking down UCI, putting them in the lower bracket. That was one of the first big upsets we had.
And UCI has been a kind of a fabled program alongside the longevity of Maryville Esports as well. Both came up around the same time. I know Maryville has faced against UCI definitely in the past when Maryville was on their kind of championship run for a while there. So UCI getting taken down by a school that none of us had really known before coming into the CLOL season was definitely a big surprise. And of course, we have Winthrop University, them making their lower bracket run as well.
Yeah, this was a crazy one. Again, Winthrop University, one of the 3 collegiate teams that do compete in NACL, that Tier 2 league. Their first round matchup got knocked down to the lower bracket, had to make the run all the way to top 3 to have a chance to make it to finals, but unfortunately met Ole Miss and met their demise against them in the lower bracket as Ole Miss pulled out a pretty nice 3-1 victory. And shout out to Asilo, we felt like was the player of the series there. Going to have to see if he shows up today.
I mean, I might be getting ahead of myself here, but Sila is going to be definitely a player we're looking at in the series because he was a big one in their upper finals against Maryville University just a couple weeks ago.
I love that you're calling out all of these different universities and Scholastic programs. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember those teams. I hear about them from Valorant and other esports that they compete
Overwatch
in.
back in the day, too.
Yeah.
Of course. And so it's really exciting to see just how far a lot of these collegiate programs have come and how dominant they still maintain to be, especially when we take a look at Maryville University. I think this is one of those programs that just in general has so much legacy behind it, no matter what esport you're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about Maryville University and League of Legends, we have to go many, many years back. I know that, this is the roster. So, Zamudo, Shimmer, Spirax, Sajed, and Zyko all on this roster. We have a couple of newcomers here in Shimmer who has stepping in for Yuji, obviously, who has been a big, big player for the side of Maryville University for the past year and a half in NACL, back-to-back most valuable prospect, now playing in Team Liquid. But I think some of our stars here on this roster, you're looking at the solo lanes, right, Matt, in Zamudo and Spirax.
Yeah, these guys have really been stepping up of late. But excited to dive into for Maryville, too. Obviously, this is the roster that they have for this year. But there's a lot of legacy with this team, with this org. I say org. It feels like they are an org, but they're actually a college program that has managed to run a culture that is crazy. And I know the timeline that we have laid out of Maryville and the journey they've had for all the success, all the finals that they've been playing and competing in, Rafa. It's been a while since they've actually won.
Yeah. I mean, Maryville has gone through multiple generations, and I would really love to show just the longevity and the history of this program. We're in 2025 right now. The last time that Maryville has actually won a championship in collegiate was all the way back in 2019. You go down the line, last year, finals, they lost to St. Louis University 1-3, which is a university that is literally across the street from them. Then we have 2023, 2 years ago, lost in finals to University of St. Thomas 1-3. 2022, they lost in semifinals to University of St. Thomas again, 1-3. And then 2021, they lost finals against Winthrop University 1-3. And then, of course, unfortunately, 2020, whole world was in lockdown, so there's no collegiate championship. And then, boom, 2019, last time, 6 years since they've won a collegiate championship. The previous year before that was 2017, and this program was founded in 2015. So the fact that it's been around nearly for 10 years, 2 championships, but so many opportunities, so many chances where they could have racked up more trophies to that showcase, and they just came up short.
I mean, even in that time, think of the sheer amount of people that they sent to be pros, right? Like, Yuji's the recent one, but APA was on that 22 roster. Niles, even before that, of course, going over to Golden Guardians after that championship, right? Now the coach today. But it's just crazy to think of all the success they've had with promoting players and really being the gold standard for what collegiate programs look for. But again, haven't hoisted that trophy in 6 years, and I know they're hungry for it today.
A feeder team. I think that's what we like to call
Honestly,
some of the most dominant teams and programs out there, where they really do get a chance to breed some of the best that we see in the professional scene. But on the flip side of things, I think you have to take a look at the Ole Miss roster, and this is a roster that I think maybe could contend with this Maryville team. Is that too crazy to say? Ole Miss has a chance here?
They do. We're going to have to see. Of course, they already met in the upper bracket final. Maryville were able to take them down 3-2. And the series debut for Shimmer, I think one of the big questions that we have for today is, did Ole Miss already miss their best shot to take down Maryville? As Maryville ended up finding that 3-2. Shimmer have a little bit more time to kind of acclimate himself to this level of play and just playing on this team. Got to see if that's a good thing for Maryville today or not. But this Ole Miss squad, led by Shogo, definitely have a shot to take these guys down.
And for those that don't know who Shogo is, I mean, you're going to get a chance to learn more about him later on in our pre-show, but he has been quite around some of the collegiate programs in the past. He was on that University of St. Thomas roster that took down Maryville in both finals in 2023 and semifinals in 2022.
Yeah.
So that player in particular is very familiar with playing against Maryville University, but when you look at the rest of the roster, Keel is someone that has been around the space for quite some time, and I think he's going to also be a key factor, since looking across from him is going to be the newest member to the Maryville's roster in Shimmer.
Sounds like it's going to be some hard-fought battles in each of these lanes, and hopefully some good team fights heading our way. But when it comes to this Ole Miss roster, Maryville kind of gets juxtaposed here by the fact that Ole Miss as a program actually hasn't been around that long.
No, it's been an impressive run for them, honestly, just being founded in 22 and progressively adding pieces and making sure that they can actually compete for a final. I know one of the big changes from last year to this year, of course, Icelandic hero and old Uncle Sam, in the mid lane, those two players now with Keel and Asaiwa stepping in. It really has been about kind of putting the pieces together for Ole Miss in order to find the right mix, the right sauce in order to make a final. And they have found it with this group in this year.
I mean, Asaiwa stepped up big time in their upper finals against Maryville University just a couple weeks ago. I think his priority on Oriana really came in clutch for this team, being able to match it up against Spyrax, who has by far and away been the best mid in all of collegiate and even arguably in NACL as well.
Yeah, I know that Loyola, one of the scouts for Maryville, was specifically tweeting about, like, man, that was a hard-fought 3-2. The Oriana pick ended up being really big because of how well Asaiwa was playing it. And we could see throughout the best of 5 a lot of priorities changing. And because we have tape on this matchup, definitely going to be something interesting to look out for in our pick banners, of course. With the entire globe adapting Fearless, this is not Fearless. This is a classic draft format, which feels wild to say now. We're going to have to see how many more classic draft formats we get in terms of tournaments. But, of course, any champion played, you get to play them for the next game. And we have really seen specific champions be really important in at least the previous series. And we're going to have to see where people have picked up where things left off in that 3-2 matchup in the upper bracket final.
Well, one of those players that was really putting on a show for us was Shogo, one of the players that you said we need to keep our eyes on. Got a chance to sit down and talk with him ahead of this Grand Championship. So let's see what he had to say.
Hi, my name is Gil. I go by Shogo, and I'm the AD carry for Ole Miss Esports. I mean, the third championship would be, you know, the pinnacle. That's like what I've been working hard for my entire collegiate career. So it means everything to me, especially on a new team, new roster. You know, people said I had it too easy at USD, but this is my chance to really prove myself. So I take it very seriously.
There first. I feel like this is a player that is really trying to cement himself as the greatest of all time in League of Legends for collegiate, and I feel like he's on the precipice of being able to do so. But what do you think? Is it third time, third win?
I mean,
that's it?
The only person that has been able to win 3 championships is Saskio, who was originally on that Maryville roster that won in 2017 as a top laner, and then later as an AD carry for Maryville in 2019, and then went to their rival organization in Winthrop University in 2021, and then beat them that year for his 3rd overall championship. So if Shogo is able to win a 3rd trophy, that does it. That cements him as the greatest of all time. And as Shogo has said before, you know, while Saskio is a great player in his own mind, I think the overall level of collegiate has gotten stronger since.
Yeah, and what I like about, you know, what Shogo's saying, I think specifically with that University of St. Thomas roster, he had good players around him. And he had Alorum as a coach, a Dardoch, you know, LCS experience. This Ole Miss squad, they really have had to put the pieces together around Shogo. I think Rhino's a fantastic player. Kind of a crime we never saw him actually get a starting spot in NACL as a support. But again, trying to put the pieces together, I like what he said about people thought I had it easy at UST. Because I can for sure point to that Dardoch roster as being the best roster that Shogo played with and was for sure a favorite to win that year. This Ole Miss team wasn't a favorite. They really had the battle. They struggled in NACL, like Winthrop were placed above them. And again, it's been about putting the pieces together for Ole Miss to find that right mix to try and have Shogo hoist that 3rd trophy for himself. Of course, the 1st trophy for Ole Miss as a program.
What a glow up that program would have too.
Yeah.
Just in 3 years of their history, could be hoisting a championship at the end of all of this. But I think there is a player that could stand in Ole Miss's way, and that's why we turn our attention back to Maryville, and we have to take a look at Shimmer. Shimmer is that player that needs to step into the roster and fill a hole for this team. And it's so tough to be in a position to feel like that's your responsibility.
I mean, it's so funny too. Is like the player that he's replacing, Yuji. He was so good, so consistently solid. I mean, when they were playing each other in NACL, we had Shogo like tweeting at Corky, the director from Maryville, like, "Hey, can you make sure that Thanos doesn't play in this match, right?" Like that's how good Yuji was in the league.
And then once Yuji got promoted, Shogo tweets again, "Okay, thank God, Thanos is gone.
Yeah.
It's playable now."
Yeah, again, like, I mean, that roster with Yuji, they didn't drop a single map in NACL. That's how dominant they were. I mean, in Tier 2, like the league that Double If and Pole are playing in, that's how good this squad was. But for Shimmer stepping in, it really has been a learning curve for him because he has never played at this level before, but he's someone that's hungry, really ready and willing to prove that he has what it takes to not just play at this level, but the next level. It's been fun to see him take some of those early steps because we've had to see him improve quickly, and I think we've seen some of that, but if Maryville wants to win, we're going to see all of that today.
Well, let's see if Shimmer has what it takes to be able to get another victory for this Maryville squad. We also got a chance to talk to Shimmer before this grand final, so let's see what he had to say.
Hi, I'm Khan, better known as Shimmer, and I play jungle for Maryville University. What brought me to Maryville definitely was the storied history behind it, especially all the ex-LCS pros, or even the pros nowadays like APA, Jerry, and now UG. There definitely comes a lot of pressure with replacing UG, especially that they're still undefeated in North America since last year after CLOL and Spring NACL finals. We don't count Brazil. And I just there's a lot of work to be done, and I didn't realize how much work there was to be had until I actually made the starting spot. And in all honesty, I'm gonna work my butt off and prove to people that I deserve to stay here and I have what it takes.
I mean, Shimmer still sounds very confident, actually, even talking to the fact that there is this pressure to fill these big shoes.
Always. I had the pleasure of coaching Shimmer, actually. I was helping out with a team, Super on the Dark Matter. Shout out to Bach, who actually took down the airport with conviction yesterday. But yeah, he was very hungry. Shimmer has a really unique story, which we might show later on, so I don't want to spoil it because he says it in his own words. But again, he's someone that was really gifted an opportunity, and from coaching him, he always talked a big game. You know, he always wanted this opportunity. So there really is a chance for him to prove himself on the biggest stage. Again, I think he's really been thrown into the fire, stepping into the shoes of UG, and it's a fire that's really tough to meet. I mean, shoes that are hard to fill, but Shimmer's going to do his damnedest to make sure that he can improve it.
And the nice thing is that Shimmer acknowledges he is surrounded by very talented players in their own right, some of the best in their role, if not number one in their role. So even though when we know Shimmer coming up from the amateur scene, and Tier 3 and Tier 2 in general, he's been a very creative player, he likes to cook.
He had a degenerate champion pool, Robin. Let's be honest, all right?
I like how you're
Shabana,
more blunt about it.
I mean,
You
I
were
coached
so
him.
nice about it.
Shabana, Warwick,
Uh-uh.
Skarnermain, Udyrmain, these are weird
This
jungle
guy
picks.
plays Warwick, too.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
weird picks.
Yeah.
What's wrong with Warwick?
Well, there's a reason why we don't see him in the meta now. But
Yeah.
you know what? If he
Come
pulls it out
on.
in this series, I'm going to be a happy camper because I'm definitely a big fan of seeing the big dog himself. But nonetheless, Shimmer is someone that understands that he just needs to facilitate the rest of the team on his side. And if he can do that, Spirax, Zamudo, Sajed, all very capable carries on this roster.
But we saw Maryville and Ole Miss play already,
Yes.
right, in this finals, or at least the playoff bracket leading up to this in the winners finals. And, you know, just talking about Shimmer to kind of fill out this segment, this was the first time we really saw Shimmer get tested in this roster, and it was looking quite close.
Yeah.
I mean, it was something. I feel like that first series, when I point to the 3-2, it was Shimmer's playing first or second series playing with Maryville, first one on CLOL, and it really was him kind of trying to figure it out and scale throughout the series. He did not play well in the first couple of games, but games 4 and 5, he started to really bring it back, and I think that some of the picks, fortunately, given that this is Classic Draft, I think that there are only so many picks that Shimmer can effectively play for his team at this point, which is fine. He's stepping into a new role. We definitely saw that in their best of against Luminosity Gaming earlier in the week in NACL. But Xin Zhao is going to be a really important pick for him later on, and definitely one that I felt like he was really performing on in the later games in the series. So we'll see if Shimmer can really pick up where he left off for Maryville.
Yeah, I mean, the jungle role right now is very heavy on the skirmishers. Sometimes you can pick a tank, sometimes you can pick an AP carry, but most of the part is just these AD fighters that want to get in your face early. Obviously, you're going to do well if you can just scale through the game and farm and get on those item spikes, but most of the time, Shimmer's job is just making sure that Zamudo is doing well, Spirax is doing well, Sajed is doing well. And the way that we have seen these kind of lanes break out in the past, usually you don't have to worry about mid or top lane. Bot lane can be something a little bit of a nuisance since you are staring down Shogo and Rhino on the other side of the map, but one of the things that did give Ole Miss the edge in their upper final was the fact that Asylum stepped up massively.
Yeah.
I was going to say, where do you feel like this Maryville roster will be able to maintain the edge? Since that final looked very close, you kind of have to start to turn your attention to the generic strategy that these teams are going to use against each other.
It's solo lane strength. I think what really changed in the series, obviously Shimmer started to play better in the latter half of the games. Again, I think Xin Zhao is going to be a really big pick for him, but Zamudo and Spirax just started to blind their champions like GP and Rise, and Ole Miss ran out of answers, is what the last series felt like. So I think that, again, Zamudo and Spirax are both players that if Spirax really wanted to go pro, he could. Zamudo, each of these players have had tryouts for LTA orgs, right? So they're really impressive in their own right. I think that's where the strength of Maryville is going to be and has to be if they want to win today.
Well, we talked a lot about what happened in those winners finals, so let's go ahead and take a look back at some of the highlights from that series.
Yeah, I know that, again, there were some picks that we had that ended up being really important. And some of those you can kind of see, of course, this is early on. I believe this is game 1. One of the picks that we're going to highlight throughout is going to be this Orianna for Asylum. This is a pick that throughout the series, Maryville sort of the takeaway, whether it was bans or playing it themselves, and was something that Asylum played to the level where it really forced Maryville, again, with strength in the mid lane and Spyrax, it forced them to make adjustments and adapt throughout.
Yeah, and the funny thing is that when me and Alk were first casting this series and we saw the Lucian Nami come out, we imagined from the side of Ole Miss, oh, okay, they are playing through bot lane, they're gonna try to make sure that Shogo is super fed going into the mid-game spike. They got heavily focused, and I thought this game was cooked for the side of Ole Miss. But then solo lanes step up big time.
Yep.
Asyla on this Orianna is hitting massive shockwave combos. And the fact that Shogo remains a still reliable and powerful carry threat while down 2-3 deaths just goes to show the resilience of this player overall.
Yeah, also, I mean, from earlier in the series, I know that we've talked a lot about Asyla, as he's kind of the newcomer and the change in Ole Miss from last year. But Stray, Stray's a role player. It's very clear that Ole Miss plays towards bot lane and Shogo. Shogo is the main character of this team, but you're going to see, especially in this game, I thought Stray had some really big plays to help his team overcome Maryville.
Dude, his Impressor was going crazy.
Yeah, it was, and he's definitely someone that I think sneakily had a good series. I mean, Zamudo is an incredible player in his own right. Like, he was my vote for most valuable prospect when it comes to NACL. I think it really speaks to the level that he's been playing at, but Stray was actually able to hold his own and overperform Zamudo in a couple of these maps too. And I mean, if Ole Miss can get that, I think that'd be a real gift in their series today.
I'm really impressed with the territory control that these two teams also expressed in that finals. I feel like that could be very important to try to dictate where some of these fights actually take place.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Ole Miss, before going into that Maryville University roster, they were just kind of all over the place when we watched them in NACL. It's kind of a, night and day contrast. For some reason in CLOL, they're just like dominating and destroying everyone, which is why they are here today. But, in NACL, not quite the same environment. But one of those things that you pointed out is just their way to be able to control spaces in the river. I think in those games against Maryville University, Stray and Asyla were able to understand certain pockets where they were forcing and pretty much kind of zoning important Maryville carries. Like, Sajet was not able to get in a lot of those key fights. Not even Spyrax was able to approach all the time.
And I think a lot of that does come down to the champion selection that we're going to see here. So I think this is the perfect time to revisit the format that you were talking about for picks and bans, where this format lends itself to being able to really just be an expert at something.
Yeah, again, it's classic draft format, so any champ, it's not Fearless, which has been globally adapted. I think at this point, most League fans know Fearless means that if you play a champion in one game, it's banned for the rest of the series. Classic would be what we've played in League of Legends for the first 14 years of the game. And we do have 3 champions that we for sure want to highlight when it comes to champs that we feel like are really important for the series. And that would be Xin Zhao, Orianna, and Lucian. These were champions that we felt like were really contested, and we kind of saw the shift in priority throughout, with Xin being the dominant jungler, I would say, that we saw early on. And then Orianna, of course, being a pick that Maryville specifically had to highlight. And then Lucian, of course, being able to be played by both carries.
And one of the things that makes Xin Zhao just so powerful right now, even though we are moving to just an update for everyone at home, we're not playing on the same map and patch as the entire collegiate tournament. We are back on the Spirit Blossom map, but these champions, in terms of strength, still relatively the same. Xin Zhao still one of the top skirmishers in this meta at the moment. I am curious to see if things do change in terms of jungle priority, but at least for Shimmer and Maryville University, the role is still the same, and the requirements for him is still going to be that.
Yeah, I think first draft, definitely look out for where these champions land. It's going to be interesting. I don't see a lot of junglers being played or being super competitive, if those champions are not off the table. So I'm kind of curious to see how or where things evolve from there. Because Again, like some of the things we expected consistent. For example, York was being banned every single game by Maryville against Ole Miss. We expect that to stay consistent. I know that one of the big champions, we were talking about GP and Rise, really like grew in priority throughout that last series. It's gonna be really interesting to see like picking up where we left off in terms of that best of, and how the teams have decided to adapt from that, or what they want to give over. Because I know that those picks in particular ended up being like really series defining in the end.
Mm-hmm. Do you think we're going to get creative in the jungle role?
Ooh, I don't think so. I think the Skarner makes an appearance at some point, but I think it's really important for both these teams to get off to good starts. I think that Ole Miss, if they're playing from behind, are not the same team, and Maryville, the strength they have in their solo lanes, I think that like having some raw power and to make sure they can win jungle behind that can make things kind of hard to, for Ole Miss to surmount. So it's going to be tricky. It's going to be tricky for me.
I don't know, man. I would love to see. I mean, both of these junglers are very creative in their pools. I mean, you've got Nunu from Kiel.
Yep.
You've got Warwick and Jax from Shimmer as well. I don't know. I would like to see some variety in those two roles, even though we are in Classic Draft.
Yeah, of course. We are getting closer to the series starting. We're going to notice we actually lost Necro. She has some on-stage responsibilities. I don't want to spoil everything before we get into this, but Rafa, I know that when it comes to who we think is going to win today, you're a little bit more Ole Miss sided than I am. If we have to make predictions and throw some time in the line
are we throwing those up there?
We can't throw them up, but I know that like, what's it going to take if you had keys for victory for Ole Miss? 3 keys. What do you have on top of your head for what Ole Miss needs to do to take down Maryville?
Well, the reason why that they were able to go 5 games against Maryville University in the first place is, one, I think you have to make Shimmer uncomfortable. I mean, I know Shimmer is, trying to step up and say like, hey, I'm just going to do my job and I'm going to show that I prove to belong in this program and belong in this league. I'm not taking anything away from him, but he's going
new.
to be, he's the newest player. And I think you have to attack that instead of trying to attack the pieces that are mostly strong on the side of Maryville University.
I'm with you. Frankly, if I don't see a game where Ole Miss attempts to ban like 3 junglers or take a 4, I'd be a little bit disappointed. I think that's actually a real strat for them. I don't know if they're going to do it game 1, but later on in the series, just give that a go. I think that would be a good approach for Ole Miss. What else do you have, though?
I mean, I think you can give Shogo literally anything as long as he can be a carry threat. He'll be fine. The fact that he was able to survive as a Lucian Nami lane down 3 deaths and he was still reliable and putting out damage and still being a pretty terrifying carry threat just goes to show that, I don't think there's any amount of pressure that Maryville can put on him and actually make him useless, right? But I think Ole Miss continue giving Asila comfort picks.
Yep.
Control mages has been kind of his specialty. If it's not the Orianna, it might be the Syndrome.
I think Rise is going to be really important in this series.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like with what Rise has meant for Maryville and Spyrax, I think that's something that Ole Miss is going to either be forced to take away or add for themselves. Yeah.
Yeah. Maryville University, though, I mean, do you think for them, is there any other weaknesses?
Easy game plan for them. Make sure that bot lane, you have a somewhat winning matchup. I know that Shogun can be that late game carry, but I think getting ahead is very important. Also, I think early on, making sure that your solo lanes are ready to go. And then making Shimmer comfortable. I know that's a win con for Ole Miss, making Shimmer uncomfortable. I think you have to make sure that Shimmer's comfortable going in. So curious to see how he's set up for success.
Yeah. Well, guys, we are about a minute and a half away before we start tossing down and getting all the action really laid out before us. This has been such a awesome journey to see between both of our teams, between Maryville University as well as Ole Miss, and as well as all the collegiate teams that have participated in this entire season. Just kind of, 1 minute left on the clock here. Any favorite memories just going down memory lane?
Oh, we're going that far back? Jeez. I think that Winthrop's run for me was really memorable. If we're going to look at the bracket as a whole, besides that, the upper bracket series between these two teams, the fact that it went to 5, we have never had a collegiate final go to 5. And the fact that that could change today, we get a rinse and repeat of the upper bracket final, could be really exciting for fans at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, what about you?
I'm just thinking, I mean, the upper final between Ole Miss and Maryville University might have been one of the best of 5s I've seen all season long, like across. I was talking to Bo, who is the director for Winthrop University, who is here for the Valorant tournament, and he was like, yeah, that was definitely my favorite series to watch all year.
It is. Well, guys, it's been fun to talk about some hype in the past, but we're going to build up the hype for the now as we get ready for our CLOL Collegiate Finals coming to you right now.
I couldn't hear anything. Yeah.
Okay.
Pop Blossom sends the demise of Rhino and Asylum and Stray and Shogun Keel, the last two members of Ole Miss. They're gonna have to dig deep, but a gravity well will put Shogo into the dirt. And Maryville University say thank you very much for the leash.
Winning this time around would mean a lot to me.
Ole Miss should fear me on Saturday because we're going to crush them.
I want to get Maryville their trophy. This is my dream. This is what I want to do. It's my passion, and that I have what it takes to accomplish this goal.
Shogo keeping the Scion away. Now Sabuto trying to flash. The ghouls doing the damage numbering, but Shimmer is able to return to the party. The second win fight, allowing him to step up for the first time this series and bail Maryville University out of the second half of the fight.
This is the first LAN I've played in like 6 years, so I'm very excited.
Will it not be enough? There's the two-man toss. They're straight with the needlework. Ole Miss looking for the throat in this team fight. Then it throws down as a double killing for Shogo. And Mobility and Wilson are on the run. Asyla looking to dash forward, throw in a couple more spells. Dominance by Ole Miss in the bottom side jungle.
It's been a good journey, and definitely I hope I can end it on a win.
I am absolutely the goat of CLOL. Everyone in CLOL knows it. I've been impressive enough in CLOL to earn the title, and hopefully winning a third championship would cement that.
Rhino's dead! Rhino falls to Jet! Oh! Shogo finds this moment! Spyrex thrown away by Stray, protecting his AD carry! But now it's down to Keel, Shogo, and Stray! Spyrex and Sabuto trying to fight for their lives! Shimmer trying to be the equalizer in the difference here! Stray! Look at Shogo! Looks at Sabuto! Shogo is dipping and dodging! He is the GOAT of Collegiate and rises to the occasion alongside Ole Miss!
How's everyone doing today? You excited to watch the finals of the Collegiate League of Legends Championships? I love the energy so much. Thank you all for being here to help support and celebrate these players as they are about to take the stage for what could be one of the biggest moments of their careers. So without further ado, please welcome your first finalist team to the stage, Maryville University. And now, please join me in welcoming their opponents, Ole Miss. Now that the stage is set, let's go ahead and set it over to our casters, Hawk and Grapes, to get this collegiate championship underway.
Thank you very much, Nekra, and welcome everybody to the caster desk here at the James V. Hunt Library at North Carolina State University for the 2025 CLOL Grand Finals. We've had over 200 teams, over 1,000 student athletes compete for this one trophy, and guess what, Hawk? We've narrowed it down to 2 teams. It's going to be Maryville and Ole Miss, a rematch of that upper bracket finals, and I cannot wait for what I hope is a 5-game series.
Never had a Game 5 in the history of the College Championship Final. This is now the 10th one. Maryville has been a part of 6 of those, maybe hoping to win the elusive 3rd, but this was the best series of the tournament, of the entire year in Collegiate the last time these 2 teams faced. And we get to see the rematch right here, right now, and I mean, welcome to everyone watching potentially around the world on the Riot Games official channels. It's an absolute pleasure to be having you here in the wondrous world of Collegiate for perhaps as well the final traditional series that we get, non-fearless at a high competitive level What a treat.
And it's been really fun to watch the differences between what these teams look like on a Fearless draft tournament and what they look like here in the traditional draft, which is what we're going to be seeing here as the analyst desk did lay out. Those picks to watch that we talked about in the pre-show, things like that Lucian, the Orion, and the Xin Zhao, they'll be up and available in every single game of this series, and that means we're going to have to continue to try to hit on them over and over again because these guys really like playing them. You know, you have Ole Miss with the Orion and the Lucian, Xin Zhao for Shimmer. Those are going to be the biggest things to watch as we get ready for the Game 1 draft.
Yeah, and as we look ahead to that draft, I look at specifically the Lucian pick. I want to dive in on that one a little bit more than the analyst desk did because we got to talk to Sajed yesterday, AD carry for Maryville, and he said that he thinks the Lucian's really OP right now. We saw Shogo, after these two teams played against each other in the upper bracket final, play 4 straight games of it against Winthrop University to book their ticket to this grand final. I think for Maryville, look, they would love to play it, but for them, it is a victory if they can keep Shogo off this pick all 5 games of this best of 5, in my opinion, and that should be the plan A. Maryville has selected the red side for game 1, which is a deviation from what we saw the last time these two teams played, where Maryville selected blue side at every opportunity. So we'll see what the adaptation is. We'll see if they're cooking something to play into it, or if it's just going to hit the ban table like it did in the final 4 games of that best of 5 that they played.
Yeah, because, the first game that Shogo locked in that Lucian alongside Rhino's Nami, we've seen him play it a lot in this collegiate championship. You mentioned all 4 games in that lower bracket final against Winthrop. But when he locked that champion in against Maryville, that was the most one-sided game we've seen a single team take off of that 5 stack of players. And they were able to take that win. And after that, Maryville realized, okay, we're going to ban it away the rest of the series. And that's going to be a big question. Now that Maryville is on the red side, are they going to try to ban that away in the first phase to make sure it is not an easy B1 for them to select?
Right. And we talk about teams looking good against Maryville. Let's add a bit of a crazy stat. Maryville has lost 1 best of 5 since their previous CLOL Finals defeat against St. Louis University. So for nearly an entire calendar year, this team lost only 1 best of 5. And it happened 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Against Luminosity Gaming in the upper bracket final of the NACL. So Luminosity did what no team has done since St. Louis, a roster that no longer exists, a program that no longer exists. Maryville, they were the closest to do it by going to 5 games. And what a nail-biter it was. But I will say, Maryville, once they woke up in that series, it was mistakes in the first 3 games. It was bloody. It was back and forth. But they came alive in that Game 4, and it was their series. They looked dominant in Game 4, and especially Game 5. Zamudo on the gangplank, hitting the most disgusting barrel combos I've ever seen. So let's see if Maryville's awake today. Let's see if Luminosity Gaming gave them the bit of a shock to their system that perhaps they need for the series, or if Ole Miss is going to push them to the limit.
It is an earlier time start than
some
of these players might have expected.
So Jed didn't get his full 10 hours.
That is true.
We've gotten
we
word.
did get some intel for you guys. 10 hours of sleep is what Jed was aiming for. He got around 8. So
which, that's pretty good.
Respectable.
That's pretty good.
Exactly.
Yeah. Zamudo allegedly did get 9. And we saw Maryville at breakfast this morning, and Zamudo, they were all like, yo, Frankie's locked in. Like watch out. He got 9 hours of sleep, and he just turned around and he was like, guys, I'm going to win this series. So.
Yeah. I mean, the drive and the dedication that this Maryville University team has put into this specific moment, to this 2025 CLOL Finals, has really been evident in just watching them kind of go about their business as we've been around Raleigh for the past couple of days to set ourselves up for this best of 5. Hearing from some of the players of the strategies that even Niles employed to try to keep them awake and get them ready for this earlier start time, having them wake up, work out a little bit in the morning. I mean, that is all really cool stuff from such a prestigious organization, and always the university that prides itself on being as close to a pro environment as possible while still maintaining that collegiate experience, getting your education, and hanging out in that in-person environment.
Look, we'll always talk about Maryville. It's been 6 years since they've won their last title, right? And what does that mean? Can they call themselves the Kings of Collegiate if they haven't won in 6 years? This or that? That's a one debate, but another nickname that they have is the gold standard of collegiate, and that they are the program to beat. And I think that is a truth. There are so many other great programs, Ole Miss absolutely being one of them, but Maryville has set the standard for what it means to be a collegiate esports program from their academics. They just released their academic records for this past semester, and they had players on this team, Spyrax notably making the Dean's List, straight A's, 4.0 GPA, which is unbelievably impressive to be performing at high level in League of Legends like this. It's a very regimented team. I think Niles has brought a lot of structure as the head coach from, that former player role, someone that people may know. And so, that is definitely sort of the Maryville difference. And a lot of people say they're a pro team cosplaying as a collegiate organization, but really, I think Maryville is just setting the standard for what our industry should look like.
Absolutely. So many pro players have come from that organization. You think of UG just moving over this season, halfway through the CLOL tournament, and then you think even in years past, APA, Scary Jerry as well. Always the pinnacle of, hey, we can look at this organization and try to sift out talent, and it's been working out pretty well for them. But let's talk about Ole Miss for a little, because they're certainly coming in as the underdogs. They have to go through the lower bracket to get here, and also the expectations of them versus a Titan like Maryville always going to be a little bit more towards Maryville's side. But when you talk to those guys, when you're sitting around and listening to them, they definitely feel just as confident as MU does.
Scott, Rhino last night saying, hey guys, I just hope it's a quick 3-0, no stress, I don't know if I think that's going to happen, but I think Maryville has a chance. Because if I've learned anything in my years of watching collegiate, it is to absolutely never bet against Shogo. I have seen him on match point once in my entire career watching him in elimination match point. And it was against St. Louis University Game 5 last year when they did end up getting reverse swept. And it felt to me like Shogo backed into a corner was the most dangerous player that you could possibly run into. And they have so much talent on this roster. I specifically look at guys like Asila and Stray that have stepped up immensely over the course of the year. Keel, I think he has been such a difference maker in just getting them to these finals, stepping into the jungle role for 2025. He's been electric. Rhino's as good as ever. And so, Ole Miss, this is not a team you can disrespect. They'll be the first to tell you, actually, that there's a good Ole Miss and there's a bad Ole Miss. And they absolutely have owned that for better and worse. The NACL fans amongst you all might have seen the bad Ole Miss more often than not over on Supernova. Look, it happens, but they have a good version. And in collegiate, throughout the season, they have been, I think, pretty much undisputably the second best team. They ran through the upper bracket until they hit Maryville. They took them to 5 games, and then they dispatched their #1 rival in Winthrop in the lower bracket final. Like, this CLOL season, despite all of the roller coaster that they've had, has actually gone very according to plan for them.
And not only for Ole Miss as a whole, but you talk about the motivation that there is to win a national championship, but there's another player on that team that maybe has a little bit of extra motivation.
Oh, yeah.
Not if they needed it necessarily, but Shogo, of course, winning those 2 championships on the University of St. Thomas in 22 and 23. He wants to pick up that #3. Only one other player in collegiate history has done so before, that being Saskia, who used to be a part of Maryville University.
Right.
But now Shogo is going to try to match that mark, and I think a lot of us agree, given the era that he's been playing in and also the X factor that he brings to any single game that he enters. The GOAT conversation really, I know he says it, but it's legitimate.
He's got an argument right now, just being here, I think, for #3 with the team that he has around him. It's undeniably impressive. Shogo, I think the main difference between him and Saskia is he just is that guy for the team he plays on. No matter if it's UST or Ole Miss, and even last year when Ole Miss had that disappointing exit against St. Louis, he's just been that guy. And so I think that strengthens his GOAT argument for this level of play. I know I've been a Shogo fan since day one, watching him on UST against Bay State, and what he did in that grand final in 2022, it was not close. But regardless, I do want to say we bring up Saskia. Grapes, you know what the world was like last time Maryville won a college championship? They had a young AD carry named Saskia in the bottom lane. I graduated high school.
Yeah.
Avengers Endgame had just come out. It was a great year, 2019. But there could be said that there is a curse, perhaps. The curse of the Saskabino.
The last time Maryville University did, play in that collegiate finals and lift that trophy, it was with Saskia. But as soon as he left to go over to Winthrop, they have not been able to come back to that apex, to claiming that trophy. And, talking to any player, any member of that organization, I know Clerky's here, a lot of the staff is as well, they really pride themselves of being, collegiate champions in all the titles that they compete in, but League of Legends, I think, hits very close to home, that being their first game that they ever really delved into. And so
it opened the door, right, for all of the other programs that they have. Have we even mentioned it? By the way, they're playing tomorrow in Valorant against Winthrop. So Maryville's up for the back-to-back. Well, we should have a name for that. Let's name it right now.
The back-to-back? Or
like,
winning
you know,
both?
winning both.
The Riot sweep?
The Riot
like
sweep?
That?
Yeah, that sounds good. I like it. Let's do it. Riot sweep. There we go. So they're up for it, but they've not done it because they haven't been able to win a league title in 6 years. So, yeah, it's a little tough.
Yeah, they definitely pride themselves on being that champion. And, you know, even we got to talk to Sajed a couple days ago or yesterday when asking him about, like, what it would mean to win a CLOL title. He said, you know, originally I came to Maryville to get an education and also to play on a high-level NACL team. But as soon as he stepped into that environment, got to talk to a lot of the people on the staff, all of a sudden that motivated him for this game specifically, for CLOL, even though he wasn't necessarily thinking about it when deciding on where to go to the university.
His goal was not to win a CLOL trophy when he decided to come to Maryville. It was because that, you know, it was the best place to go for his career, but that's just what CLOL does.
And the culture of Maryville University specifically wanting to be that collegiate champion. They're going to try to do that for the first time in 6 years. It looks like we have the draft for game number 1 ready to go of the 2025 CLOL Grand Finals. Once again, Ole Miss going to be starting things off on the blue side today with Maryville on the red side. This is a selection that Maryville opted into, and we talked about some of those big moments, those big champions that we wanted to watch, you know, specifically looking towards the Orianna, the Illusion. This is where we're going to figure out where exactly those picks lie and where our priorities are compared to Maryville's.
And Maryville immediately banning out the Lucian. Like I said, their goal should be to not give it to Shogo under any circumstances in this series. That needs to be their priority. Another champion, though, that we didn't get to talk about, Grapes, Spyrax's Azir. He is known for the Emperor of Shurima for many, many years in Tier 2. I think it's good for Ole Miss to just perma-ban it throughout the series. They did the same thing in upper bracket finals.
And now another pick we didn't talk about in those picks to watch was the Gangplank that Zamudo played in game number 5. It was a blind Gangplank, and I know it's not super meta right now, so you might be wondering why Ole Miss is banning it in that first phase.
Yeah, you know, it turns out Zamudo is pretty disgusting on this champion.
He 1v9 that game 5. That was
he got 2 quads.
The sole reason, almost, that Maryville won that game 5, made their way through the upper bracket into that grand finals was because of the Gangplank. I'm curious to see if that sticks throughout the series or if different priorities will be held as we continue to go throughout.
I will say I'm pretty surprised to see Ole Miss banning this one out, at least in game 1. Because even though it's not a fearless format, Zamudo could, you know, theoretically play it multiple times. I just feel like that's the kind of pick that is difficult to make work in any style of composition and against any style of composition. And while, yes, Ole Miss wants to protect safe blind picks for their top laner, I'm surprised that they are that afraid of the Zamudo GP in any situation, because it might constrain their picks and bans moving forward in the series, though. Pantheon priority for Kiel, however, this has been the favorite champion throughout their CLOL run. No surprise whatsoever to see Ole Miss return to it on B1.
Kiel's best champion, I would say, throughout this bracket.
It's been fantastic.
We've seen the Baron. We saw the Baron steal with the Comet Spear over the wall in game number 3 against Maryville. Just one of the many wild moments of that series specifically. And this guy, when he's on this champion, has so much agency. You can press the alt button, and it's gonna be pretty cool.
Now, here's something interesting, Grapes. Rumble is open. This champion was banned by Maryville every game the last time these two teams faced each other, and it's gone unpicked and unbanned through the first 2 rotations. I'm actually very surprised Maryville did not opt to go for it. Zamudo's had a fantastic Rumble in the NACL season, but we're still just going to continue seeing priority around different places on the map. Lane focus, 2v2 focus for Shogo, and a great roaming mid laner denying the Vitalia combo here for Syla. So I think the draft's shaping up very normally so far, but I'm very curious to see where Rumble actually fits into this.
And not only is it a denial of that Vi Talia combo for Maryville, Pantheon Talia has been just as prevalent, if not better,
just as good,
in the meta. And you have the double semi-globals with Keel and Asila being able to run around both side lanes, mostly to the bot lane is what we're assuming, because Shogo is on this Kalista pick, which does want to get prio early on in this laning phase. But it's going to be matched by a very nice combo in the mid jungle from Maryville as well. The Vi-Ahri, similar levels of hard CC lockdown, single target pick potential is what Maryville has set up for into the second phase of bans.
Yeah, and that's where Maryville found a lot of success in their previous series. Even in Ole Miss's wins, we talk about that game 1 where Shogo played the Lucian, and it was Ole Miss's best game of the series. They actually picked on him quite a bit. The analyst desk touched on that as well. So the Vi are going to give Maryville a lot of agency to try to find out isolated members on Ole Miss. Because, Grapes, something I will say, even when this team is the good Land Sharks and they're playing a nice structured game plan for Ole Miss, they do sometimes leave some privates out to dry, a nice, military privates, right? And Maryville, being the team that they are, can jump on them very effectively. So I like this for Maryville a lot. Don't let Ole Miss try to create their mid-game snowball and force 5 versus 5.
As we get ready for the second phase, most notably the top laners have not been selected by either team, as well as the supports, unless we see some flexibility with this Pantheon down there for Rhino. The Renata would be a nice denial away from the Ole Miss side, because Kalista Renata is such a strong bot lane in itself, although there still are a lot of good options that you can play here. The Nico, most notably, still available here for Ole Miss if they want to pick that one up. I was expecting Zamudo to get R5, but they're going to lock in this Nidalee here first in a blind scenario, allowing for Stray to have the counter pick.
I'm extremely surprised this gets locked in so early. Now, this will dunk on Rumble if Stray wanted to go for it.
It's banned.
Okay, it is banned. But regardless, I am very surprised to see Zamudo just pick this one up right here. We actually saw him, Grapes, during rehearsal. He was playing it in 1v1s against Sajed. Just labbing the pick, warming up basically, and we wondered if it would come out. He played it against Luminosity Gaming. Maryville lost. I don't like it. It just, to me, feels like it doesn't do anything, and it's going to allow Ole Miss to play their game of trying to force 5 versus 5s that are favorable. I feel like Maryville doesn't need to try to play an unorthodox game here. Their players are individually good enough to stack up to Ole Miss across the map if they just play their game, and I feel like introducing variants could potentially allow Ole Miss to group up around objectives, force mid-game team fights in the way that they like to do.
And speaking of grouping up, that's an Ornn for Stray to round out their composition going into the Nidalee. So I was going to say that both teams had an early skirmish kind of style, but with this Ornn locked in, it's going to allow for a lot more scaling into that late game for Ole Miss. The response is going to be this Nico, which I was wondering if Ole Miss was going to pick up, but instead it's going to be going towards Zyko, and they have themselves a very pick-oriented setup that is focused on long-range engages, long-range poke, and basically trying to skill check Ole Miss here in this game 1.
And I will say the Nico does provide a lot of area denial against Ole Miss potentially trying to jump in with a lot of people. If Nidalee split pushing on a side lane and Ole Miss tries to overforce, Zyko will be able to create quite a bit of space with this pick. But I've got to say, for Maryville, I mean, a lot of focus towards side lanes. You've got the Ahri, you've got the Nidalee, and the Vi to support the both of them. And Varus Nico, to their credit, is going to be fantastic in the 2 versus 2 against this Kalista Renata. I don't expect Shogo and Rhino to be able to generate a major early game advantage, which is, I think, a big point of confidence here for Maryville University. But, I mean, I'm looking at the preeminent MVP of the NACL, Zamudo, on that top lane Nidalee, because it is just a pick that feels so out of place when I look at 2 otherwise team fight oriented compositions, and he really needs to be a problem for Ole Miss. Otherwise, I'm not sure that this pick is justified.
If he's able to get ahead, that's going to be the big thing. As you can see here, loading onto the Rift, game number 1 of the 2025 College League of Legends Championship about to get underway. Ole Miss looking for their first title in their 3rd year in the CLOL bracket. Maryville looking for their first title in 6 years in their 3rd overall. This is going to be a really exciting series, Hawk, to watch unfold. I know the desk took a look at their predictions. I think we are both slightly favoring Maryville here in this one, but things could go either way, depending especially on the volatility of the land setup and just the magic of CLOL like we saw last year with Slew.
It was funny because we talked to Sajed yesterday, and even he was like, you know what, I'll give him a game for randomness. CLOL oftentimes brings magic to the table. We saw it with our own 2 eyes last year with what St. Louis University managed to do in 4 games. I absolutely believe that it could happen again, but to me, this match feels like it is LeBron James on one side against the 92 Bulls on the other, and even though Michael Jordan may no longer be there, they've still got Dennis Rodman, they still got Scottie Pippen, and they are still the greatest team that's ever hit the Rift.
We are waiting for, of course, this game to get started again. The 10th iteration of College League of Legends about to unfold here to conclude. It's been a 5-month regular season. We saw so much awesome stuff in both the Swiss stage, into the conference playoffs, into that national championship bracket. And it all comes down to this. Let's do it! Game number 1 starting right now.
What a great series. This is going to be a beautiful Spirit Blossom map, Grapes. I will say, it's kind of a bummer. We're not on the same patch that we were on throughout the tournament. However, I mean, I think these teams are going to adjust quite well to Spirit Blossom here. Staying updated alongside the game. We are on patch 2510. So we are 1 behind live, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, so certain things like the smolder buffs that came in be a little bit affected by that. But for the most part, it's going to be pretty good in terms of, you know, our expectations for some of these picks and bans. It looks like we have some pauses here or there. We're going to try to sort that out. Want to make sure all the players are at their peak level going into, of course, this first game. And yeah, this has been a really great journey to watch so far, Hawk. And it's great that we get the rematch of the upper finals once again, because that, again, as we mentioned,
it was the series of the tournament.
Series of the tournament. Yep.
Yeah. Like, it just doesn't get better than that. The Game 3 was unbelievable drama. I was trying to watch every second of that game that I could before I went into work. And I saw Maryville finally pushing into the base, and I said, wow, looks like Maryville is going to pull this one out. Bummer after the lead that Ole Miss managed to gain for themselves. And not 5 minutes later, I had 20 messages on Discord from people telling me that I missed the craziest ending in the history of College League of Legends. And of course I went back and watched the game, and I mean, man, what a treat it was. And even though Maryville ended up closing out the series fairly dominantly, it was not without drama.
And if we get even close to that level of excitement here in at least one of these games, it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it for this trip, worth it for this journey. These players have earned their trip to this land at North Carolina State, and we are about to crown our 10th ever champion of CLOL, as it looks like the pauses have been worked out, at least for now. And as we get into this, Hawk, the first thing that we're going to have to take a look at is, you know, in this Spirit Blossom patch, lane prio more important than ever. Now that the grub spawn at 8 minutes instead of 6. And with these double range bot lanes that have been set up for both sides, that's going to be a very important part of how this early game plays out.
Yeah, I mean, contesting for that one spawn of grubs becomes so important as well, because you just give over an unnecessarily large buff by choosing not to play for it, because it's only that one more powerful set, right? However, Dragon Stacking has gained a lot of pace, and I'm expecting that's what Ole Miss is going to look to try to prioritize. It's what they've done throughout their playoff run. Even when we've seen them swap around Grapes, it's oftentimes in order to just bait the other team for playing for grubs so that they can go get the first 2 dragons. And it worked out pretty well for them.
And we see right now, because of that heavy emphasis on the bot lane, both junglers starting on the top side of the map, heading back down to hopefully have some impact onto either Shogo or Sajed. And these are 2 bot laners that have come through many different paths in terms of their career. This is Sajed's first year at CLOL. Shogo's been here for a number of years at this point, as I think he has one more opportunity after this run to go for that extra trophy, whether it's the 3rd or the 4th, depending on how the result of this series goes. But I think very closely contested in terms of our expectations here in this bottom lane, although they do have different strength. You know, Shogo, I think, a little bit more stronger in the laning phase, although Sajed and Zyko have been ramping up in that department throughout the last couple of months. But once we get to team fights, both are going to be unlocked, but that's where we really see Sajed shine here for MU.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little bit more about Sajed as a player. You mentioned his first year in CLOL, but Grapes, for all intents and purposes, Sajed actually fairly new to the competitive landscape. Really didn't start to see his name until 2023, kind of coming up in that Tier 3 pipeline. Lit Esports, a team that we got to see him on. You know, Nameless being another organization. And, you know, it was funny. He's actually in his 3rd year of college. He wasn't playing CLOL. He was just sort of playing an amateur while he was getting his degree elsewhere. But, you know, he felt that for his career, going to Maryville University was the best decision, sort of the marriage of those 2 paths. And I think we really have seen this player grow quite a bit. Of course, on FlyQuest Challengers last year, what a big opportunity for him it was. I think not someone we really expected to see get promoted, but definitely someone we believe has a lot of potential, but maybe yet to be fully realized.
And for him, for Shimmer, who is the new player here as well, a little even newer than Sajed.
He's very new.
And even Zamudo, this is his first CLOL Championship. The pressure that they might feel to win one for Spyrex, to win one for Zyko, because they were the ones on this stage a year ago in Boise State. Before that, in Los Angeles, in the CLOL Finals, they ended up coming short. We talked to some of these guys. They want to win it for their vets, the guys that might not have as many chances after this one is over.
And Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, was Spyrex there in 2021 as well?
He was there in 2021 before he left to FlyQuest, yes.
And I don't remember if he was there in 2020, but sort of losing that shot did Maryville. They were the favorites in that year, so definitely has been some hiccups along the way, but back into this game, pushing the bottom lane for Ole Miss, although marginal. It's good harass coming down from Zyko.
Them pushing up here in this lane, at least for now. Rhino's been chunked out a little bit, but the goal is to get this wave up.
The minion wave,
yep. Wait for Keel to get down there. Maybe they can work for some sort of play one way or the other. As across the rest of the map, top side is going to look Zamudo favored, at least for the moment, but we're really waiting to see Stray pop off in the later game once he's able to get these ornaments and have higher impact in the team fight than Italy might have once we get to that point.
Yeah, and also, you know, looking towards the importance of bottom side push one more time as well. I mean, Grapes, in 2025, we've seen a lot of early dragon priority, you know, trying to get that first dragon off the board 5-6 minutes into the game, and especially now with that pot of grubs not spawning until 8 minutes, being able to take a Drake before then creates an uncontested window on the top side of the map where, you know, either you can cross-map bottom for a big dive and a lot of gold to match the play, or you just don't have to worry about dragons being taken. So I think it's a huge advantage to whichever team's able to get that. And this early sort of bot push, getting that first Scuttle Crab, does potentially open the door for that sort of play, as it does look like Shimmer was the one to pick up that mini objective on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, he was able to get there first. Keel just sending a reset as soon as he took down his Krugs, then making his way up to the top side of the map, seeing that, you know, maybe Zamudo's pushed a little bit. Could we make an impact there, or in the mid lane where Asylum and Spyrex have been going at it just a little bit in that mid lane 1v1. We did see that Shogo took the first reset, so Jen and Zyko were to get one in. We saw it flash away from Asylum.
That's big.
Keel did show up in the area, and they just did not want to risk that Pantheon combo, or sorry, that Pantheon Talia combo.
Look, let's be very clear, Grapes. Expectation is that Spyrex is going to get the better of Asylum in the 1v1, basically irregardless of matchup. That's how good Spyrex is, and Asylum, a much younger player, just has not quite hit that same level. But being able to influence and get resources out of Spyrex and not allow him to play however he wants is a fantastic win from the mid-jungle of Ole Miss, as Keel continuing to press the advantage.
I mean, they know that they have the advantage because they just burned Spyrex's flash, and that forces Shimmer down to half HP and gives away that second spawn of the Raptors. So a small win there for Ole Miss, although they're going to need a lot more than that to run away with this game #1. As now it looks like Shimmer is headed down to the bot side. They're looking for a play.
Shogo getting taken quite low, but
yeah, they don't know. They don't know that Shimmer's here. They're going to try to find a kill onto Sejeb, but the Ren's not in range. Now Shogo is going to be in trouble. He flashes away from the ball breaker, but it's going to be Shimmer trying to follow, but now the spears can come online.
Shogo?
Zyko flashes in, and he picks up the kill onto Shogo. It's first blood in for Maryville. It's going to be followed up by Rhino, but a 2-for-1 overall, as MU will control the bottom lane play.
Wow, Shogo was out. He decided to go back in to try to get the kill. A certain one-way trip onto Shimmer doesn't end up getting it, so it ends up being 2 for the bottom lane of Maryville. They're going to push in this wave to deny it as well. I feel like that was just a bit of over-ambition from Shogo right there. He was trying to make his mark early on in the series, but just doesn't quite find it.
And you can see right there on the bottom side of your map, no vision set up right there. They had no idea that Shimmer was coming down, even though they skirmished around that second spawn of the Raptors. And that meant that Shogo and Rhino felt confident to go for an aggressive trade.
Yeah,
and Sejeb was confident enough to just strongman right out, knowing that help was on the way.
I think they just expected that Shimmer would stay on the top side of the map, but I mean, he basically just sacked the camp to Keel, and he was able to find a great timer. So yeah, that's a huge win, and now it's Ole Miss. Look at this, swapping out of the lane. We've seen them do this quite a bit. I got expectation is that they will swap back at some point, still trying to prioritize the bottom side of the map in those early dragons.
Dragon hasn't been started yet, but Shimmer around that area is going to dash in and try to get a handle of this one. Now it's Zamudo on the bottom side. Means that he will continue to push into Stray, who has gone the unskilled spellbook, by the way, instead of anything like the Grasp of the Undying in that melee into range matchup. But Shimmer going to have an easy time securing this dragon, as Ole Miss are very much looking for the grubs at this point by rotating their bot lane up there.
Yeah, it looked like that's going to be the call, but again, it's just so good for Maryville. Without much of a team fight composition as well. I mean, yeah, they'd love to have the grubs to facilitate their strong side laning. Might even still be able to contest for it, but denying Dragon Stack buys them so much time potentially in this game. And look, I'm still not sold on the Nidalee pick, but I'll give Zamudo some credit. He's putting the beat down on his Stray.
Yeah, as we see Keel going in onto Zyko, trying to just push out Sajed and this Nico before we get to that grubs that are spawning in about 35 seconds. And as we are waiting for that objective spawn, quick shout out to Exit Live, title sponsor here for the Collegiate Championships. You saw the code on your screen. Make sure to use that if you want to increase your gaming experiences. And for Maryville, just waiting, setting some resets up, and we'll see if Ole Miss really do want to prio these grubs. It's Keel to just go back to base.
Yeah, we can't see the total gold advantage, but I would imagine that Maryville is holding on to a pretty cool 1.5, 2,000 just off of the farm that they have from Zamudo, and just sort of the general leads they have in bottom lane as well with the kills. So, I mean, it's a pretty good start for a Maryville composition that is, again, pretty good in the mid stages of the game, picking off individual members and very side lane focused as we go forward.
Yeah, I mean, adding on to that, it's Jed going for the lethality build. Not going to be scaling as well, but can provide a lot of that long-range damage. It works well with the other champions that are available for MU, as it is going to be Ole Miss starting this one up. However,
wow,
Shimmer is here, and Spyrex currently has push in that mid lane, so he could potentially get there first.
I mean, so Jed went back to base. There's absolutely no contest here for MU. They had dropped a lot of wards in the river. I thought they might just try to overstay for the play, especially considering Ole Miss got no major item spikes off of their first reset, but Maryville opts to just match the base, but they do give away a pretty big objective. Now, they did get the first dragon, but again, a very side lane-oriented composition here for Maryville, and one that doesn't mind scrapping early. That's a pretty big give, I think.
Yeah, so first dragon to Maryville, all 3 grubs to Ole Miss, and it's currently 2-1 in terms of kill scores in favor of the Saints. Your #1 seed from the Northern Conference, as we are, again, kind of feeling things out here in this Grand Finals, right, Hawk? You know, we're on a land, we're on a new stage. It seems like these teams don't want to get too spicy just yet.
Yeah, it's only been the 1 kills.
Okay, Charm did not connect here on from Spyrex, but still going to be Asylum taking very, very low. Spear rush forward. Asylum about so much time, but he's not able to finish things off. It is going to be the Grand Starfall forward to allow for Keel to get the kill onto Shimmer. But Spyrex lives with just 100 HP and is going to head back to base.
Wow, and that was almost a fantastic counter gank from Keel as Shimmer and Spyrex didn't quite have the damage.
Shogun Rhino going at it right now, waiting for that Ren to pop. That's going to be the bailout, not going to keep him alive. The flash forward is going to finally allow that to pop, and Sajed will get the kill. Another 1-for-1 overall in favor of Ole Miss, I would say, all things considered, getting that kill onto Shogo.
And Rhino going to be able to pull the wave. That's really nice for Shogo as well. Gonna be pretty even across the board though, as Sajed did trade back the kill, and really well played by him, making sure that the bailout wouldn't get popped at an inopportune moment. He wouldn't give that EHP over to Shogo, and when he finally does kill him, it's too far away for the Kalista to be able to get back into the action and clean up the double. But still a really nice 2v2 coming out from the Land Sharks, and going back to that mid play, it was Spyrex and Shimmer not quite having the damage to one-shot Asila. Keel, great counter gank. If that double goes over to Ole Miss, it is an incredible advantage. Instead, it's just a 1-for-1 that I think Maryville can be fairly happy with.
And that was like really nicely done by Maryville's bot lane to wait out the bailout, trying to buy as much time as they could to make sure that Shogo did not get that reset, and being able to pick up the kill for themselves here. As it, you know, we can't see the gold on our stream right now, but it feels like Maryville is ahead based on the top lane CS, and also, you know, seeing some shutdowns on Spyrex and Sajed, which is what their competition wants to do. And so Ole Miss gonna have to maybe play things a little bit slower from here on out.
Could be a dive in the top side of the map. Zamudo, he does have all of his defensive resources, but okay, looks like it's just Ole Miss trying to secure the river for the push of Shogo and Rhino, as they do end up moving back towards mid. However, definitely could be a point of attack. This Nidalee can be vulnerable in a side lane if you're able to bring point-and-click CC to the floor.
And that's kind of a lot of stuff that Ole Miss do have. They have the semi-globals as well that collapse onto these side laners, and that's going to be important, right? Because if they use those spells at the wrong time, it can result in one side of the map getting a big advantage, you know, specifically like onto Zamudo or the like. But If they are able to utilize those tools well, pick off members of MU in these side lanes, that can get them set up for major objectives, like the Dragon, which they would like to pick up as it has just spawned as well, given that Maryville did pick up the first Dragon of the game.
Do want to note regarding feats of strength? Oh, there we go. We just got a scoreboard update. It was Maryville that claimed the feat of warfare. Obviously, like you just mentioned, 1-for-1 on objective so far. Looks like Maryville likely to pick up the second Dragon unless Ole Miss has anything to say about it. Heal, making me a little nervous. Asyla more nervous. He's dead.
Yeah, as Seismic Shove actually comes down onto Shimmer. Not enough to take him underneath the turret, but it looks like Asyla, without its flash, able to survive down here. But mid-prio will be generated by MU as they'll head down to try to pick up their second Drake.
Honestly, good respect being showed from Asyla. Health bar is not that advantage here for MU.
And you see Shogo starting to chunk out Spyrex a little bit as well. It looks like Asyla will be going back for a recall, has teleport and that Weaver's Wall to join a fight if
Ole Miss
necessary.
can take the space.
And Maryville, they're going to back out and wait for that TP to come through.
Now, Maryville does have quite a bit of information as to what's going on. Good poke landing from Zyko, and the pincer can come through. Ole Miss is going to have to pick a side and send it, unless the Dragon just ends up being the focus.
Both top laners on their way. The Dragon's going to be secured by Ole Miss. They've evened up that count at 1-1. However, Spyrex is still approaching on a flank. Here comes that ultimate from Rhino. It forces the flash away. And here comes Nidalee. Here comes the MU Soul laners looking to break apart. Ole Miss. It's already Asyla going down. Kill way out of position. The Pop Blossom lands on it too. And it's going to be Shogo and Rhino forced to run away as Maryville University find the fight that they want around the Dragon Pit. A charm lands on this Stray. Sajud's on a killing spree, and MU off firing in game 1.
Yeah, Maryville, way too easy of a fight for them. Too much dancing, too much walking around if we're Ole Miss. But Maryville, it was way too easy for them to just pick their targets and focus them out with Asyla. Flashless still on the Talia being the easiest one to take down. That's going to be feats of strength over to Maryville with the first tower and a massive 4K gold advantage.
And again, this is what Maryville wanted to do with their composition, and they're executing on it very, very well. Finding the mid-game spikes, these one-item spikes that they can really take a hold of, I think a lot through Zamudo, right?
Zamudo has as much gold as Sajed,
right,
and Sajed is 303. That is insane farm diff.
And we saw him able to get that flank on the Nidalee, and this is where the Nidalee can truly shine around this point of the game. It's once you get later on that maybe Stray will have some power, but if you're down 3,000-4,000 gold, yeah, the strength, the kit of the champion only takes it so far.
And Grapes, we talked about good Ole Miss versus bad Ole Miss. And I've got to say, Ole Miss, like, they just have to pick an exit route and beeline it. I think the hostile takeover from Rhino was optimistic at best, but I mean, at the very least, use it as a disengage tool. Don't start walking back towards Maryville, only to then decide to still walk down. It just adds more time for Maryville to be able to set up a collapse. It's too much back and forth from this team. They're going to need to clean this up if they want to take down a team of the caliber of Maryville University.
And we were talking a little bit, you know, pre-game, throughout our couple of days here, like, did Ole Miss miss their shot to take down Maryville in the upper finals? Because with Shimmer just established on this roster, this was maybe one of the more vulnerable moments we've seen from Maryville. And Ole Miss were able to take advantage of it for at least a couple games. Right now they look locked in as they want to claim their third CLOL title. They force Spirit Rush out from Spyrex, so nice play by Keel there. But that is just a small price to pay for MU as they're going to gain a lot of positioning around the Drift Herald.
Now that is a pretty big cooldown burn. Oh no.
Oh, Rhino, he flashes away, does have the hostile takeover still available. There comes the leader's wall. Shogo gonna get away from the Vault Breaker of Shimmer and stay untouched on this backline. So just a couple of spells being issued back and forth. Keel takes a big poke from that piercing arrow, and that is the jungler for Ole Miss down. Call the Forge God lands onto Spyrex. Now the target going to be Zamudo. Shogo flashing in, gonna try to take down Zamudo and start this fight. A big shutdown picked up out of the Nidalee. And Stray and the rest of Ole Miss are looking forward to Leah on a flank. The Searing Charge will find one. It is going to be Shimmer dropping, and Ole Miss find the fight that they want around the Herald.
And that's the Shogo difference right there. Flashing in, finding his target, and getting the shutdown. That is what he brings to the table as a player, and that's what Ole Miss might need to rely on in these team fights. Fantastic confidence, and a lot of resources burned from Maryville up front that Ole Miss punishes very nicely.
And Ole Miss able to punish the split up Maryville composition as they were collapsing on multiple sides. This time they picked the front that they wanted to attack. Hey, we're going for Zamudo right here. Shogo flashes onto him, and on the other side of things, shout out to Asyla. He was able to keep himself alive for so long in kind of an isolated situation for himself, and with that, it is a small advantage picked up for Ole Miss, although they still are down in gold, still down in tempo. Like, there's still a lot more to be done, but that is the signs of what we can start to see here for the Land Sharks.
Pretty critical flashes were burned. Zamudo and Sajed being the main ones that I'm looking at, with Keel and Asila both maintaining theirs. So it does give playmaking potential still to Ole Miss ahead of this next dragon that is spawning now in under a minute.
Yeah, we'll see how exactly Ole Miss want to try to target this one. As currently it is still some resets coming through. It is the tower taken down for Zamudo on the top side of the map. But now the collapse can ensue. It's going to be Asila trying to join this in a 1v2 situation. And all of Maryville are very separated from their top lane superstar. But Zamudo is so strong. Zamudo is very tanky and dishes out a ton of DPS. They're going to try to clear this wave out, but he's going to survive unless a dive does come in. Here comes Keel, Call the Forge God coming out as well. They're going to land a stun. There's the combo, and Stray finally picks up the kill, but Zamudo bought a lot of time.
Now, I mean, Ole Miss actually not a bad play, because Maryville, they started collapsing towards the top side of the map to try to defend Zamudo. He was buying so much time. I feel like Maryville, I mean, well, they're going to be able to push in on mid here at the very least. Ole Miss, they do get a lot for it. They get a tower. They get another kill, which is going to feel very good. But the 1-for-1 with mid tower.
Oh, handshake does not connect onto Sajed, but here comes Keel on a flank. They found out Zyko, but it is just the support Nico for now. Charm does land on a Rhino on the backside of things, but the Grand Starfall comes out. Keel looking to join the fight around the Dragon Pit. Not going to find anybody, just a couple of summoner spells being blown, but the fight still about to erupt. Weaver's Wall comes out, it actually separates itself from the rest of the team for now. Keel in some trouble, teleport coming in, as it is Zamudo rejoining the fray. Looking for a collapse, the health bars are so low. Here come the Saints! Shimmer dashes in, Pump Blossom from Zyko, and Ole Miss are done! It is Maryville picking up 4 kills.
Shimmer, what a play! A triple kill from the one that had to step in and replace Yuji as he finds his moment, flashes into the middle of everybody with the cease and desist, and makes the play that probably puts this first game in favor of Maryville.
They're going to get this dragon at the very least. The gold lead has opened up to over 6,000, Hawk, and this is the MU that we were expecting. This is the MU that always comes to play in the Collegiate Championship.
And Ole Miss, they just look a little bit disjointed. They look a little bit messy. I just feel like they were trying to reach too far in that fight. They had found a great advantage, and they could have just regrouped and contested through the river. Instead, they kept trying to make their own individual isolated plays. They got poked out too heavily, and then Shimmer, I mean, a phenomenal counter engage to get onto basically everybody, and Maryville, all too easy for them to clean up the fight from that point.
And you saw the range advantage as well in that one. The health bars were so low before even any aggressive ultimates forward were issued by the side of Maryville, and that's due to Sajed, Spyrex, Zamudo throwing out a ton of poke, collapsing upon members, and chunking out, making sure it's never a fair fight. As it's not going to be a fair fight for the next couple minutes of this game at the very least, as MU, they got the objective bounties onto Ole Miss. They are really significantly ahead.
Now remember, Maryville, still a composition that does fall off a little bit in the 5 versus 5 with that Nidalee top. I mean, Zamudo very, very powerful in the side lane right now, and Maryville, they are a team that I expect can play out this game on 3 lanes cleanly, but you know, does still leave a potential door open here for Ole Miss. Nice objective bounty for Asila.
Yeah, he might be.
But he's going to be the focus.
Hey, Weaver's walled out. Hey, nicely done there by the mid laner of Ole Miss, escaping after picking up that tower. So that is an objective bounty, and that's a little bit of gold back in the pockets of Ole Miss, most notably onto Asila, who is approaching his 2nd completed item. But still some more work to be done, as, I mean, overall, it's been a pretty clean game for MU. I mean, we talked about Zamudo's dominance on the top side of the map, much like we saw in that gangplank in Game 5 of the upper finals, but Shimmer's been playing the map really well as well.
Yeah, I think he's had a really great first game. It's not the Xin Zhao that we talked about a lot in the pre-show, but it's the Vi. Look, I think the idea here for Maryville is just to reduce as much variance as possible for Shimmer. Put him on champions that he just will be useful on, right? And, I mean, he's been more than useful this game. I think the play in bottom to get the 2v2 going for Sajed and Zyko was a massive one. And then this previous team fight, just so well played by him. And I think it's some of that patience, you know, that Shimmer has lacked, that kind of nuance in his game.
Oh, they didn't. No, there goes Zyko. The Pop Blossom lands on a 2. Callista is out. Shogo going to try to stay alive, but now Sparks might have gone too far with the Spirit Rush. Here comes Shimmer, though. The cease and desist comes in, and he's on a rampage as Shogo goes down. There's Zamudo dashing forward as well, looking for the flash onto Asyla. They've already charmed up Keel and taken him out of the fight. Another dominant showing in the mid lane here for the Saints. Another 4 for 0 for them.
I mean, Maryville just knows when the space belongs to them, and they snap the trap shut. And the game plan is very clear. Everybody press R on Shogo and kill that guy.
And it worked. I mean, Shogo was able to dance around nicely
a little
enough,
bit. Like, look, he got out of the Pop Blossom, but they had to use the Mikhails for it. And then a great charm from Spyrax, followed up by the season assist from Shimmer. And, I mean, look at this Herald value. They're getting so much gold. MU is up almost 10,000. We're only 22.5 minutes into this game. I mean, this is a very, very one-sided start to the series.
And of course, a lot of League of Legends left to be played, but if this is how the games are going to go, got to be a little bit worried if you are an Ole Miss fan. Maryville, they look like they don't want to have another upset happen to them.
And Grapes, I want to remind you, I said that once Maryville woke up in their previous series, they looked dominant. And what would happen if Maryville is awake from the moment go in this series? And I can tell you that Maryville University is awake. It is now up to Ole Miss to have that same sort of bounce back if they're going to be competitive in this series, because Maryville, when they're firing on all cylinders, is the best team outside of the LTA in North America.
I mean, thinking even back to 2023 when UST played against Maryville, well, it was UST to take that first game. Like when and SLU took game number 1 in 2024. When you take that first game of a best of 5, especially with the stakes
really
so high,
sets the tone.
It really does. And even though Ole Miss were the ones to win the first game in that upper finals, it's a bit of a different situation now because, Maryville are the favorites, and as you said, it looks like Zamudo got his 10 hours, and they weren't lying about that.
Yeah. So Zamudo on 9 hours of sleep, man. 10 CS per minute, 3, 2, and 7. Here comes Ole Miss, though.
Yeah, they got to look for a play. Oh, flash away from Sajet, but they still find a knockup with the Ornhorn. There comes the Pop Blossom, though. It goes on to 3, but they're not all as big. That cycle going down to Sajet, going to be the target. Ole Miss might have found the fight that they need. However, it is going to be keeled down.
2 for
that
2.
Is major for any objectives that do come up. And by the way, it's Zamudo still pushing here on this top side of the map. They're going to send Strain to try to TP away. And now Ole Miss are kind of separated here in that mid lane. They're going to go for another 2v2 fight. And it's Shimmer and Spyrax winning out for now. The spears are starting to ramp up. It is Shimmer looking like a pillowcase right now in the mid lane. Shogo's going up. There's Asyla. Here's Ole Miss. 2 more for them. And Zamudo joins the fight all too late. It's going to be Straight to try to chase him down.
Wow, Ole Miss ends up winning the play. Down 10,000 gold. Asyla and Shogo somehow win the 2v2 against Shimmer and Spyrax, cleaning up both the kills. And it ends up being a 4 for 2 across the map. They're going to get the dragon as well. And hold on. Ole Miss showing some signs of life in this series, as it was a quality engage from Stray to get everything started. Calls the call to Forge God, and he flashes towards the Jed to hit it early. He disrupts the timing of the AD carry of Maryville. That gets the fight started, and it's enough for Maryville to close this gold gap by nearly half.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely done from Stray, and this is the signs of what we wanted to see from this Ole Miss composition as well. They have Shogo, who is theoretically on the Callistan early game pick, but when Stray's in the mix, when he's the one starting these engages, and he's there first, finding picks onto crucial members of that backline for MU, that's when they can start to come alive in these team fights. And the gold lead not as daunting anymore, as you mentioned, especially because that's Shogo at 3.5 items right now.
Exactly, and he is 5, 4, and 3. Half of his team's kills. When the chips are down, Shogo is always the guy we look to for Ole Miss. Look, we can talk about how Asyla was series MVP against Winthrop University in the lower bracket final. We can talk about how well Stray and Keel have played throughout this season. But Shogo is absolutely the one that is going to carry Ole Miss to their first title in program history if it were to transpire today.
And it's a very similar narrative. Again, we go back to trying to get that 3rd trophy. Remember Sasuke? He was on Maryville. He won those 2 championships there and then moved over to a different school, that being Winthrop, and able to take down Maryville for that 3rd trophy. Very much aligning to what Shogo is trying to do right now.
Yep. It is funny, like, there's not really a mark against Shogo compared to Sasuke, other than maybe the 2 roles thing. We asked Shogo if he was going to role swap at some point, and he said no.
He doesn't want to. No way. No way.
He said we don't want to see that. So don't think that's going to happen, but you know what? I don't think the role swap is as impressive as Shogo's carry potential in the AD carry role. Both teams grouped up around mid. Baron is on the rift, so Ole Miss has at least survived that long. Honestly, questions about it. based on how the game started. Spyrex is going to have his ult blown here, I think.
He's very much separated, but no gap closing abilities just yet here for Keel.
Wait, they
However,
got
the
Sajet.
Ornament goes on to Sajet. He's already been knocked up, and there goes Shogo dashing onto him once more underneath the tier 1 turret, but it does not matter. The AD carry of Maryville is down. The bailout might save Keel, but the Guardian Angel's going to keep him alive from Shimmer. That's going to buy so much time. However, it is still a numbers advantage here for the Rebels, and Shogo's unstoppable here. However, they have to watch out for their inhibitors as they are now under threat. It is Spyrex and Zamudo hunting them down and going to allow for super minions to push down into the Ole Miss base.
So this is what makes an Italy pick so interesting. It completely hangs the team in the 5 versus 5, but it does have the split push capability as both Zamudo and Spyrex are able to take tier 3 towers.
Right now. They got to go back to base. The Nexus turret is already down. Stray's at half HP. The charm does not connect, but Zamudo is going to try to end this game by himself. Asylum comes in. They're on to the Nexus. They got to go right now. Zamudo is trying to end the game. He's flashing out of the Nexus. Half HP. Shogo got his reset canceled.
It's over.
And off the back of the split pushing Nidalee, it is Maryville issuing a statement in game 1.
Shogo never made it back to base. And so Ole Miss just lost. I thought for sure he'd make it back, but he just never did. And Zamudo, on the pick that I was least sold in on this draft, just split pushed for the win. That was unbelievable stuff from the top laner of Maryville. A bit of a clown fiesta. It looked like Ole Miss was finally turning the game around. And now we're sitting here, and it's just over.
They lost that one fight, and Maryville realized, okay, guys, let's just split push. And Ole Miss, they knew that because they were behind, they had to group up as 5. That's what their composition did best.
Yeah.
But they did it a little bit too long, and with 2 players pushing on opposite sides of the map, that was the 1-3-1 that we talked about in draft. It allowed for Maryville to just end the game, and you want to give some credit as well to Zyko and I think Sajet, who was able to,
Sajet was gone.
Was it just
It was just Zyko
to cancel the backs of Shogo, because otherwise that game would have been saved.
That was what was so unbelievable to me, is that the sequence was so long. How did Shogo not get back to base? But, I mean, he must have just been getting harassed out by this Nico. Either way, MU 1-0 in what was ultimately a very one-sided game. But I will say, Ole Miss, in the 5 versus 5, they did show us a lot of heart. So I think they would like to avoid the back door for game 2. Maybe they can show us something more contested, but Maryville, a fantastic game from them. That is absolutely what we've come to expect.
We've gotten a lot of backdoors in CLOL. You know, got some shades of the youth tactics there in that game number 1. It's going to be Maryville off and running here in the Grand Finals of the 2025 CLOL Championships. See if Ole Miss can bounce back in a little bit, but for now, let's send it back to Necra and the rest of the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Hawk and Grapes. And yes, oh my goodness, what a start to this series. Maryville dominance, starting right off at that draft.
Where do we start, Matt? I mean, like, the draft, of course, but I'm still kind of shell-shocked about Zamudo just taking matters into his own hands and just ending the game on Nidalee's top there.
I'm sure as an Italy fan yourself.
Dude, I was going ballistic.
Even you had to admit that top lane Italy was more effective than a jungle Italy there, you know?
Listen, that's a low blow.
That might have been personal.
You know.
Speaking of personal, Rafa, I'm going to have to ask you, I'm not mobile, you are. We're going to need a little bit of help when it comes to breaking down this game.
Right, hang on.
Rafa, we're going to have to, maybe get back into the collegiate spirit in terms of, classroom props.
Classes in session, folks.
I'm ready. I've got my learning glasses on.
Let's talk about what happened, what went wrong here if you are in the Ole Miss camp, and potentially Maryville as well. As Rafa, diving in, we're going to have to see, we didn't test the markers work or not, so we're going to have some faith
We
here.
are kind of learning this on the fly, just like Ole Miss were towards the second half of the game.
So start, we're going to move this up. There we go. There's a reflection. I'm saving things here. Anyway, draft. I want you to put down, Mark, winning lanes, all right? Because when it comes to Maryville and how they drafted, that identity was about 3 winning lanes. You had the Nidalee, blinded, very strong with all the top laners off the table. Ori and the Talia, counter pick. And the big thing for me in the back half of draft, obviously, taking that Pantheon first pick gave away the Varus plus Vi. But giving away Varus plus Nico, this was a lane that really emerged as a counter to Kalista plus Renata, because you can outpoke them. I feel like Ole Miss signing up for that team fight identity there and giving away 3 winning lanes to Maryville was a big mistake, and that's how we saw Maryville really start to develop that big lead.
Yeah. The other thing that you have to consider is when you are going for a composition that is just all winning lanes, on Ole Miss, you are begging for Kiel to play a lot more aggressively in the early game to try and like either cover those lanes from losing a lot early on. And I don't think we really got a chance to see Kiel get involved nearly as much as he would like.
Not as much. I mean, it hurts when lanes are behind. You can't play to the Ornn in the Nidalee lane. No hope in ganking the Nidalee. And also you had Shimmer having that first really big play in bot lane, did get Sajed and Zyko that lead. And from there, Maryville were able to really utilize the early game composition to pick up an early dragon. They gave away the grubs, but they picked up another dragon along the way and found some big fights off the back of Shimmer, who really stepped it up here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the devastation of having a composition where you are favored early. You kind of have the onus to say, okay, we get to force fights on our own terms.
Yeah.
But it is good for Maryville's new jungler to be stepping up to those shoes and being able to carry out the execution well.
They definitely have to be on point in terms of making sure your positioning is there to really execute on those team fights. But I think in general, too, I love that you bring up the fact that Shimmer was such a big piece for the victory here for Maryville in this very first game. Because I think even heading into the series, we're kind of saying, Shimmer coming into the winners finals where they first actually played off against Ole Miss, kind of looked a little shaky. But
it was good for the Shimmer crew.
Yeah,
he's got a fan club starting already. I'm not at the helm yet.
Okay,
I think he's at the helm of his own fan club here. But no, I mean, for Shimmer, he had that huge vibe play in the middle. If he could pull a replay up, that'd probably be the one. But the flash over the wall, found the R, knocked back 3 people, ended up picking up a triple kill. Yes, he made a couple mistakes early, but that was a huge team fight from Shimmer that really turned the game in Maryville's favor.
I mean, already we're starting to see a lot of confidence from the young jungler for Maryville University right from the get-go, which is super important just for the overall trajectory and momentum of this series, because when you go back to the upper finals just a couple weeks ago, Shimmer was looking shaky. He was unsure of whether he needed to step forward. There was a lot of times where he was going in unnecessarily to force plays that did not need to happen. This was not the case today.
And what we learned from that series was that he kind of struggled on the Vi. Like, Xin Zhao ended up being a really big pick later on.
Yeah.
He was missing this game. There weren't any jungle bans. Vi's a pretty common ban that we got. Of course, that first pick, Pantheon, Vi is considered the stronger champion by most, and Pantheon was the champ that recently Shimmer popped off on, the Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah.
The only win was through Shimmer playing that Pantheon in Fearless Draft. The fact that they took that away and he played the Vi, a pick where he found losses on it early on in that series against Ole Miss in the upper bracket final. The fact that he played so well in this game, I think, is a really good sign for Maryville moving forward.
I mean, cue the montage sequence right now, because when we go back and look through the game, it is all about, Shimmer being able to execute on those early game plays, and having a confidence look from this young guy already is a good sign for Maryville just going forward in the series. Now, what I am curious about is there's a couple of mistakes later on by Maryville overextending on mid lane. I think Zamudo wasn't there when they made the collapse. It was good by Ole Miss to just say, guys, we're down 7,000 gold at this point. We need to do something right now. And they had the engaged tools to pull it off.
Yeah, again, big play by Stray. I think sometimes the unsung hero of that team, the fact that he was able to get them a fight where they closed that gold gap from 7K to 4K, as you highlighted.
Yeah.
The pity prizes went away. It was only bounties left. But at least Ole Miss were able to show signs of life again. They definitely drafted a team where you have a good 5v5 later on. It's just that in order to make that happen, you kind of need the Pantheon Talia to use their semi-globals to actually make plays on the side lanes that would be winning for Maryville.
Yeah.
The fact that they weren't able to do that, and it was the solo laners for Maryville that ended up ending the game, pinching the base of Ole Miss in the end. I think that it was really telling the fact that Asila and Kiel just couldn't really impact the map. That was a big thing for me in that game.
Yeah, I mean, roll the tape as well so we can get a chance to show everyone else at home and just reviewing those plays back. But for us, when we look at the win conditions of this Maryville side composition, it's back at the top, right? This team is meant to win early on. You want to steamroll and you want to snowball ahead. And some of these fights that do happen on for Maryville are pretty much them favored, which is why we see the gold lead up again.
Yeah, even something that, Rose or Necro, you brought up, the fact that the terrain control coming out from Maryville was really good, like taking fights in the middle of the river, utilizing those big ults. This was the huge play by Shimmer on the Vi, was able to flash over this wall. Check this out. 3 knockups on the way for the season assist. Also killed Talia on the way, picked up a triple kill off a good Pop Blossom from Zyko. That was the big lead that really emerged from Maryville, and they were able to snowball throughout the rest of this one.
Yeah, I mean, this was just so impressive. I thought maybe there was a chance for Ole Miss to start to come back, but then at a certain point, it felt like people were so distracted by that middle lane fight. You take a look at what's actually happening over in the home base, and it was over before we could blink.
Yeah, I mean, Ole Miss were kind of forced in this situation, right? You're down 7,000 gold. They're able to shore it up to 4,000, 5,000 off the back of this play. But because the split push condition was already so strongly set up for the Nidalee from the get-go, Maryville University just realized, hey guys, why do we need a team fight when we could just end the game?
That was a big thing too, at least what we set up going into this. The solo lane prowess that Maryville has between Zamudo and Spyrax, two players that, again, I think are borderline or would-be LTA North players on the channel. Definitely people that, especially Zamudo, like, he's a name getting tossed around that player, like, fans want to see get promoted to the next level. The fact that those two were able to really step up and solidify the game for Maryville was rather nice and kind of an exciting way to wrap that up.
Yeah, I think the funniest conversation when we were about Zamudo, we got a chance to talk to the Maryville players before the event, and we were talking to some of the players and just saying, like, hey, you know, how do you feel like, you know, Zamudo has leveled up, you know, since last year? And a lot of the Maryville players, I don't know if they were chirping or Frankie himself, who is Zamudo, was saying, I don't feel like I got better. I think everyone else, all the good top laners just left, you know?
And he ended up on a better team, too. Yeah,
that is very
Maryville
true.
is not quite AoE. Sorry, AoE.
Yeah.
They're out now, I can say that. You know?
Dang,
Yeah.
dang. Shots fired. But I will say this, even if Frankie is downplaying his growth, I think you can tell how much more confident he has become under the tutelage of Niles, who, you know, for those who are longtime collegiate fans, will know that Niles, who is the current coach for Maryville's program, was a former championship winner with Maryville University, the former top laner that has been with this program for such a long time.
Yeah, definitely. You know, Niles likes to coach all 5 of his players, but definitely I feel like whenever you played that role at such a high level, top lane is going to be a special seed for you to work with.
Yeah.
And Zamudo's been cashing in on that one.
Yeah, so much easier to want to take somebody under your wing in that way. And I think we've seen a lot of players be able to go so far with tutelage like that. And so I'm excited to see if that's going to continue to maintain as we get closer towards returning to our games in the series. But before we do that, I think we got a chance to actually talk to Shimmer a little bit more about what this really means to him. So hopefully we can show you that.
At first, my dad's side of the family wasn't too happy about it. They all said I was wasting my time, and they would hope I'd go more traditional route, join like the family business, or like just work my butt off till I'm 50, 60, then retire, have kids. You know, the usual dream. My mom was the only one supporting me for a while until I told my dad's side of the family that I get a free education. So they're like, oh my God, you should definitely go and take it. So yeah.
Thing that really stuck out to me when being able to highlight Shimmer and just knowing not only the pressure that comes with the series, but also sort of the pressure that comes with being a collegiate League of Legends player for his familial situation.
I'm really glad that he opened up about his story. Again, I worked with Shimmer previously.
Yeah.
I knew that about his background, and it really leads to the drive that he has. I believe he's the first person in his nuclear family to go to college. It's a really big deal for him and his family. So the fact that he was able to use League to get there, and then now is performing on the biggest stage, an opportunity that, you know, Shimmer and the Shimmer crew always like to talk a big game. It's good to see him cash in on that.
Yeah. Well, I want to start looking ahead in Draft 2 while we still have a few minutes before we start tossing it over to Hawk and Andrew. Now, we already talked about Maryville went for a very aggressive win lane, win game composition, and Ole Miss just didn't have enough tools early on. I think the first thing that we noticed when we look back at the bans...
Top lane bans.
Yeah,
Yeah.
top lane bans.
I think there were too many top lane bans for Stray. For me, Zamudo has the deeper pool. So if we're going to narrow anyone up, I feel like that does favor Maryville if we're going to narrow up top lane. I think if the other roles I'd actually look to narrow would be bot lane. Shogo is someone that can always play anything in the bot lane, it feels like. I mean, one of his CLOL runs, he actually ran Fearless Draft on his own. He played a different champion in every single game of, I believe, 2022 in order to win CLOL. And he said he was going to do that coming in.
Very
so
impressive.
The fact that, you know, he has that deep pool, I feel like having bans aimed at the top laner in Stray, who, again, did his best on the Ornn, but you're playing Ornn and the Nidalee, that's a tough matchup. And Nidalee is one of those champions that Zamudo can blind, and I felt like with all the top laners off the table, Stray couldn't really find a counter in his pool. So I think removing some of those top lane bans, maybe changing out for bot lane bans would be much more favorable for Ole Miss. That or take away 3 of Shimmer's champs.
Yeah. I mean, one of the drafts that we entertained at the top of the pre-show was, why don't you just focus out Shimmer?
Pan flies in, take him away.
Yeah. Take Xin out, take Vi out, and then take Pantheon out.
You can pick one, too, however you want to handle that. I think that you can definitely change up some of the bans. I would keep It was.
We had Azir, Sion as the 2 bans from Ole Miss. I don't remember what the 3rd ban was, whereas the 3 bans from Maryville were Oriana Yorick and Lucian.
We should have did our prep. Anyway, there's a mystery ban in there. The fact we don't remember it means we might be able to throw in one of these champions.
Well, that just keeps things interesting. Because you know that chat's going to help you out here.
It could be that.
Or they're going to clown on you. Either way.
I
love it when chat clowns on.
I think also the fact that Ole Miss, we gave up 3 winning lanes to MU. The 3 winning lanes, we cannot do this. This is just a draft sin. I know that the team fight, again, you have Pantalia with Orn, Renata. It's a lot of circles and pick that we can have. You gave up 3 winning lanes to Maryville. When we saw this team with Yuji, this was a team that didn't drop a map in NACL because they were picking early game comps and playing it so well at that higher level. I know even with Shimmerin, it's the same 4 out of the 5. They played this game really well with 3 winning lanes. You cannot give this over again as Ole Miss. I don't care what kind of team fight you find. I feel like, again, giving up that Varus Nico, you can pair Kalista Nico. It's really good. Varus Nico was the lane that was built to beat Kalista Renata. I felt like that was a big mistake from them.
Yeah, I think that was the one part of the draft where it's that should have been the big change. And
take the Nico.
We were screaming in the audience just take the Nico here, and then they went with Renata. The thing by taking Renata, it's good as a counter lane in certain situations, or if you really want to play the hard disengage, but you pigeonhole yourself into only disengage, which then prompts Stray to say, I have to pick Ornn because we don't have team engage with the team at this point in the game.
Yeah.
I'm learning so much.
You're doing great so far, by the way.
I'm learning so much. No, but I mean, to me, it kind of sounds like, well, Ole Miss kind of needs to approach this from the strategy of you can't just get snowballed. You can't just let them have this aggression so early on in the game that they're rich by the end of it. They're rich and they just win.
Yeah.
So, like Matt said,
GP.
Ditch the top lane ban.
No Gangplank, no
I
Sion.
think you still take away GP unless you're red side. If Ole Miss take red side, I'd leave up GP. But I think that the blind GP actually was a big problem just for Stray's champ pool.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you ditch the Sion.
For sure.
And then you ban one of these junglers and then force the other.
Anyway.
I love it. Thank you so much for the strategy. I think we've learned. I think we've all learned a lot here. You can sit back down.
Hopefully. I don't think we did the best job as lecturers maybe presenting this to Twitch, but that's okay.
It may have not been legible, but we promised.
We did our best.
Cool.
Yeah.
It is very cool.
You know, that's us acting as professors and not actually being professors, Rafa. You know? we did our best.
No, next time I need to get you both lab coats, and then you can actually give us a science lecture.
Shout out to Mad Magical with the lab coat.
Put us in a chemistry lab. That would have been fun.
I love that.
Because then we can actually cook up some interesting picks. Speaking of which, I don't know if we're going to get any niche picks in this game too, but one thing we'll have to look for in the rest of the series is as it goes later on, that's where Ole Miss might be forced to start picking up some interesting stuff.
That's where you do your homework, is for the 3rd game. You got to put on a list of bucket champions you kind of might want to see.
We can make it bigger on the whiteboard too. We have some time for that now.
All right, we'll prep that out for you all.
Yeah.
But one thing's for sure, as we head into the rest of this series so far for the grand finals of the Collegiate League of Legends Championships, we've got Maryville up 1-0. Ole Miss now needs to make a comeback in this best of 5 in order to keep themselves in it. And I do feel like the second game is going to be quite telling to kind of see where the rest of the series is going to go.
Yeah, last thoughts, narrow up jungle, narrow up bot lane if you're Ole Miss. And if you're Maryville, if they give you 3 lanes again, you're getting away with highway robbery. So I would be interested to see what side Ole Miss takes to.
Yeah, the fact that Ole Miss were able to finesse and engage late game, just imagine when they're not 7,000 gold behind.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I'm closing my eyes and I'm dreaming at this point, and hopefully we get a great game ahead as we kick things back over to our casters, Hawk and Grapes, take us through the second game.
Analysis there about that draft in terms of how Maryville were able to play all 3 of those lanes really, really nicely. And for Ole Miss, they actually do select the red side here. So a little bit of a deviation as we are not on Fearless. We are on the traditional draft. So the Nidalee from Zamudo that popped off so nicely. And even the Kalista for Shogo will still be available here for game 2.
Yeah, and those will all be available. Ole Miss on the red side, this is not a deviation. They were generally preferring red side when these 2 teams met the first time. It's generally been their preference throughout the season. So I think, a counter pick is going to do them a lot of help. hopefully should deny Maryville from those 3 winning lanes that Cubby did just refer to. And when I look back at that first game, I'm not sure if I should praise Maryville for a very dominant and well-executed full-court press that resulted in a fairly quick win, or if I should say it was the most disgusting game I've ever seen, because they got 10,000 gold ahead, engaged on, lost half of that gold, engaged on again, looked like the game was getting equalized, but then Zamudo just backdoors and wins. Like, was it madness or brilliance? I'm inclined to give them brilliance, but it was a little like...
Yeah, they stacked a lot of pressure in the mid lane to make sure they won the game. And hey, you know what? They won the game. As
right.
Rhino
you got to break a few eggs to make an omelet. So
Rhino was playing the Renata. Maryville, it was Zamudo who bailed them out in that first game.
Look,
it was looking like things were coming out of control. And you know what? For Ole Miss, if you can whip up some of that magic that you found in those team fights, if you can allow for Shogo to be the main carry, to be the carry, that is where Ole Miss will be able to even up the series.
Ole Miss did what they needed to do like 10 minutes too late. The team fights from like 15 to 25 minutes for them were disgustingly terrible. But they were pretty good when they were actually down 10,000 gold. I'll give them that. So, like, if they can just... Maybe they like locked in at some point during that game where it's like, wow, we're getting rolled. Guys were playing bad. Let's just focus on making plays together and not trying to, like, solo win the game. And if that was the awakening that Ole Miss had, it may have cost them their Nexus and 1/5 of the series, but it could be a really big revelation. So I'm willing to give them that, but they just need to make it happen earlier on. I still think the main takeaways for me is that Ole Miss showed some fight, and Zamudo on 9 hours of sleep is indeed a very big issue.
Yeah.
He absolutely destroyed Stray in the top side of the map. Now, I think Stray on the Ornn, like, it was fine.
It was
yeah,
good.
like, he did his job. I don't think it's up to Stray to stop Zamudo from destroying him, but that was a very large problem that resulted in Ole Miss losing their Nexus.
Yeah, and it is best of 5, which is helpful for them, right? And that's actually a cool feature of this new CLOL season, is that every single series in the conference playoffs and the national championships have all been best of 5. So there's a lot of opportunities to look at what went wrong, rebuild, and they still have another game to drop before the series obviously ends up going Maryville's way. So Ole Miss still have some room to play with, but they got to get things going right now. We did talk to both Sajed and Rhino yesterday.
They both wanted 3-0s.
They both wanted 3-0s. We told them that wasn't going to happen. So hopefully they listen to us.
Yeah, we told them both to give us a content game if it looks like that. Now, we're at least, I think, 1 game away from that coming into play. You know, still a chance for the teams to try to build their 2-0 leads, or maybe Ole Miss to equalize. Here's what I'm going to say, is that we can talk about Maryville took the first game against Ole Miss the first time. Or, sorry, Ole Miss took the game against Maryville the first time when they played in Winners Finals. But for Ole Miss, when they were in lower finals, they lost a very convincing game 1.
That's a great point.
To Winthrop University. They got destroyed, and both you and I were like, oh, bad Ole Miss is here. And then they played great the next 3 games, and they won in 4. So I still have some hope that this team can turn it around, but we are underway into the draft. Again, Ole Miss adjusting over to the red side. I think that's going to be a trend we are seeing throughout this series. But Azir and Lucian, critical picks, not available yet again.
Yep, it's going to be Spyrex's Azir, Shogo's Lucian. We saw Stray in that lower finals. Also, held himself a pretty good time on that Yorick pick, so not surprised to see that one banned away. Very curious to see how Ole Miss try to allocate their resources here. It seems to me that because they are on red side, they seem to want to opt towards it over and over again. They want to make sure that Stray's able to get a counter pick and at least get himself a favorable matchup into whatever Zamudo has to offer.
Yeah, Stray did a lot with counter pick against Denethor a few short weeks ago, and in their last series against Maryville, games 1 and 3, the ones that Ole Miss did win, they were able to force Zamudo to make mistakes. And so that, I think, is a difficult task. Like, Zamudo has been having a phenomenal year, but he is still a young player. He can be forced to make mistakes, maybe with some attention from Keel. I will say, Oriana, one of those big picks. Maryville leaves it up. They blind it for themselves for Spyrex. But I also want to point out that Shimmer no longer has access to Vi.
Stuff like that, Zinzao, which was mentioned during the pre-show, could be available for him on this second rotation. We'll see if Ole Miss actually want to take that away themselves. Now that they were the ones to actually ban away that Pantheon.
I think they should pick it here on 1-2. Yeah, especially with them banning Pantheon signals that they want to go for a different priority.
Ooh.
Wukong is good. It's a bit more carry-oriented, than the Xin Zhao for Kiel, but it has fantastic skirmish potential, and Galio is the pick where Asila got his bread and an MVP against Winthrop in the lower finals.
Yeah, he played really good on this champion and was able to, make do with the fact that after that series that Winthrop watched against Maryville, where he popped off on the Oriana a bunch of times, he had another champion in his bag. It was this Galio, and has some good dive potential with what this Wukong has to offer as well. There's that Xin Zhao that's picked up here for Shimmer. That is the expected matchup, and that's one of his most comfortable champions. Says, hey, those are our picks to watch being locked in. And this Gwen has been banned away from Maryville in basically all the games that Ole Miss played. Now Zamudo is going to have his chance at it here on B3.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because the Gwen has actually not really been a pick in between these two teams specifically, despite the fact that Zamudo has been so good on it. Ole Miss has had it hit the ban table quite a few times, but I'm pretty sure I went unpicked and unbanned last game. So they are feeling comfortable to give this one over to Zamudo. Ole Miss has a very strong dive composition locked in already. They've got the Wukong in a favorable matchup, despite giving over Ol Reliable to Shimmer. They get Shogo on a champion that can follow through with all of the space being created for him. This was the champion that he saved game 3 on last time these two teams met. It's not the Lucian, it's not the Callista, it's not a lane-focused pick, but when the 2v2 didn't go according to plan yesterday, or rather, just earlier, I'm not opposed to Ole Miss pivoting their game plan a bit more towards the team fight.
And they're going to have to get into close range with that dive composition because, that's what the champions like to do, but also given what Maryville have locked in on their top side.
There are some no circles on the other side, yeah.
So much
Gwen
space.
and Xin Zhao will be immune for 5 to 7 seconds.
Yeah, so you got to get into melee range for those guys if you want to do any significant damage to them in those fights. So nice setup so far. We do have to continue to see what the composition rounds out with, as we did see Rakan ban away, but something, like a Nautilus
Rumble
or a
is
Nico
open.
is still around. Rumble open as well, but it looks like Stray might go for a different champion against the Gwen.
Yeah, Rumble is not great against Gwen, so I'm not surprised to see Stray not go for it, but I mean, it is a comfort pick. Regardless, they're Renekton. It's also a great comfort pick for Stray. It facilitates the dive exceptionally well. I actually really like it, and to just the general immobility that we're seeing of Maryville as well. I think Stray will be able to, again, alongside this Wukong and Galio, just create a lot of space for Shogo to be able to operate on this Kaisa.
Now what the response will be here for Maryville. Ooh, there's a Tristana picked up for Sajet, and the Braum will
good rotation.
Basically deny a Nautilus lock-in for Rhino.
And it's a lot of safety, which is exactly what you need as your Maryville University. We've already identified that Ole Miss has a dive comp. They have showed their hand, so they pick a bot lane that can create space for themselves, and Sajed does give that late game scaling insurance. Maryville, in the 5 versus 5 later on with a Gwen Tristana, is going to win. So Ole Miss still has pressure on them to just find fantastic engages in the mid stages of the game, but I don't think you can let them get going. Now, this is interesting. Gragas for Rhino. It's actually one of his favorite champions, if you didn't know this about Rhino. He drew it before this grand final, but we have not seen much Gragas support. This is actually, Grapes, a Porty special from the University of Minnesota, one of the Cinderella stories of this tournament, making top 16 as a 25 seed. We saw it be piloted to great success.
And we've seen Rhino play the Gragas support in years past, just not necessarily here in Ole Miss.
It's something he can play. It's just, it's different.
Yeah, and what I like about it is, you talk about all the space that Maryville can operate under when you have the Gwen, when you have the Xin Zhao, when you have this Braum even something like the Oriana Shockwave or the Buster Shot to send people away. This explosive cask from Rhino is going to be very, very important. If you can use it to send somebody towards the Ole Miss team, you could start that engage on your own. There's a lot of different utilizations here from this Gragas. It's a little bit more of a flexible pick compared to somebody like Rel in terms of how it can operate.
Focused.
Yeah, true as well.
It has its own form of harass. It has actually great burst in the quick trades. And here's some spice for you, maybe, Grapes, is I look at Sajet on the other side. He is a great player, and he's a very mechanically gifted player, but he has failed some of the skill checks against engages on things like the Xayah or the Tristana. He's missed, a Featherstorm reaction on a public execution here, or a rocket jump buffer on a Rakan engage there. He hits a lot of them, but a lot of responsibility now for Sajed before he's got that level 18, before he's able to hit from a mile away. There are so many spells here on Ole Miss that Sajed needs to be vigilant about, or he will get killed very quickly. Spyrax without Azonia's a very obvious target for me here. As we're out of the Rift, Ole Miss looking to execute the dive here in game 2.
And already Ole Miss setting up a bit of a death brush situation that is going to be checked here by the side of Maryville. Already chunking down Shimmer to half HP, by the way. And Zamudo gets stunned up by the W of Stray.
Wait, that's
getting
a kill.
taken very
No
low.
flash.
Shogo has the flash to follow, and they're not even going to use it. That is first blood into the AD carry of the Rebels. A big win for Ole Miss here in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, I get it. Maryville, you got the Braum, but how about we bring him to the party? You know, you gotta invite the guy before you expect him to bring the chips and dip. And unfortunately, Zyko didn't get the invitation, and Zamudo, no flash. That's first blood to the main carry of Ole Miss.
And that is a big win. And we talked about how strong Shogo can be on this Kai'Sa. We saw what it did in game number 3 in that upper bracket finals. It's off to a good start right now. We can say that for sure.
Now, Stray did lose flash for it, and junglers both starting on the bottom side of the map. That is a potential avenue of attack. We talk about Zamudo becoming a problem in that first game. Could maybe happen again with a bit of extra attention, but that is unrealized gains. Ole Miss already having that kill. Off to a great start.
Yeah, we have a bit of a pause right now as we're waiting for the second game to begin. Reminder that Ole Miss is up 1-0 in this best-of-5 series. And Ole Miss need to right the ship here a little bit in order to have this be a bit of a more competitive one. And they got off to a great start right now. And in terms of how these compositions like to function, getting somebody like Shogo who has the agency to press that R button on himself. There's so many tools and so many spells that can proc that killer instinct and allow for the plasma stacks to start to stack up with all the crowd control that exists in the rest of Ole Miss's kit. So he should be able to ult in basically whenever he wants.
This is a great game to play Kai'Sa.
Yes.
Honestly, like, Ole Miss has created a fantastic Kai'Sa comp, and I don't think Maryville really has a Kai'Sa killer comp either. They just have a good comp overall, and they're going to try to outscale and just be better in the 5v5s. Like, Maryville is hoping that the justification of their composition is that their 5 champions together are stronger than Shogo, which should be the case. But this is a great game to play Kai'Sa. I do think Ole Miss has set up well for him. Again, the kill, it's a great boon heading into the mid-game, as hopefully this pause sorted out fairly quickly. I mean, the anticipation only mounting as this grand final between these two great teams, again, just means so much.
I'm really excited to see if Ole Miss can keep on keeping on here, because remember in that game 3 it was Ole Miss that got off to that big lead, and then Maryville started to come back, and then Ole Miss came back again. There's a lot of back and forths there. So
yeah.
This, I mean, it's just one kill that we're talking about. There's not much to talk about in this game so far. It's just started things off. But
look, if there's one thing that I've loved about this Ole Miss team for the last 2 years as well, and kind of in the Shogo iteration, this team's games will always have drama. Like, no matter what, you're never gonna get a clean game. It's like Fnatic or something. That'll be my comparison to a pro team. There are no easy days as an Ole Miss fan. Maryville, it's a much different story.
You've had some easy days.
They're a well-oiled machine. You know, they may drop championships, and so that can be tough, but they win a lot of League of Legends games, and they do so very cleanly. And I think that's part of what's made Ole Miss so fun to watch, but it's just what's made Maryville so formidable over the course of their history. And it's definitely a fun dichotomy between these two teams.
Yeah, and Ole Miss, again, as you mentioned, like looking for their first title.
Yeah.
Right? And
I mean, what a big deal it would be for this program. Power 5 school in traditional sports. Like, this is, I think it would be a really big deal for sort of the legitimization of collegiate esports at larger schools across North America. Obviously, you know, wouldn't be possible without teams like Maryville paving the way, and they're certainly not going away, but yeah, what a big deal it would be.
You know, they existed. I mean, their program was founded like after Maryville won their last title. So technically, since their founding, we're on even footing. So we can think about it like that if you are trying to spin things towards Ole Miss's side. But I think the bigger thing is, you know, we talk about the finals not being won by Maryville over the past couple of years, but the fact that they're always there, or at least in top 4, like in 2022, in a very stacked bracket towards one side, it shows that they are always towards the top, just haven't been able to finish the job in these grand finals.
People have argued to me that you cannot call Maryville the Kings of Collegiate without a title in 6 years, which is a fair take. But my counterpoint would always be that for the last 6 years, Maryville has still been the best team.
The most consistent team.
Right. Like, they're always the team to beat. Or at worst, they're, like, considered number 2, like maybe in 2023. And, I mean, they're always either in the final or in the case of 2022, which is the only time they've missed it since 2019. I think many people consider that match against UST to be the real grand finals.
And yeah, that was a really close series. And guess who it was against? It was against Shogo, who has generated a lot of bot lane push so far in this 2v2 lane. Getting that kill obviously helps, but it's going to be Sajet and Zyko a little bit more on the back foot here. Zamudo's getting a nice
careful. Remember, Zamudo has Ignite. That is the summoner spell that got him killed for first blood. So Stray needs to be very careful.
Heals in the area, which is good. However, he's a little bit delayed on his clear as he kind of reverse around the jungle a little bit.
Slow early without help, especially.
And so it means that Shimmer's able to pick up this topside scuttle and potentially go for a bit of a dive. But luckily for Stray, he does go for that reset, teleport back in to the top side of the map.
But good call from the top laner of Ole Miss, because you can see Shimmer was recalling in the river right there. If Stray stayed, they absolutely would have dove him. So Maryville, they're happy to just get that cooldown, and that's going to be that. But, I mean, well played, I think, from Maryville to sort of force the issue and get a resource out of the top laner early from Ole Miss.
Yeah, you see Keel rotating down to that bottom side just to pick up that Scuttle Crab because of the fact that Shimmer already got his up on the top side. So, well, it looked like maybe a failed gank. The main goal was to get to that bottom side of the jungle and get to the second respawn of the bottom side camps that have opened up for him.
Big trading in topside. Zamudo playing so aggressive. I mean, again, like Stray just getting these health chunks. You really have to start to respect this Ignite Gwen. Zamudo XP lead as well. And, I mean, he is making himself out to be the main carry potentially for Maryville University in this series.
I mean, look at him. He's pushing him off the wave right now. Stray's not even able to pick up a CS because he knows that if he goes too far forward...
Renekton sucks when you can't scrap in lane.
Yeah.
You need access to the wave to generate Fury. This is miserable.
And Zamudo... There's a reason this champion was banned against him 4 times in that last Winners Final Series. It is such a powerful pickup here for him specifically. I mean, one of the champions he made his name with, even on some of those earlier teams that the Zesk was talking about. And even in this championship specifically, has played amazing games on it as it's continued to be a prevalent pick here in the meta. I'm curious to see if he goes for... actually, no, he has the Conqueror, which we're expecting a Riftmaker to come out of that.
I don't think he's going to do his...
yeah, against Northwood, he went some weird stuff.
Malignance build. He did it in NACL once, too, I want to say. We actually talked to him about it in an interview, and he said he's basically like been just kind of messing around with it. I'm not expecting that to be the build. I think we're going to see something pretty typical.
Hey, when you're the runaway MVP and one of the best top laners here in Collegiate as well.
He's basically like, look, I think it's like situationally good, and I'm trying to figure it out. But for those that are wondering, it's basically like turbo ult Gwen with like malignance and stuff. And it just makes your needlework do like really stupid amounts of damage. But obviously you lose some of the sustained DPS.
And it looks like we will be going for that sustained DPS here. Shogo has it Zamudo has it level 6 and still pushing Stray away. That experience lead is starting to mount a little bit as Ole Miss are going to try to go for a play here. But Shimmer very smartly has canceled his back multiple times and is going to make it a 2v2 if they go for any sort of play. And without that dominance for Stray, it's almost impossible to win on anything here on the top side.
I mean, at the very least. Ooh.
Oh, dominance has been popped. Stray did hit level 6 at just the right time, but Shimmer was here as well. There goes the hero's entrance to Syla. It's going to be too late. Shimmer gets the kill. However, the knockup does connect. There comes the taunt as well. It will be a 1-for-1 trade. But another instance of Stray getting shut down here on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Stray just getting picked on so incredibly hard. I mean, he had to make a play. He has to do something and try to get bailed out of that situation. Good roam from Asyla, but he gives up a wave to do it. And not only that, a fantastic play from Shimmer yet again.
There comes the taunt. There's a nice play.
All right.
Picked up here for Ole Miss. Keel rediving that situation after all those cooldowns were utilized.
And Spyrax did not have the teleport. Matched it on the first base with Asyla, so that's the power of the Galio. Yes, he drops minions to do it, but Ole Miss is able to claim their Feat of Warfare an extra kill. It would have been disastrous for Maryville again if Shimmer did not kill Stray before the hero's entrance came down, but at least he got one back for the Saints.
Yeah, and you know, getting in on the Shimmer is going to be big as well. Once we get the ultimates available for the Xin Zhao and for Spyrax and the Orianna, That's going to be a really nice ball delivery system once we get into the team fights. Orianna, such a game-warping pick with that shockwave, and Ole Miss is all in on just going all in, right? Into stacked up as 5, this kind of death ball composition, if you will. If Spyrex lands a nice shockwave, I mean, the fight just turned all the way on its head.
Yeah, we've not talked too much about Spyrex in this series. Other than that, our expectation is that he will be advantaged in the 1-versus-1. But, I mean, I thought he had a really good game on the Ahri in the first time around. He didn't need to be necessarily some massive carry, but I think just team fighting very consistently. And that's kind of been the name of the game for Spyrex throughout his career. Oftentimes not the main character on the squads he's a part of, but always very, very good. And for the first time, for what feels like his entire career, he's actually playing without Yuji for the first time in over 3 years. Yeah, and I mean, he looks like he hasn't missed a beat.
Maybe a little bit of growing pains again in that upper finals. Things were a little bit up and down, but Spyrex was a very consistent factor against the silo there.
For Spyrex, he's looked just as good no matter who he's playing with, and I think it speaks a lot to him and his consistency as a player.
And we talked to them like, hey, it is an adjustment for Spyrex to play with a new jungler, obviously, but it seems like they've been able to match it pretty well and create good situations for themselves regardless. I mean, they're here in the Grand Finals, even though a player as good as Yuji left the team halfway through the tournament, and that's just a testament to what Maryville as a program and as a unit, as a 5-man squad, have been able to do. Did you see another skirmish here? The shockwave does find 2, but a cyclone is big, and Shogo dashes in with the killer instinct. It's 4-1 in favor of Ole Miss as Shimmer gets caught out in the river.
We talk about those circles for Maryville, and all of Ole Miss able to close the gap inside. It's another kill. Actually doesn't go to Shogo, it's Keel that picked this one up, but it's going to be a Dragon for them, and much better early game so far from the Land Sharks.
Let's breathe a sigh of relief. It's not going to be that complete stomp 3-0.
I thought you were going to say it's not going to be a 3-0. Great. Why would you say that?
Complete one-sided start to finish 3-0 is what I meant. Like,
we are only 9.5 minutes into this game. I need you to shut your mouth right now.
It is a competitive game. We are getting a competitive game, at least for now.
Okay.
And Ole Miss are going to feel very good about themselves, getting Shogo that early kill.
You're going to feel really goofy when Maryville gets this 2v2 kill.
Well, don't curse him right now, as it is the Winter's Bite that connects onto Rhino. The explosive cast, though, it knocks to Jay. He's already forced to burn 2 Summoner Spells. The rocket jump is taken out to safety. Shogo flashes forward, but Sujet will match with a Summoner Spell of his own. Now Zyko going to be the target in the 2v1. Nobody here to match and try to protect the bot lane of MU, and they will be able to survive, but that is 3 of those 4 Summoner Spells down for the count.
Yeah, and it's going to be a base from Maryville. All right, hey, you know what? You know what? I owe you an apology. I wasn't familiar with your game. The action in the bottom side does allow Shimmer first access over to these scrubs. Now, Keel's in the area. I think mostly this is coming off of the fact that Zamudo is still continuing to be a problem. Now, he could just jump in and yoink one.
Jumping in, yoink one. He got Flash, he got W. He has Smite as well. The Shimmer does have his. It's going to be secured by Zamudo, of all people, actually. So 2 for 1. Wait. No, Keel got it. Keel got it.
Wait.
Keel got it. It's 2-1 in terms of the grubs. I think the indicator just shows.
It says Gwen slayed the Void Grubs because
they got the advantage. And that means feats of monster slaying also to Maryville here.
Hey, Keel showing his experience. It's funny. He's not played much CLOL, but this is a very experienced player. And at a high level, he's, in my opinion, been the biggest addition to Ole Miss throughout this season. He's going to continue to be on Zamudo.
Yeah, Zamudo gonna be pushed a little bit too far forward, but the rest of his team has arrived. They do take him down, but it's gonna be Shimmer getting one in response to straight balls. Hero's entrance comes out, but right now Maryville still have the numbers advantage. Keel gets shockwaved and taken down by Spyrex as a 2 for 1 opens up after the grubs are taken by MU.
Really nice play by Maryville to try to get something back. It's Miss that wanted Zamudo with the fast play, and they do find him, but not without giving over their lives. Asila at least able to defend the turrets to Jed, denying a wave in mid, but Shogo gets free time in bottom, trading across the map.
Rhino under the tower! Wait. Rocket jump, not nearly in time! That's my boy! That's Rhino on the Gragas!
That's the Bomba right there! Scott able to make it happen!
Look at him, he's smiling. Look at him, he's so happy with himself. Let's go, man.
I mean, we just got to bear witness to a support solo kill without Ignite. By the way, he didn't even need to use it. He didn't have it. As Sajed, egg on his face, and you must have not had rocket jump, or
he just got crowd control chained, and it was too late. The last tower shot that was overheated.
Yeah, I mean, I literally talked about it, like, in passing the skill checks. Like, I know this is a really minor instance. Ultimately, like, it's a solo kill for a Gragas, but
what are you talking about? Very important.
Sajed wants to try to not be in those situations or be able to buffer out of them. And so, I mean, big play from Rhino. It looks really funny, and it's going to help Ole Miss continue to be up 1,000 gold.
You know, we haven't talked too much about Rhino, but the first ever student that got on scholarship and that was recruited for Ole Miss Esports when their program was founded 3 years ago, and you know, he talked about it a little bit before.
He's been the guy for them
every single year.
Thick and thin.
Yeah, he's the only remaining player from that first iteration of the CLOL roster. And talking to him, he's going to be transitioning into a coaching role after this season. So he said it a bunch of times when we were talking to him, like this is his last ride, and he wants to end it on a win and try to bring some of that glory to Ole Miss and give back to the program that gave him so much as a student and as a player.
And hold that thought.
Psycho, yeah, another really good engage from Rhino as Keel comes through with a Cyclone. Psycho's going to stand beside Sajed. Oh, but another explosive cast comes through. Rhino's having a great game so far. Shogo will go right forward and say, screw your buster shot, I'm coming right back in underneath that mid-tier 1 turret.
Fantastic game from Keel so far. Again, showing why he's such a big pickup for Ole Miss. As Stray.
He has a lot of Fury stacks. The Needlework still has one more pocket to go through. Nice flash here for Stray. The Eclipse Shield going to buy some time. He's healing up, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, Zamuno, he cancels an auto attack, but it's not going to matter.
Rhino's got him.
It's going to be a 1-for-1 most likely, as Rhino will pick him up with a full combo on the Gragas, but it's going to be Zamuno getting the gold and not Stray in that instant.
This game starting to become action-packed, though. Rhino 2-0-1 on the Gragas. The support that started it all for Ole Miss, and that has started winning alongside Shogo. What I was going to say before all the fighting grapes is, for people that have been following the scene for a long time, I mean, they have known Rhino to be a great player for many years, but he actually has never played on LAN until this weekend.
Pre-start in 2020.
And he's making it count.
Yeah, he started things off on Team Liquid Academy, and that was in 2020 when COVID happened, so really hasn't had the opportunity to play on a stage. He played at HuFest, played at LANs, but he said here, this is the biggest crowd he's ever been a part of, so if you are in this crowd, you are contributing to a very core memory for Pocket Rhino support for Ole Miss.
Yeah, and Keel, his first LAN in 6 years since he was known as Frosty Nomad. I mean, a player that, again, has seen a lot of success at the Tier 2 level, but bringing his talents over to Collegiate. And, I mean, we've seen a lot of different eras of Keel, whether it's, Ginger Turmeric or Wildcard Keel going crazy, or CLG Academy Keel having a lot of struggles, but he's having a fantastic game too. Ole Miss onto the second dragon, trying to extend their lead with Maryville cross-mapping top.
And it's an interesting note you bring up with Keel, because he was somebody who came up as a player who played a lot of really unique champions, right? You think of the Karthus that he was able to whip out on teams like Wildcard. Very similar to Shimmer. And Zamuno's going to be targeted once again. It seems like Ole Miss realized that this guy was a problem in game number 1. They're going to try to shut him down as best as he can. Rhino will go down. It's a 1-for-1. But Zamuno does go down once more, as Ole Miss still issuing off that priority here in game 2.
Now, Zamuno has died 5 times. Ole Miss has 9 kills, and 5 of them are Zamuno. So he has still managed to get a lot for himself. Getting that kill back is really nice. The Gwen is actually still very strong, but Ole Miss has actually managed to punish Zamuno's over-aggression much better in this game. So they've still gotten something for themselves for it. And a better play for Ole Miss overall, despite the 1-for-1, because they're able to trade the towers, they're able to trade the objectives, and I think it just helps them progress the game forward, which is what their composition wants. Again, very, very strong, kind of approaching this 2-item mark.
Speaking of 2-item marks, we're getting close to that one for Shogo as well, as the static shift's already been picked up, but once that Rage Blade comes through, this Kai'Sa is going to be even scarier than before, and continuing to be accelerated here, about 30 CS ahead of Sajed. Obviously that first kill helped, but Shogo's having himself a good game, and we're about to get to that moment in these fights with, Dragon. Second Dragon just picked up, but waiting for that third, maybe fourth Dragon for these team fights to really look good for Ole Miss.
Stray might be in trouble. Nice slice and dice to get away, and Ole Miss up 2,000 gold, their first gold advantage basically of the entire series. And it is in the right places. It's mostly in Keel and Shogo's pockets, but Grapes, remember, they need to be able to execute on the mid-game team fights. That's where they struggled last game. Wasn't until the later stages where they really turned things around, but they're in a much better position with a very clear, easy-to-execute composition to try and do that this time around.
Press your R buttons, go all in, and you'll have yourself a good time, more likely
just get
than
inside
not.
the circles,
yeah.
you know?
Get inside the circles, and it is about the zones of control.
Unless Zamuno's ulting, maybe stay outside of the circle. Or if he's got the 4 little lines under his health bar, it could be advisable to leave the circle.
But when the moment is right, you got to get inside those circles.
Right, yes.
The zone control here for Maryville is big,
Kids,
especially
remember,
if that engage is not started off early.
To enter circles that could potentially get you into trouble.
Sure. 2,000 gold lead opened up here for Ole Miss as we're waiting for this third dragon to spawn up on the top side of the map. We're actually seeing another play towards Zamuno as he has already popped the needlework and is going to be able to get on out. Asyla TP'd up there to try to save Stray,
Pings from
and
Keel,
that
they
was
might long
successful.
chase.
I mean, it could be an extended play. The taunt does not connect. Stray's already popped the Dominus, as they are looking for the dive. Question is, what can Maryville do here in the mid lane now that they're in a 4v2 situation? Wave crashing in. Keel smites down Zamudo to make sure he cannot go for a reset. As the Herald goes in the mid lane. Here goes Keel with that Cyclone. It should be Zamudo just pushed off. I don't know if he's enough damage to kill, especially in a 1v1 situation. And Zamudo actually buying a lot of time. And with a Rift Herald in the mid lane, and it's going to be Sajet trying to send it down bot. This could be 2 towers for 1.
Yeah, I think a bit of an overcommit on the top side of the map here from Ole Miss. I like the look for the dive, but I think once Zamudo is out and you escort in that next wave, just I mean, you need to defend your mid wave because Maryville is going to get 2 towers for the price of 1 right here. So Ole Miss, while yes, they do progress the game forward, I just think it's too much invested to not get the kill in addition.
And so this is the difference, right, between what we saw from Maryville in Game 1 and Ole Miss in Game 2. Maryville got themselves that early advantage, and they were able to really snowball it with the composition that they had. At this point in the game, gold 7,000, 8,000 in their favor. Ole Miss has been able to keep that lead, but it's a good sign for Maryville fans that even though they were punched in the mouth a little bit to start things off, they've been able to keep things at a semi or relatively even playing field.
I'm going to ask if our observers can click on Keel really quickly. I don't think he was level 11 when he blew the Cyclone. So I think it should be up when Dragon comes in a minute. It's about a 2-minute cooldown on level 1. So yeah, I think he'll have it. I think Keel will have the Cyclone. So at least the ultimates being burned won't matter too much. But still, it does give Maryville actually a map control advantage going into this Dragon, which is not something we would have expected based on how the early game went.
However, Ole Miss just sent Shogo, who now has that second item working towards the third into the mid lane.
Yeah, Shogo's
says,
very strong.
I'm going to control this wave, and you can do nothing about it. And with that 2-level lead that he possesses over Sajed, as well as that item advantage, it should be a pretty good and easy opportunity for Ole Miss to have priority whenever they want and get to the Dragon Pit first.
Shogo very, very powerful right now. Maryville knows it. They're going to try to shut him down. That's been a big part of their strategy, is attacking Shogo whenever he wants to try to dominate on mid waves, but they're just going to be able to transition easily into the river. Now, Silo walking down. He has a Seeker's Arm Guard already in inventory.
And no TP, so he has to get down here quick as the Dragon is spawning in about 10 seconds. Maryville actually do have control of the river, but with this wave bouncing back, Ole Miss will force a response here by the Saints as the teleport has come in from Stray. Is very extended, but it could find a nice flank. However, the vision around that bottom side jungle for MU is good and will likely spot out the Crocodile as soon as he does show up. So mid lane currently being contested right now. Ole Miss want to pick up this soul point. MU wants to prevent it as an aggressive dash comes forward, and now the target is going to be Stray in a 1v3. Keel here with a Cyclone. It already finds 2. Hero's entrance does knock everybody off, and Ole Miss have collapsed upon the likes of Maryville University. Those zones of control starting to be good, though, as Zamudo's already taken it down Keel, and it's a 1-for-0 so far in the fight. Zamudo dashing forward. There goes that shockwave combo. Shogo is dead, and Maryville find the fight around the Drake.
Yeah, Maryville, just fantastic patience. Zamudo is too strong. They didn't shut him down. 5 deaths doesn't matter if he's just getting gold regardless. He just burned down the strongest member of Ole Miss, despite everybody trying to jump in onto him. Rhino, I want to give him some credit, kept Spyrax out of the fight really well, but the damage dealers of Ole Miss, unfortunately, were just never able to enter, and Maryville, a phenomenal job drawing a line of scrimmage and just standing on business.
And there's only 2 kills, but that means the soul point is prevented and the gold right back to even footing. So it's a whole new ball game.
Maryville
here in
with the
game number
scaling
2.
composition too.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got the Gwen, they've got the Tristana. That felt like that was the fight that Ole Miss needed to break the game open, and now I think they're fighting an uphill battle.
And we really saw the value of things like the Crescent Guard for Shimmer and the Hallowed Mist for Zamudo. A lot of Shogo's damage wasn't able to be output because of the lack of hard commit, and he can't go in by himself. He needs everybody else to kind of go, go for him first. And with Stray getting kind of caught out there in the river to start things off, that was a lot of the engaged tools used defensively by Ole Miss, and it meant that not a lot of their damage was able to come through.
It almost felt intentional from Ole Miss to me, though. Like, it didn't feel like Stray getting caught out as much as them trying to start a fight in that river choke point and bait Maryville to go forward. But, I mean, Zamudo just did a great job of playing on the edge of the fight, and if they're not able to focus the damage into this Gwen, he is going to chew through this, especially this Wukong, which is sort of the biggest problem for Ole Miss, because again, he does have 5 of the kills. It's been a great game from Keel so far, but we're going to need to see better team fighting from him and the rest of Ole Miss if they want to win this second game.
They might have found a bit of an opportunity down to Zyko. They've knocked him up a fair amount. The power of that unbreakable is big, but Keel gonna come in forward, already landing that Cyclone onto the Jet. He's forced the rocket jump away. Second proc does land on the Shimmer as a teleport has come in. However, here comes Zimmer. They're gonna try to collapse about him though. He's big caught out in a 4v1, and he will get burst down instantaneously, but it's still a 1-for-1. As Keel dies on the backside of things, it's gonna be Rhino throwing out the explosive cask and sending the Jet away. Shimmer dashing forward. The damage right now still in favor. But a 3-man shockwave from Spyrex might turn the fight into favor of the Saints. Stray still looking for a flank, but he's gonna get caught up by Sajet and taken down. 2-for-1 overall in favor of Maryville, and they're unrelenting in their push. The dissonance does not land, but Spyrex is still hunting Asyla down and will force Ole Miss to retreat.
And that's the power of Spyrex, ever consistent in the team fight. He finds a 3-man shockwave, and he's able to send Ole Miss with their tails between their legs. It might have been a great collapse on Zamudo, but they gave up Keel for it. And Spyrex, maybe only 2-0-2 on this Oriana, but he has been clutch.
It's still so neck and neck though. I mean, Keel found a really nice engage onto Sajet to start things off. That burned a lot of time and a lot of space there for Ole Miss in that fight, but was not enough to really turn the tides in their favor. Nobody really came out super on top, but because Maryville were able to push out everybody on Ole Miss, they have so much control around the top side of the map. The Otacon is up there, and honestly, if I'm them, I'm not super afraid to just start this up and force Ole Miss in, because it seems like they're winning a lot of these fights.
And Ole Miss is down resources right now. They may be even in items, but Shogo actually already on 3 with the Nashers completed, but they don't have the flash on the Renekton or the Wukong. Such critical summoner spells. Meanwhile, Spyrex and Sajet have all the safety they could really need, and with their items, they are more than strong enough to fight right now.
Stray does have his dominance back up, but they found out Sajet once again. The Maryville lady carry is just picked up and taken down as Shogo gets himself his 3rd kill of the game. Great. Keel had another proc of the Cyclone, did not find on the Spyrex, but it is still an advantage so far here for Ole Miss, and they might have found out Zamudo again. Ole Miss getting singled out a little bit, but here comes the rest of the collapse. Hero's entrance in. A really nice cast from Rhino's gonna buy some time, but will it be enough? Asyla might have been the bait, might have been the sacrifice here for Ole Miss, as he will likely go down to Zamudo. But he's able to survive for now, buying some more time. Zamudo finally gets the gold. And it's still a very even go of things, a 1-for-1 all things considered.
But it's going to be Maryville. They're going to get the Otacon because now Ole Miss has nothing. Like, they made a great play. They found Sajet. It's exactly what I talked about. Sajet allows himself to be engaged on. He has no help. He's not able to get away. But I don't know. Ole Miss tries to then immediately go on to Zamudo on the other side of the fight. Instead of just consolidating their resources and the advantage they had gained, they try to make another play. They go too far forward, and that's a massive, massive mistake.
Yeah, and you know, without Shogo, I mean, he's a brunt of their late game composition, right? Like, they do no damage without him.
He has got 3 items already.
And you know, he did so much onto Sajet, but that means he was so far away from the rest of the fight. He had no killer instinct to get back in, and it seemed like a good opportunity to catch out Zamudo, but with just Stray and Keel going on him, there's just not enough damage to take the Gwen down at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely a sequence that Ole Miss wants back, because what a great pick it was. They're going to go on Zamudo again.
Yeah. I mean, he's healing up a lot of the new work. He does get taunted up, though, by Asyla. Shockwave still not available just yet. Nice cast in from Rhino. Zamudo taking down Shogun on a killing spree. Goes in with the killer instinct. But there's the Shockwave from Spyrex, and it finds 2 back here for MU. Rhino the next to follow. It's a 3-for-1 for the Saints, and Shogo's forced to flash on out with Stray. So far away, the Baron is now up, and they're going to take it.
Stray was never really in that one. And, I mean, the cask was fantastic from Rhino to get Zamudo into the fight, but it ends up being a 3-for-1. Maryville able to stand with incredible poise. Spyrex and Zamudo just doing way too much damage with Shimmer on this reliable Xin Zhao, buying all the space his team could need.
It'll be Mountain Soul Point here for Ole Miss, as Shogo is hitting that one right now, but it's going to come at the cost of the Baron, as you said, Hawk. And again, a nice setup here for Keel, but it just was not enough as we're going to get another look at that fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious what Ole Miss saw that wanted to make them. I like Zamudo has a global taunt. I think that's really the answer. Because Ole Miss is just fighting onto him in every single play. But the problem is that Zamudo has been too good at buying time.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a replay here of that last team fight and see just all of the juice that was blown onto Zamudo in that engagement.
Like, look at all the damage he's able to get down before Zamudo goes out. And by that point, the health bars on Ole Miss were way too low. Another great shockwave from Spyrex. And Maryville just able to clean up the fight. Super nicely done from them. And now with the Baron in hand, it looks like they're just going to try to push and get a massive gold lead off of these tier 2 towers still standing.
Oh yeah, they'd love an inhibitor here too, as they're continuing their bot lane push as a 5-man unit. Stray just coming back into the base after pushing a wave up topside, and so it will be a full 5v5 underneath this tier 3. But remember, Ole Miss, they are pretty far behind at this point, and the scaling is starting to show, as Zamudo, despite being 4-7, is maybe one of the strongest players in this game right now. They're going to muscle their way into this bottom lane inhibitor and take it down. And now, will they go for another fight? There's a knockup that lands onto Asila. He finds a taunt onto 2. The explosive cast is canceled there by the Crescent Guard, and that means that Asila goes down. The Shockwave finds it again. That's just going to do it. Maryville University, in just the same amount of time as game number 1, might have found themselves a 2-0 lead here in this series.
I mean, Shogo's still alive. Maybe there's a world in which Ole Miss can still defend it. He's got the killer instinct as well as the barrier. No flash, though.
He flashes forward. Shogo going in with the killer instinct. This has to be the final fight here for Maryville. Stray is down. The Nexus towers are under fire. And Maryville can smell that championship. They're almost there, man. It's 2-0 as it's match point for the Saints.
1 game away from the 6th title that has eluded them. Maryville University, they are awake in this series. They are playing their game, and it's simply been the story for Ole Miss. Going a little too far forward, and every single play, it's that extra inch that they try to take. Maryville turns it into a mile.
And it looked like a game that Ole Miss were going to be able to control. They got that first blood kill onto Shogo's Kaisa. That was the pick that popped off for them in that game number 3 that went really back and forth, but Ole Miss actually ended up getting the better of them in that one. But it just wasn't enough, as the all-in composition was not always on the same targets, and it seemed like Ole Miss were splitting their calls a little bit, and that's some of the signs that maybe this team isn't operating at their peak form, the one that we saw from them in those upper finals.
Yeah, I feel like Ole Miss is so close, because this game, they had the game plan. They were able to execute it in the early game. Maryville is still making mistakes. They're still leaving out members that can be picked off, and Ole Miss is finding those moments, but they're just struggling to string together small advantages into meaningful ones, and they get seemingly too excited. And Maryville just does not have that problem, and that's the difference between these two teams to me right now, is that Maryville, when they get something, they take everything you give them. And, I mean, they're so good at making the most out of every single play. Even Zamudo, when he's dying 7 times in this game, he was, to me, felt like the strongest force on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, I mean, he was targeted so many times and still ends up being an X factor. That's just how strong a player like Zamudo is. And Ole Miss
going to be the MVP for a reason.
Yeah, they have to go back to the drawing board if you're Ole Miss in terms of what you have to do to shut this guy down. It's not just continuing to collapse upon him, because he still is able to, get ahead. It has to be matchups, something or other, as Maryville look like the better team right now in this series. But Ole Miss still have a game to bounce back. They're going to have to try to pull off some level of reverse sweep, which has never happened in CLOL history in those grand finals. So will it happen, or will Maryville be walking away with that long-awaited trophy?
That's a question.
We'll find out in just a little bit, but before that, we're going to send it back to Necra and the analyst desk to break that game down.
Insanely high for Maryville right now. That was a better early look for Ole Miss University. The overall draft composition had some earlier win conditions that seemed good for Ole Miss, and even then, once the scaling kicked in for Maryville, they just took over.
I really liked Maryville's draft this game. I think that Ole Miss showed their identity really early with the Wukong Galio. Like, we have to go in, and taking stuff like the Gwen, the Tristana, the Braum, that core, being able to proc winners' bites, and we really saw how hard it was for Ole Miss to, regardless of whatever lead they had, which I think being up, I think it was 1.5K gold and 2 dragons around the 3rd dragon fight. I'd say it's about on par for the comps that we had drafted. But after that, once Maryville won that fight, it was so hard to get through that front line. Really what Ole Miss's comp has to and needs to do if they want to win, that it ended up looking one-sided from there.
And I feel like when you have to look at sort of the adjustments that Ole Miss needed to make in between that game 1 and 2, it almost felt like, well, at early parts of that game, it might have started to pay off. Early pick there onto the Gwen, and then it felt like they were really keeping pace with this Maryville squad.
Yeah, I
they
mean,
took our advice with the bans a little bit.
Yep.
They just missed in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They banned Zin. The Vi was also gone, and then when it came down to, or not,
they
not
banned the
Zin.
Panth, the Vi.
The banned Vi and Panth.
Mhm.
They kept with the Azir, whereas on the flip side, Maryville went with Lucian, Callista, and Yorick. So they were trying to limit Shogo's pool a little bit. And when it came down to like the jungle matchup, they didn't even take Zin away. They had the option to take the Zin away, but they answered the Orianna with Galio and Wukong. So the idea from Ole Miss was to say, you know what? We believe if we give Keel a little bit more carry reigns this game and we use our solo lanes to facilitate his early strength, he's just going to gap Shimmer in the early game. And for the most part, what Ole Miss were doing in the first like 10, 15 minutes of the game, they were committing to over-indexing on how many members they were sending
At Zamudo.
At
Yeah.
Zamudo.
I mean, I can't blame them. You got to set Gwen behind. You're playing Renekton to the Gwen. You can win that matchup, but props to Zamudo and Shimmer. They were able to at least make sure that it was like 1-for-1s, or they were able to trade elsewhere on the map, and that did keep the game close enough. I know I'm going to throw a bit of a curveball to maybe our student production team. Wonder if we can get up the Champions to Watch graphic up that we had at the start of this one, because the Zin Orianna combo, those were two champions we were really looking out for early on that ended up being a giant impact on this game, with Maryville getting their hands on both of them. And that Wombo combo they had really made sure the fights were good or close enough where they were able to carry through in the back half. But yeah, that said, all right, no graphic for that one, but hey, we got some replays coming up.
Yeah.
We can get a look at that combo in the replays. We're going to take a look at maybe the first Drake fight that we have around 20 minutes, because that was really where this game separated, ended up being MU favored after that.
Yeah, because before that point, once we get the tape rolling, we'll be able to kind of break it down for you
we gotta
guys.
hear a sec.
The idea that Ole Miss successful fights, but then this is where Maryville's scaling kicks
And
in.
Zamudo got out. That, and then the space being bought from the Braum. And what I love about Braum in this game, you have Zin as main engage, and then Tristana too, your ability to proc the Winter's Bites with Gwen, who also has an attack speed steroid. Again, the fact that Zamudo absorbed it, and Maryville from there split Ole Miss. It was a split retreat. The Orianna, it only hit one, but everyone else was isolated. No one else could follow up, and that was really critical in making sure that at least they got the lead from there, and once they even up the game, their comp took off a scaling.
Yeah, I mean, because the big thing to notice here for Ole Miss's composition is that they're relatively short range, and that is one way to beat Zin, because Zin's Crescent Guard is really great at repelling long-range threats once the ultimate goes up. But when you throw in a Tristana who can punch you away, or you throw in a Braum who can block damage incoming, you saw as we hit past the 20-minute mark, the 25-minute mark, where Shogo is trying to find dive targets, but everyone is grouped on top of each other, and then Shogo is the first one that gets punted out. And then the rest of Maryville University are so confident on saying, as long as Shogo's not getting in this fight, we can deal with the Renekton. We can deal with the Wukong. And something that you called out as well, we don't normally harp on item builds, but why are we stacking double Black Cleaver when there's no real tank that is building armor?
I'm also super against Eclipse Renekton, because like it just makes your timer even earlier in the game. And yeah, double Black Cleaver too could go Sundered Sky, or could lead with Black Cleaver in the Sterak's. You end up being tankier later on. So I think that the item build kind of helped quicken the demise of Ole Miss for sure.
These two games have gone by so fast, too.
Yeah.
Like, I was looking at that final fight, and I couldn't believe how quickly Maryville were even just pushing into the Nexus. I thought, oh, maybe, Ole Miss, they might stall this out a little bit. Maybe they're able to catch one or two people overextending. But the sheer overwhelming pressure, especially with that Braum kind of holding up the front line, there was no access point to stop that steamroll.
I like that point. I'd love to fire up the second replay we have around 22 minutes. We had a top fight. Where I feel like you can kind of start to see the gap too. As you pointed out, like it was a decent start of the game for Ole Miss, but again, once the scaling for Maryville kicked in, it was so tough for Ole Miss to play that one out. Again, your melee is your only option you really have is to send your bodies in. If you can't do that together, you end up falling behind. That kind of happened in this one because they were able to pick out Zamudo, and also with Sajed being chunked. I thought this was going to be a decent fight for Ole Miss, but they really mismanaged the middle half, and Spyrax found a giant combo here.
Yeah, just watch what Straight does. He thinks that he needs to isolate Sajed away from the fight. That's not the case, because Sajed still has
should have went in.
flash.
Yeah.
He needed to go in with the rest of Ole Miss there to help Shogo deal with the front line.
Yeah, Sajed was already out of that fight. The fact that Renekton got sent in there at the first part was, again, that was a numbers advantage they could have really drove home. I think that Ole Miss, they showed multiple signs of them just being split. And I think going into the next game, if I'm Coach Calmer, Coach Alec too behind the scenes, I got to talk about, guys, let's just make a play and make it together. Because that's really the strength of Ole Miss. Like, they can dig themselves out from holes that they play around Shogo and play as a team, but the fact they're not together in these fights, a trait that I'm usually used to seeing from them, I think that's a worrying sign going into Game 3.
Yeah, and to be fair, that is what Ole Miss were doing well for the first 10, 15 minutes of the game. When we talk about Ole Miss...
Too well with the overcommits, too.
Yeah. I mean, they understood that, like, hey, we're going to go take this top fight. Not only we're going to have Keel and Stray committing to this play, hey, Asila, get ready with your Gal Ultimate, or get ready with your Teleport. We want to make sure that you're here for this fight. And then once Maryville started making adaptations saying, hey, they're overcommitting members, yo, Zyko, get your butt up here early on, because we're going to make this a 4v3.
I feel like there were also a lot of times, though, where maybe Ole Miss were not really target focusing, I think, in the right way that they needed to. Yep. Speaking back to the point that you were making, almost oftentimes in a lot of these fights, I felt like Zamudo was almost playing bait. Maybe not intentionally, but it was such a big threat to Ole Miss that it felt like they really needed to focus him down first before going after everybody else. And I feel like in this third game, is there anything else outside of these small adjustments that you feel like would give Ole Miss a chance to come back in this series?
Take the win now. Xin Zhao. Shimmer is 3-0 on that champion between the last
game
best
4-5 of the upper final and then game 2 now.
I think that he's actually looked quite good on the champ, but again, if I'm going to target Shimmer, that's probably the move.
Yeah, I think they were half committing to the make Shimmer uncomfortable strategy. They eliminated Vi Pantheon in the ban phase, and we were thinking, okay, now you just take the Xin Zhao. They did it. They went with the Wukong as a counter or an answer.
It can be a tank buster, but it's like a scaling element with a Galio that already needs to play fast and then gets outscaled. And then you give away Xin, which for me is just like the power pick in the jungle. I think Xin, like in the series, is actually just the best jungler. I was kind of surprised he was invisible for the first game. And again, the second game, like Shimmer was able to make a pretty big impact on him. And man, props to Shimmer. Like, he's been stepping up so far. I know that was one of the keys to victory for Maryville. The fact that he's been playing at this level definitely has had 2 good games. And that's concerning for Ole Miss, because if Shimmer plays well, Maryville wins.
Like, because even the couple plays that they were able to make capitalizing and punishing Shimmer on the overextension, it never put Maryville that far behind.
Which is not good.
Nope.
No, definitely not good. But I think, because let's say I'm a fan, I'm watching, I'm really rooting for Ole Miss here. And maybe outside of even just trying to get these bans a little bit more targeted at Shimmer, there has to be other ways that you can approach this, right? Because you talk a little bit about making Shogo the focal point of a lot of these fights. How can you really build out this team composition, or is there any way that you can do that would enable Shogo a little bit more, while keeping in mind that Maryville has been super good in these first 2 games so far, winning out every single lane?
I think it's a great highlight, because one of the surprises for me with where we're at in the series right now, I feel like Maryville has gotten the counter pick or the better bot lane or better bot lane matchup in both games. I know that Rhino had R5, and we saw him make some good plays on his specialty Gragas, but you're against Triss Braum, like, you weren't able to do enough to actually break it. And I think that the Kai'Sa blind into the Triss Braum, that was such a good call from Maryville to go for those 2 champions. And again, like, I know the Shogun and Rhino have really big pools and are very good in the 2v2. The fact that it was the Varus Nico double counter into the Kalista Renata, and then you have Kai'Sa Gragas and the Triss Braum, like, you're just going to get outscaled in that lane. I don't think Gragas can do enough. That really surprises me in this series, because going in, if I were to tell you, who would have bot lane edge, or like likely the folks in draft who could be more flexible, it'd be Ole Miss's bot lane.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't know if there's like a adaptation that Ole Miss can make that they have already shown, because they tried the jungle strategy, they didn't fully commit to it. It is, like, the last thing in the tank you can do is just say, okay, completely take Xin off the table and just see what happens with Shimmer's champion pool. But for me, the momentum that Maryville is coming in with this series right now, both showing we can beat you getting ahead early, we can beat you coming back from behind. I think we have to start looking at what this means for Maryville on the precipice of, being a game away from winning their first title in 6 years now, because this has been, we have seen multiple generations, multiple rosters come and by, or come and go. this is, the last time they won a title in 2019. You had bangers like Thank You Next and Old Town Road coming out.
Dude, Patrick Mahomes had not played a single game for the Chiefs.
Avengers Endgame came out as well during the time. So the fact that Niles, who was the original top laner for that championship winning roster, now the coach for this roster, this is a chance where the team just needs to lock in one more game, play it through one more time, and then boom. It's the first title for the program in 6 years. It's the first time that any program in the history of CLOL has lifted, third 3 trophies total.
I remember going back to that timeline, and we had that pause in 2020, but part of me was immediately thinking, but Maryville would have been in that finals, right? Like, it just would have happened.
They would have won that year.
Yeah,
that was the value team. They would have won that year. Yeah. Anyway.
No, but I'm saying, I think that just speaks to this legacy that Maryville has created. Whether it would have been 4 times in the finals, 4 second places, maybe even this would have been their 4th total collegiate League of Legends title if 2020 had gone through.
Maybe. That's always a who knows. I think the one thing that I'll say about Maryville, I really hope this changes with UG. They haven't sent someone pro that's looked better pro than they did at Maryville. I think that really speaks to the culture that they built there. The fact that, again, with Quirky, CKG, Niles, Niles and CKG were people that did hoist that trophy in 2017 and 2019.
Yep.
They've stuck around. CKG didn't play a single game of Overwatch and coached their Overwatch team to the national championship too, by the way, if you want to question his game as a coach. But the fact that they've been able to build up a program, I think it really speaks to what Maryville has in the tank, the fact that they can have a player like Shimmer, who is in his 3rd ever competitive best of 5, didn't play a single one before the upper bracket final, going up against Ole Miss, and could get him in this form in order to look good enough to hoist a trophy with a great team around him, right? Because, again, these guys had not dropped a single map in NACL, which is just ballistic, given the level of competition that we have there. It really speaks to what they have in the tank. The fact that their Valorant team is playing tomorrow, too. The fact that they just went to NACE finals and hosted 3 trophies there as a program. They have a step up above the rest when it comes to just developing and building a winning program and culture. And so far, it's paid off in 2 pretty quick wins in a series that sure as hell looks like a 3-0.
Yeah, Maryville has so much to be proud of building one of the best, if not the best, collegiate program, not just in League of Legends, but it has been remarkable across many esports titles. The fact that, you come from Overwatch and you know about Maryville University even through its heyday
From, like,
as well.
day one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show how prestigious this program has been, which is why, when we look through that timeline, it's just like, man, so many times that they were so close. Literally multiple 1-3 final finishes in 2024 last year, 2023 against University of St. Thomas. The only time that they didn't make a final was 2022 when they met St. Thomas early in the semifinals.
Yeah.
And even in 2021, where Maryville were still considered the favorites and still had such a dominant team on that roster, the fact that, Saskio, who was their former player, went to Winthrop University, beat them, and then kind of took the current reigning title of CLOL GOAT. Shogo and Ole Miss have to lock in and show us some surprises if they want to make it back here and kind of spoil surprise over to Maryville.
I know we're getting close to throwing over to our casters in the next game. For Ole Miss, really want to see them find a counter and actually a winning bot lane, and then not show your cards too fast in draft. Because I think that, again, like Wukong Galio, that's a really easy combo to kind of try and counter. And then also, please deny Xin Zhao. I just think that champion's too OP. We call it win now for a reason,
Yeah, I can see why, especially after that second game, but I'll find out whether or not this 3rd and final game will be the one that seals the deal for Maryville's 3rd win in the history of the Collegiate League of Legends Championships, or if Ole Miss can get one on the board and maybe start off something we've also never seen, a reverse sweep. Only one way to find out, and that's to throw things back over to our casters, Hawk and Grapes, to get this 3rd game underway.
Thank you very much, Nekra, and it is going to take something that has never been done before, an improbable, seemingly an impossible sequence of events here for Ole Miss, a reverse sweep against the most dominant team that we've seen here in collegiate and in semi-professional League of Legends in North America. But if anyone can do it, and if there's any situation for them to do it in, it's Ole Miss, and it's in the CLOL Grand Finals.
Ole Miss has the opportunity to etch the greatest story we have ever seen in CLOL history by pulling off a reverse sweep. But the reality is we've never even had a Game 5 in the history of the College League of Legends Championship Final. This is now the 10th one. And so history says that Ole Miss, what they would do is improbable. History is also not just logic, which is that Maryville has been the best team the entire year. They have been #1 unanimously from the word go. As soon as the season started 4 months ago, it has been Maryville University at the top, and they have not been surpassed. It would take Ole Miss overcoming that, the 5 games. It would take Ole Miss overcoming themselves and their own demons. They've been making mistakes throughout these games. All improbabilities that work against them, but I have seen some unbelievable feats of divine intervention in the history of College League of Legends. It is, however improbable, at the very least, it is possible.
Those comebacks and upsets, though, they have always started before a team is up 2-0, right? And this goes to show how dominant of a program Maryville is, how dominant of a team Maryville is as well. Since their loss to SLU in the Grand Finals of 2024, about a year ago to this day, the only team that Maryville has lost to in official RSAA collegiate competition, I want to give a shout out to Windsor, who took a game up for them in the NACE LAN. Maryville have not dropped a game to anybody other than Ole Miss. And so they have been the only team that has proven that they can do it, but it's going to require them to look very different and really clean things up from what we saw in those first 2 games, starting right here in this draft.
I mean, I'm pretty sure ISU also, shout out, rest in peace to their program as well. They did take a couple of games across the course of the series, but Illinois State had 12 chances, and they only took 2 games. Maryville, they're going into chance number 8 to try and take number 3. So they have already been the most competitive out of any team, as you say, and they have been undoubtedly the second best team. This is where it starts, though, for them. They need to get something done, and I look towards the picks and bans. Shimmer got this in Zhao. It was available for Kiel on R1 and 2. They opted for the Wukong, and it was good. Kiel had a phenomenal early game, but in the team fights, Shimmer, the one that stepped into the spotlight, he is performing.
And he's having a great game, a great series so far. And
he's having a fantastic series.
Cubby and the Desk, they shouted it out as well, but if Shimmer plays well, Maryville win. That was the mindset that we had coming in. That's why we spotlighted him in our pre-show and talked about him being a big X factor in this series. And right now, Shimmer's playing well. And that means that we really think MU has a good chance of winning, as we've seen over these past 2 games.
Because Ole Miss needs to create a weak link for Maryville, because they've not had one, and they thought that Shimmer could be that guy. He has not been that guy, so that means that Maryville just has to Ole Miss just has to outplay the best team in all of College League of Legends if they're going to try to win a title here. It feels improbable, it feels unlikely, but again, to their point, I do feel like Ole Miss has been beating themselves in a lot of these games, so it is possible, in my opinion, that they can actually outplay this team purely off of the merit of their own gameplay. They don't need Shimmer to start inting. They don't need crazy stuff to happen. Their team fighting is good enough when they aren't getting overzealous. If Ole Miss can just lock in, play together as 5, and not get lost in the moment, they do have the hands to keep up.
Haven't seen it just yet, though, and it's not. It starts again, as you mentioned, in that draft. There was a bit of a pause as we're waiting to get into game number 3. In terms of the pick bans, we will be getting that to you shortly. However, just talking more about Maryville as a program. I mean, the Desk did a great job of highlighting it, but such a storied organization. I mean, we've talked to Clerky a bunch of times, who's their director, Niles, their coach, who, as they mentioned, alongside CKG, have lifted up trophies for MU over the past couple of years, like, you know, back in 2017 and 2019. They're the foundation of this team, and they've done a really good job at, even though they have not won that title, getting them oh so close every single time. And this feels like a long-awaited reward for all the hard work that they've done over these past couple of years.
I mean, we're already calling Maryville the #1 program in collegiate. They are the gold standard, but to win that 3rd title, they would be the first to do it in CLOL history, now out of 10 years. It would just be, I think, a testament to everything that they have done. And Clerky has been indirectly, somewhat facetiously quoted as saying that if if Shimmer wins the third title, that he can have a full ride for all 4 years. Clark, you will give it to him on the spot.
I was talking to Shimmer, and he was like, yeah, I'm going to do something Yuji's never done before, which is win CLOL,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So,
I will say that is at odds with Zyko, who has famously been quoted as saying he wants to be remembered for winning 0 CLOL titles.
Yeah,
but
we're only gonna get one or the
unfortunately,
other
Zyko,
here.
you are 1 game away, my friend, from,
Unfortunately,
from
yes.
disrupting your legacy.
As here we go into that picks and bans, it looks like
Ole Miss
swapping
on the
over to the blue side.
and Maryville on the red, almost certainly. So this is what Ole Miss did backs against the wall game 5 against Maryville last time. And it did not work, obviously, as Zamudo busted out the gangplank and did unspeakable things to them. But it's Gil back on the Pantheon, and it's Shimmer's Zin off the table.
As well as the Vi. So we're chipping away at that champion pool. It seems like Maryville has kind of constrained what Shimmer wants to play, especially here.
Oh my God,
These
he
not
did
fearless
it!
picks. Oh boy.
Shimmer just
Hold
unleashed
on.
the dog.
It's not just a Warwick jungle. Zamudo's played it too.
It could be.
We have a
it could be
big
top
flex
lane.
pick here in
So-
game 3. Hey, we said we wanted a content game. So Jed said, hey, we'll there's a chance that things like he predicted a 3-1 for himself, which is not
Oh
something
my
that we
God.
expect from
if
Maryville players a
Maryville's
lot of the
actually
time.
giving us a content game, so help me God. Okay, so for those that don't know, we've not actually seriously talked about this pick, but Shimmer's been hovering it every game. For those that do not know, this champion was his first love. It's been his one trick, kind of got him to high elo, and it is his favorite champion to play. So it could be a Warwick jungle for him. Grapes, to your point, Zamudo, absolutely no stranger to chefing it up. We have seen Warwick tops in the NACL this split. I don't believe from Zamudo at all, but it definitely could be for him. Honestly, comfort across the board right now. We have Stray getting his Rumble. We talked about this pick last game. It's a good angle for it here. And also Asila on the Syndra. This is just a champion that he feels very comfortable on and one that he thinks he can make an impact with.
And we talked a lot about Asila on the Orianna as being a big pick for him. But back in the NECC regular season and the conference playoffs, he was playing the Syndra a lot. Especially in those games against Fisher, games against Winthrop. Like, this pick was really big for Asila. It's got them that NECC title. And so with those backs against the wall, again, full comfort here for Ole Miss on the top side of the map. As the Ornn lock-in for Zamudo does confirm, as you mentioned, Hawk, that Shimmer will be piloting the dog.
I mean, this is fascinating. Also, Ornn for Zamudo. Look, Zamudo can play tanks, but he has been a carry for most of his career here at Maryville University, starting in the NACL summer split last year. And so a very different look. I mean, unironically, Maryville has kind of thrown out the book. It's not really winning against the Rumble. You do have kill threat, especially with jungle support, if Stray makes a mistake. But the Rumble just has so much agency in this matchup to try to harass down the tank. And so I'm going to be honest, early on in the draft, I think Ole Miss has a really strong start to a composition.
Yeah, and this is a real skill check for Stray, right? Because Ornn does have kill threat, but overall we're favoring the Rumble in this matchup. But overall, in terms of the players, we definitely favor Zamudo based off of the results that we've seen in game. So if Stray is not able to perform here, well, the series might be over anyway, but that really does prove that, Zamudo can kind of do anything with anything. As we conclude the second phase of bans, very interesting to note that Ole Miss has left their full bottom lane most likely to be selected here on this 4-5, and they likely will get to see everything that Maryville has to offer down there for Sajet and Zyko, and leaving that last pick over to Spyrax on R5.
580 carries have been removed. For fans out there that might be thinking, why would they drop their best players pick this far? It's because Shogo can play damn near anything. I mean, we've seen like Kog'Maw, Jinx, Aphelios, Draven. Those are all very immobile to be playing against Warwick and Ornn. But, you do have a pretty solid front line locked in with the Rumble Pantheon and the Syndra, at least good ability to create a decent amount of space. A lot of single target damage coming through. Shogo's not been much of an Ezreal enjoyer over the years. I think Xayah a pick with a lot of merit here.
Ooh.
He's going to go for the Aphelios. This was a really big pick for him in the championship run in 2023 with St. Thomas.
And normally for the Aphelios, it gets paired alongside either like a Nautilus for some extra hard engage, but Rhino really likes the Lulu alongside this one as well. So I would expect that to potentially be considered here by Ole Miss. I mean, we saw them do it so much when these two players first played together in the NACL Open qualifiers.
I like the Braum a lot.
Braum also helps because there's that Ornn that you have. You can block the Call the Forge God with the Unbreakable. So it looks like they're going more towards comp than necessarily for lane.
Yeah, now this does open up Zyko to pick a really strong disengage, as Maryville does already have fantastic engage with the Ornn, But
Uh-oh.
the go buttons from Ole Miss are not fantastic. It's mostly just Keel flashing on somebody's head and hoping for the best, right? So if you can pick strong disengage here for Maryville, it can be very difficult to get on this double immobile backline of Sajed and Spyrax. It ends up being the Rakan sort of a bridge between those two ideas, but it is a bit more on the aggressive side. I've got to say, though, Ole Miss, 4 high-octane damage dealers that if they're able to spread out and position effectively, I think all have the playmaking potential to win out in some of these fights.
They got exactly what they wanted, right? They have comfort on basically everybody. You know, if you go to Leaguepedia and you search up most played champions for basically all these players, like these are picks that would at least end up in like that top echelon, right? However, for Maryville, they've got some comfort as well. As you mentioned, Shimmer's Warwick, a signature selection of his. It was actually also the pick that he drew. Shout out if you want to go check out the UniEsports Twitter account for what his artistic interpretation of that is. But what I really love about this composition, Hawk, is it feels like Maryville were like, okay, Shimmer, we're going to give you the Warwick. Let's build a composition around it. Knowing that the jungle pool is pinched, let's get you on something that you're comfortable on and create a situation where you can succeed.
And, I mean, it, to me, goes back to these two players we highlighted at the start of everything. Shogo, on his quest to win his 3rd title, he now has the keys to the Aphelios. I mean, I think he's got to be immaculate on this Aphelios pick. He has to make himself useful. He has to stay alive. He has to do the damage. But on the other side, Shimmer, the one that stepped up when Maryville needed somebody to be a hero, he's on his signature pick, and he's 1 game away from his first CLOL trophy.
2-0 in favor of MU as we load onto the Rift for game number 3 of the 2025 Collegiate League of Legends Grand Finals. It's been a bit more one-sided, Hawk, than we saw in the upper finals, which is just a rematch of. And, you know, that's not necessarily the best sign for Ole Miss, but we've seen them be able to take games off of this team before. And now, with a ton of comfort in their back pocket, with Keel most notably on his signature Pantheon, that is what I'm looking at here, especially in this early game, to try to impact all the lanes, but of course to get Shogo ahead, because that's what we always have to talk about.
Yeah, and Sajed on another immobile carry, the Varus, that he did pilot quite effectively in game 1, but also Spyrax, potentially a target on this Victor, should have early push into the Syndra that is now much weaker early on than it used to be pre-rework. However, still fantastic setup and single target damage and burst should Keel be able to bring himself into the fold.
I mean, I was hoping to see a little bit of an aggressive play. I'm very curious to see what the Warwick paths actually do look like, as looks like both junglers starting on that top side, much like they have for majority of this series. Some early trading between Spyrax and Asyla as well. As, you know, again, not a matchup we've necessarily talked about a lot. I feel like Asyla's been fine, but hasn't been able to look like the MVP of the series like we saw from him against Winthrop.
I think Asyla's playing individually better than he did the last time we saw him against Maryville, but he's been in the back seat of this series, as opposed to, like, again, on that Orianna pick, for example, where he was really able to create himself as an X factor. Maybe on the Syndra, he'll be able to do something like that. But, again, expectation is that Spyrax should be able to get pushed early. The Victor with the Q, I mean, it's basically just impossible to win level 1 trades against.
Asyla got 1 minion in that first wave. That just shows, like, how much threat he feels just by Spyrax, his presence in that mid lane, and already chunked about half HP, and you can see that W mark already procced above him. That's a really good indication of how well you're winning the laning phase if you're a Spyrax specifically.
Spyrax with the Comet too, just gonna make that poke do so much more damage. Really great spacing from him. Mid lane, I think, for me, gonna be the most important lane early on into the game, as it's actually Maryville, though, with push in both side lanes. So potentially 3 winning lanes. Cubby highlighted that as a big problem after the first game.
And the mid pro has been so good for Spyrax. It means that Asyla has to pop his flash early as Shimmer goes in for an early play, level 3. Does trade a flash of his own, but you're going to take that, meaning that there is a summonerless Syndra just sitting there waiting to be exposed once again.
Yeah, Warwick does not really give a damn about his health bar when he's clearing the jungle, so I don't think that extra tower shot going to matter too much. And Asyla, after being chunked out and flashless, he's just going to base and TP back. Obviously, should avoid missing too much, but it's going to be more farming under tower, a couple of minions dropped here and there, and I mean, Spyrax, he's going to be up the teleport, allowing him to play even more aggressively in the lane and potentially get that free base still later on.
Yeah, he's doing very well for himself this whole series. I mean, very quietly building a case for one of the more impactful players that Maryville have had in this best of 5. Of course, you got to give credit to Zamudo for the amount of impact and pressure he's been able to draw in and still provide an impact in, but I mean, it really is a testament to the fact that everybody on Maryville really playing well.
Yep.
They seem like they got their rest, they got their sleep, and are looking pretty good so far.
I mean, let's talk about Spyrax, his place in the Maryville legacy. 6 Grand Finals grapes. This is now half of them that Spyrax has been a part of. His third one, yet to win a title. I think most people think of Spyrax for his success at the Tier 2 level and, you know, alongside FlyQuest, where him and UG first came together. But it was sort of their triumphant return to Maryville that potentially heralded a new era and a new championship. And I know Spyrax, his aspirations for going pro, not really where they once were, but I mean, his aspiration to win a championship with this team, absolutely still there. And in the series, as you say, he's doing his part. Now, it does look like he just had his flash burned.
Okay. Hey, shout out to Keel for showing face, and I guess he's just flashing away from a scatter from Asylum, if I had to guess what exactly happened there. As we do now see Ole Miss in the bottom lane. Shogo and Rhino have that level advantage, so we're able to push away Zyko and Sajet, at least for now. But that seems to be the only area of the map where they have any meaningful impact, at least for the time being, as we see Keel looking maybe for a dive onto Zamudo.
Zamudo's very low. This is easy money. Shimmer, he's
built up the stacks.
He doesn't know. No, Shimmer's just left him.
Keel's going to run straight through the turret. Zamudo's running the other way. He actually flashes on out. Stray did not have the opportunity to fully allow that wave to crash in, and so Zamudo with a searing charge might be able to escape.
Don't chase.
Asylum over the wall will be able to land that scout of the week, and it does knock in that first blood for Ole Miss, and they're going to look for Shimmer as well. Keel dashes forward with that stun. Shimmer is going to stay alive on the dog for just long enough to get a trade kill. As the gravity well for Spyrax to lock down Stray. 2 for 1 for Ole Miss overall.
All right, Ole Miss able to convert the 2 for 1. Man, I saw some really bad things happening right there for Ole Miss. Chasing out of Zamudo. Stray does get the kill, and they do have the burst on the dog. Unfortunately, Keel does drop, so it ends up being a 2 for 1, but it is a positive play for the Land Sharks as Shogo just based.
Yeah, the heal pop by Zyko to try to get a little bit of extra gap closing ability onto Rhino, but it looks like it's
Rhino just matched it.
Yeah, going to be burned by himself as well, so they'll both be out just fine and dandy, but it's another situation just like Game 2 where Ole Miss have that early lead.
This play was better, though, because I loved it. Keel immediately was like, wait a minute, this Warwick doesn't have flash either. Guys, let's just kill him, right? And they convert it into an extra kill. This time, the play after the play is well thought out. It has intention behind it, and it's all 3 teammates in the area making it together. So, you know, good stuff right there from Ole Miss to sort of press for the extra 1 for 1. I will say it does give Spyrax quite a few of those Victor dollars, but Asylum, he got more Syndra dollars. So,
that's true.
You know, a lot of dollars going back and forth here for these mid laners.
Yeah, I mean, there's some scholarship money at stake here as well if we want to talk about it that way.
That's very true.
Both these teams,
maybe
a little bit more
the
than
champion
just
dollars could convert into real dollars.
Yes, exactly. But yeah, Asylum wants to get, of course, scaling up. Not for the upgraded abilities like the Victor, but just the
really
executes, the AP as well.
So I'm also thinking the execute might like low key be really good against Warwick. It's something I'm interested in later on into the game, but you really want to get to 40 stacks as fast as possible, Syndra. It's like Victor Hex Core. It just enhances your pushing power by quite a bit because you have double the balls.
Double the ball is better than just the regular old amount, as I often say. As we just see an Equalizer. Equalizer burned by Stray to just shove a wave in. It looks like he's still losing out in terms of the CS to Zamudo. So far, you know, that skill check that we talked about, going Zamudo's way at least a little bit. And of course, as we mentioned in game number 1, this Orin has so much power in the late game that if he's even with Stray, like, that's a good sign.
And this guy has no flash, so he is
very dead. Knocked up by the Orin Horn. There goes Shimmer. He's going to be killed to try to respond. He has a lot of damage, but Shimmer ding 6 at the perfect time and is able to land that ulti and suppress Keel down. It's going to be 2 kills picked up for MU. The Feats of Warfare going over to them, but now it is Shogo and Rhino going for an aggressive play. The Moonlight Vigil has been popped. The Jed getting chunked to 200 HP.
Oh!
The Shuriken from all the way downtown will snipe down the Varus, and Ole Miss get one back.
And when the top side falls apart, Shogo steps up as he needs to. Him backed into a corner is one of the most dangerous players in CLOL, but it is a disaster on the top side of the map for Ole Miss as they give up the Feat of Warfare and 2 kills as Keel just served himself up to Shimmer and Zamudo trying to save his top laner.
I mean, Warwick, squishy champion right now, just has the Vamp Scepter, so if you're able to 100 to 0 him when he was at like half HP, I could see the angle, but the important thing, Hawk, is he hit level 6 after getting that at kill XP, and he just ulted him.
Yeah, And Stray just had nothing to offer. Like, you got CC'd in one shot. I think Ole Miss just needs to give that play up. I understand Keel on the Pantheon, he sort of has this mentality of no free ganks, right? I will always be there. You can't make a play without me, but I mean, Stray was just so dead, man.
It would have been good if Shimmer didn't have that ulti. I think maybe Keel would have had some kill threat there, even though Stray was going down. But it does look like Ole Miss are able to pick up the first spawn of these grub, or the first of those grubs. It looks like nobody else on Maryville is able to contest it, so they should be able to get all three. Might come at the cost of a lot of Dragon Vision started on the bottom side, but as you mentioned, with Shimmer on the top side of the map, it's not going to be that one-for-one trade that we often see.
Grapes, I miss when Dragon used to spawn like a minute and a half into the game with all the other jungle camps, because I would pick Warwick, and I would solo the Dragon like after my first clear in the pit. It was terrible, but that's what I remember playing Warwick for. Like, that's my only experience with the champion, and I feel like Shimmer has not carried that through. Now, he's probably a little bit better than me, if I had to guess. But,
oh, no. I believe in you.
You know, not taking any dragons. Come on, this is sacrilege.
He's, yeah, playing it a little safer than you, maybe, or not wanting to limit test too much here in the CLOL Grand Finals.
By the way, it means a lot that you think I could maybe be better at jungle than a preeminent CLOL
champion. We've never seen Hawk play against Shimmer in a League of Legends game.
That is true. I mean, I'm just saying. Shimmer, if you're ever down sometime, I'll PayPal you $10.
I think it's better
to make me look good.
I think it's better for you to just leave it unknown, right? Like,
hey,
there's no
wait, you saying you don't believe in me anymore?
I'm just saying that we don't know for sure.
Okay.
I think the point I'm trying to get across.
Sure.
Hey,
and,
by the way, it's going to be the Dragon picked up most likely by Ole Miss, but Shogo and Rhino might have gone a little bit forward. The Chain of Corruption did land onto both bot lane members, and those Blight Spikes really starting to do some work. The Piercing Arrow going to not connect on anybody. It's a field goal picked up. Oh, Shimmer! He jumped on in there and stole away the Drake. He will get one shot, but that's a big win here for Maryville. Keel gonna have to flash over the wall most likely, unless they try to collapse onto Spyrax. He's still fighting with Asila here. Does not have that unleashed power, but it looks like Keel is still hunting, as now the bot lane push is going to be starting here for Jet and Zyko, and they get the kill on a Rhino, looking for something on a Spyrax, but he is able to use enough distance to get on out, as Zyko is going to try to hunt Shogo down, prevent him from going back to base. The Grand Entrance does not connect, and Shogo already popping that barrier early. He does a lot of damage, but it should not be enough. The wave is crashing in. Shogo's at less than 100 HP. They send a teleport in. Finally, the hail of arrows will take him down, and Asila will at least be there to match the wave.
Oh, Keel, maybe. I think Keel ulted to the wrong lane. He went mid.
Yeah, Shimmer's here too. He's going to flash in. They're going to try to get to Jed, but here comes Shimmer. He's fleeing away. Kill is going to try to hunt him down. No. Maryville University on the bottom side of things, able to get a ton of kills, a ton of gold, and that dragon to boot.
Oh, Keel, the wheels are falling off the bus in this game as a really great 2v2. So Jed on the Varus, just able to reset the cooldowns and cycle so much damage into Shogo and Rhino. And with the dragon getting stolen, I mean, like, this is... It looked like Ole Miss was doing so well.
And now things starting to fall apart a little bit. Now, we do still think that Ole Miss have a lot of comfort. They have a lot of team fight ability. We're going to get another look at this play on the bottom side, it looks like, as there goes that kill onto Keel. And then I think after that, it's kind of closed out from there.
It is. Yeah, I think that was the second kill onto Keel, or the last one. So sort of missed the lead into the dive, but Ole Miss at least going to be able to utilize the grubs. They're back out onto the map, and Sajed without flash.
Oh, yeah, extra movement speed gained by Keel popping that E, but he's going to get singled on to 1v3 once again, just too far forward, and is punished beautifully by Maryville, and they'll get the kill onto the Pantheon, and not even going to get the chance to finish off that tier 1 turret.
Honestly, though, not a bad death from Keel. I mean, you know, he gives himself up, but that's a TP out of Zamudo to the bottom side. It's going to give Stray plenty of free time. They already got a lot of gold and plates off this turret. I don't hate it.
Oh, they're going to look for some more as Rhino's posturing very aggressively. The Call of Forge God is going to come out. Who will the knock-up land on? It is onto Rhino, but a teleport comes in from the Rumble to make sure that Shogo will stay alive. As there's a lot of action going on around the bot side of the map, but not a ton of kills going over since that last Dragon fight.
Again, I just feel like we're seeing a panicked Ole Miss. Like, why is Rhino getting to 20% HP, and why do we need to TP our top laner back down to bottom side and immediately lose the advantage that I had just highlighted as, like, maybe making Keel's death worth it, right? At the very least, the gold in this game is still dead even. It's really just the dragon separating the two squads. And the scaling on Ole Miss is good. That's a big flash burn.
Yeah, nicely done by Spyrax to get away from that scatter. And again, Ole Miss don't want to chase too far forward. Infinite Duress will connect onto Asila, but he gets stunned up by Keel to have that ultimate canceled. Now the chase can come in essence here for Ole Miss. Shogo has those red and white guns, so he's very powerful right now on this Aphelios. As you can take a look at the crowd, they are excited right now for what is happening here in this game number 3.
Yeah, not too much action. Maybe we'll get a big pop-off a bit later on. It's Jed's target.
The Jed, no flash. He does have the cleanse. He gets away from that stun. And Shogo's Moonlight Vigil chunks out to Jed and Psycho, but not enough to take any of them down.
I mean, Ole Miss, they are just playing with nothing held back, throwing haymakers at Maryville, hoping one connects. But Maryville's guard is brilliant. At the very least, maybe landing like a glancing blow on the chin, with Stray getting their first tower on the bottom side of the map. Rhino now to cover, but set up in the river ahead of Dragon in a minute 15. We are locked in a bloodbath. 11 kills in 14 minutes, but it's been close to more.
It's been a close couple of early game sequences these past 2 games, Hawk. Even though Maryville obviously were able to take control of things after that 20-minute mark or so against Ole Miss, they've been able to do pretty well. And this is a big note as we take a look at the gold. Stray's actually up over Zamudo.
Yeah, Stray is not only up over Zamudo, he is the richest member in the game. So on his best pick, the Rumble, with the season on the line, Stray is the guy that needs to step up. Against Shimmer, he is the one with 4 kills on this Warwick. He is the one carrying on the other side, but I'm going to be honest, despite everything, I'm pretty impressed that Ole Miss has managed to just knock down 2 side lane towers with their grubs and actually generate a lead.
A couple of awkward clicks from Asila there mean that Zamudo was able to get a big chunk onto him up on the top side, but I think overall your point still stands. If Stray's able to deliver on this Rumble pick, and if Ole Miss is able to pull away with a win here, not only does it, of course, keep them alive in the series, but creates interesting situations onto how the draft has to operate. I mean, they've been giving Stray blind pick, or giving Stray like a bunch of different options, and the Rumble's been available all the whole time. If Maryville are suddenly forced to ban it, that leaves the Lucian, the Orianna potentially up for them.
Yeah, I've not really been impressed by the Ornn answer for Zamudo. Not that it's bad, it's just, I don't know. It's not had the same swagger for Zamudo that's been a huge thorn in the side of the rest of Ole Miss throughout this series. They take another Herald. Ole Miss continuing to extend their lead. I think this is the best game that they've had so far. The gold lead's a little bit smaller, but the objective advantage feels more substantial to me.
The grubs have been really big for Ole Miss in terms of being able to get those towers. That is a large portion of the reason why their gold lead actually exists in the first place. But the trade on the other side is the first 2 dragons taken here by MU. Obviously, that first one was stolen away by Shimmer after it was started up here by Keel and the likes of the Land Sharks.
They're looking for Spyrax. He has no flash, but Maryville is here to cover with multiple members.
Yeah, Keel doesn't have the ultimate. He's going to flash forward to try to gain some distance. The stun does connect, and Rhino does find the knock-up on the 2, but as you say, too far forward, Ole Miss are potentially, as that Moonlight Vigil does chunk out a lot of people.
Bad.
Chain of Corruption's flashed away from, and in comes Zamudo with the Ornn looking to try to close the gap here on Ole Miss right now on the retreat. Keel gets chain CC'd to oblivion and taken down, and the Infinite Duress will find Stray. He's forced to flash away, and Zamudo is chasing out Shogo on the backside of things. Heal forced to try to gain a little bit extra movement speed. Grand Entrance is not hit, as Shogo has the red and white guns, but can he do anything in a 1v5? He's still able to stay alive. No knockups connecting just yet, and underneath the tower he goes to keep his life.
Shogo, really great movement to be able to get himself out of there. Maryville wanted to take down their old Slayer, but Shogo, fantastic ability to get away. And look at this, Asila still trying to play for turrets, as Ole Miss, every time they force a fight, I just roll my eyes, because it results in this. Maryville just collapsing upon them and winning out on the play, but it does look like Asila gave up his life in mid. It's going to be Zamudo traded.
It's a good death. It's a 1-for-1 with the tower also getting taken.
He got the tower.
It's 3 towers to 0. The mid lane tier 1 is down.
I mean, like, Ole Miss is playing the map, in my opinion, actually better. They just need to stop throwing themselves at Maryville.
Should play a little bit more contained, I suppose. However, you talk about the Ornn for Zamudo. This is at the point right now where maybe Maryville are at their most vulnerable state before Spyrax has been able to scale up on the Victor, before Zamudo is able to get these Ornn upgrades in. So it might be a situation where Ole Miss feels forced to go for these plays.
Yeah, I mean, the scaling on Victor Ornn is it's a bit problematic, I won't lie. But I think Ole Miss just has so much damage in their composition that they can try to circumvent it. I really do look at Spyrax to be that big carry, though. 203, 170 CS. Likely the strongest member on his team after Shimmer with 6 kills. But, I mean, if you are ever able to take down that Victor, I think Ole Miss always knew what they signed up for with this composition, which is one that needs to press the issue, and they've tried to do that. But it's just been ill-fated so many times. and it feels like it's given a lot back.
Yeah, and the snowball is kind of stopped by the fact that Maryville have been able to pick up some kills on those crucial carries. I mean, look at Spyrex all of a sudden. 2-0-3 on this Victor, and a 40 CS gap opened up quietly over Asila, who has kind of sacrificed his ability to take waves in favor of trying to find picks, but right now Spyrex is actually beating him on both ends.
Yeah, Maryville's going to close up the gold gap because they're starting to take down some of the first towers of their own, right? And so everything basically back to even footing between the kills and the towers on their way here for MU. They might even find themselves marginally ahead. It's really, to me, Grapes, going to be about this dragon in a minute 50 because everybody's going to basically have everything. I think Shogo and Sajed should have their flashes back up by that point, and we should have 2 items across the board on everybody that it matters. And Ole Miss, they just have to find the execution that puts this game in their favor because Maryville has beaten them badly at this stage of the game for the previous 2.
I mean, this is where Game 2 fell apart for them as well.
Game 1 and 2. I mean,
Game 1 was like very MU controlled anyway, but this is an opportunity potentially as Shimmer pops the E just in time, that damage reduction enough to get away from the final execute of that unleashed power, but that's going to be Shimmer heading back to base and a small win for for Ole Miss. It comes at the cost though of that ultimate down for Asila.
It buys Ole Miss purchase into the river though, and the unleashed power, I mean, yes, it's a very strong ability, but not the most important tool out of ultimates. Now, this could be big.
Caught in a base. However, Spyrex able to get underneath the tier 2 turret. They land the Glacial Fissure onto Sajed, actually, so a bit of a misprioritization of targets. The Scout of the Week not going to land, and Spyrex gets out scot-free without even burning his flash, ultimate, or anything, as you say. Dragon spawning in less than a minute, and Ole Miss all of a sudden used a lot of their tools.
Yeah, Ole Miss, they tried to find their moment. They really wanted to get Spyrex, or at least force him to flash, but with the Moonlight Vigil and the Glacial Fissure, I think it's too much. It's going to give Maryville this fight. Ole Miss, they can't fight for the sole point. They don't have the ultimates, but I think they're going to try, Grapes, and we just talked about this being the point of the game where Maryville takes over.
Now, the Unleashed Power is available once again. Keel's going to pop that Rift Herald to get a little bit of mid lane prio as well. So there are opportunities for Ole Miss to maybe find a pick into the river before the team fight breaks
Maybe
out, and that would be a good opportunity for them. And we see Zamudo currently on the bottom
side. They're going to try to group up on mid and push the wave as far as they can. They want to force Maryville to respond to this Herald to buy themselves time for critical cooldowns to come back up, but I don't know if they can do this for long enough. Maryville's already here, and they could engage if they want to.
Herald's charged in. Oh, it's really nicely timed here for Zyko to land the knockup on a Stray, but Spyrex already chunked down to half HP, and the Arcane Storm is going to force the heal and the flash out from Asila. So 2 Summoner Spells burned for Ole Miss. It comes at the cost of that Arcane Storm.
But that was good. Asila, the flash doesn't matter. You got 2 really big ultimates off of Maryville that won't be available in the immediate. Yes, the flash is better long term, but I think it gives Ole Miss actually the advantage in this fight now with their ultimates almost coming back up.
Oh, Akil, he gets knocked up again, too far. 2-man knockup connects from Zyko, but Shimmer's already in the back line. He's able to jump away, but he gets taken down. Stray gets the kill. It's going to be Scout of the Week on to Zamudo. Zyko pops the quickness there, looking for the back line. Asila's the target. Spyrex gets the first kill on a Rhino, but Stray is burning him away. And Shogo is still at half HP and a lot of damage to work with. Stray with the Electro Harpoon gets the kill on Zamudo. Sajed's at half HP, but he gets taken a kill on a kill. Shogo nearly able to take down Spyrex, and everybody's low, but the carries on both sides still live.
It's individual outplays around the map. Spyrex tried to flash in and take out the heart of Ole Miss, but Shogo with the red light Moonlight Vigil, he healed up just enough, and it's a Pyrrhic victory. Ole Miss, though, they should be able to regroup with numbers. Maryville University coming off redeploy. No teleport save for Zamudo in 12 seconds. Ole Miss needs to try to burn down this Baron as fast as possible because Maryville will have numbers if they arrive.
Shimmer's on the way. He has his smite. However, Keel is respawning in 3 seconds, and they have the ultimate available. Luckily for Shogo, the Shurikens do a lot of damage, and they're able to pick up that dragon and deny the soul point. As Zyko is trying to find a little bit of scouting into the pit, he gets knocked up to half HP and is forced to escape. As Ole Miss, they're still alive in this one.
Ole Miss has held on to the game. 22, nearly 23 minutes in, and they have held on to the game, Grapes. It's the best look we've seen so far as they somehow managed to win that previous team fight. It was so touch and go.
Oh, they're still mid, though. And that means that Rhino gets knocked up here by the searing charge of Zamudo. I was wondering why they were sticking around so long, looking for a pick, and full redeploy in essence here for Maryville University, as they are still very much alive in this game 3.
And everybody going to go back to farming, more than likely. I mean, Maryville's still staying group. They are still looking potentially for an angle. I will say on the last team fight, a big part of it was the power of the Syndra from Asila completely shutting down Shimmer and not allowing any of the Warwick shenanigans to come through. That was really the difference maker, in my opinion.
They've been sitting mid forever. They're going to try to send an engage, but everybody for MU is able to get on out. And by the way, Spirax are still pushing on that bottom side, able to pick up the tier 1 and get a wave underneath the tier 2. So Ole Miss burn a lot of cooldowns and stick around in this mid lane for a little bit longer than we were anticipating, and it results in basically nothing.
I mean, I will say they do get a pretty big cooldown off of Sajed that critically won't be up for the next fight. The Dragon was already taken, so that's a summoner spell that's gone for the next major team fight. But I agree with you. It's a lot that Spirax just kind of got for free. But if we know anything about Ole Miss, is that them and specifically Asila choose not to play side lanes. They will overgroup and permafight.
Oh, Keel, he's taken really low. He's going to be able to survive, though, as the poke damage was not enough. So the Pantheon survives.
But again, Spirax is just pushing bottom. It's all 5 members of Ole Miss getting gravitated towards mid by the pool of Sajed and Zamudo and their Moxie here in the mid lane. Finally, Ole Miss takes a reset, but yeah, I mean, Ole Miss came out of that last Dragon play up 1,000 gold grapes. It's gone.
Back to that even at 25 minutes. And again, the scaling for Maryville is big. Those ornaments are starting to come through, and that is where Zamudo can start to become a bit of a problem, both in those team fights as well as the ability to upgrade the rest of his team's items and get them to even a situation where the gold lead actually it doesn't even matter and actually maybe favors MU.
Yeah, I mean, Spirax, he is at that point in the game, and Zamudo level 14 ornaments can now come through.
Psycho, he's good.
Silo does a lot of damage, though. Ooh.
Another pick on a kill. He's able to pop the Aegis and keep himself alive for now, but he keeps getting knocked up and taken down. It's going to be the Arcane Storm used as Zamudo will land the final blow. And the Ornhorn has been issued, but it gets canceled by the Unbreakable of Rhino. That's the jungler for Ole Miss down, but Maryville do not feel confident enough to start up that Baron.
Yeah, it's too much burned by Maryville. And not only that, I mean, going into the pit against an Aphelios and a Rumble and a Syndra sounds like the way you throw this game. And Maryville, I mean, great recognition. They're going to try to still hammer away at this tower that they've wanted for so long.
Nice buffer there for Zamudo to get away from a lot of that big crowd control.
Sajed is doing a lot of great poke, by the way. In these siege situations, Maryville feels willing to step forward, knowing that Sajed will be able to trade back with damage on the end of the fight.
It's going to be the Otacon started up here by Maryville University. They'll be able to claim this one based off of the pressure that they were given by Keel going down. So it's not the Baron, but it's another nice set of advantages that get you a little bit extra, damage, as well as that after death effect that can be really big in those 5v5s.
Yeah, I mean, Shimmer, it's uncontested. It's going to go over. Ole Miss just going to try to take some space on the top side of the map. But Dragon as well, Soul Point, Mountain Soul Point.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, we've seen this before from Ole Miss. When they get desperate, they will just rip a Baron. They're only looking for the fight. I mean, there's no way we play for a finish on this Baron.
Okay, they burned the TP out of Spirax. That's all they wanted. They're going to back away from it and make sure that they do not get picked out after
lose mid-tier
the
one
Baron
for it.
chunks out their HP bars. I mean, the mid turret was under threat for a long time. It will go down most likely. And now the question is, will Ole Miss look for a fight? I mean, they cannot go for one right now, and that maybe even gives MU a timer around that topside river.
Yeah, Maryville, I think with that mid-tier one going down, it's going to consolidate their control over the map quite a bit. Ole Miss had done well to hang on to it for this amount of time, but Maryville just investing everything into finally taking it. And they already had river control, they already had map control, but now they can finally secure that highway. And it will be Ole Miss playing on the back foot, probably for the remainder of the game. Again, we're looking at pure 5v5 heroics. Shogo likely to have 3 items. Stray likely to have 3 items. They need to step up for their program if they want to win their first title.
It's going to take a lot. Again, this is the closest game that Ole Miss has played so far, as we have kind of gotten to that point where
they haven't lost yet.
Yeah, this is normally where the game has ended so far in this series. So big win for them, at least in that department. But now we get back into the Dragon fight and another situation where MU are dominating the side lane. Look at Zamudo currently pushing on that top lane tier 2, and nobody from Ole Miss is there to defend it. And that means that there's going to be a lot of opportunities around the Dragon as Shimmer just goes in with the ultimate and finds a kill onto Asila. Now the fight begins in earnest. Equalizer not finding a whole lot, and Ole Miss are forced to run away. That's going to be the sole point going over to the Saints.
Yeah, that was not good for Ole Miss. I mean, they just lost their mid laner right when they wanted to try to find the engage. We didn't see what happened to Asila. I'm not sure if we can get a replay. But
it was just Shimmer finding him.
That's just a huge pick. Shimmer again. He is the hero of Maryville in this series for me. 7-3-3 on his signature pick with the CLOL trophy in his sights. Meanwhile, Zamudo just able to mine down a tier 2 tower because Maryville knows that Ole Miss is desperate. Maryville knows that Ole Miss will stop at nothing to find their 5v5.
Yeah, and what a moment for Shimmer. You know, he's been gated to the Vi, to the Zins out, to the Pantheons every once in a while.
But you know, when we saw him at first, it wasn't just like things like Warwick, right? But we also saw like Udyr was a big pick for him. He loves those guys that just run up at you and slap you. And I mean, to me, this speaks to the confidence that Maryville has in their guys.
Yeah,
it's not just up to Shimmer to be useful, but he is at Maryville for a reason. They saw something in him when they picked him up at the start of the year, and he is playing like the player that they wanted him to become. And, I mean, a great story for this player as well. He talks about how his family, you know, a family of truck drivers, right? And they wanted him to join the family business, stop playing this video game. But it turns out he gets to do something that hasn't really been done in his family, which is go get an education on a full ride at Maryville University because he's so damn good at something. And an incredible story it is. But now a pick potentially onto the AD carry of
That's a nice combo, though.
They got him!
All the way from 2 screens away. It's Shogo getting a big shutdown onto Sajed. And it is Ole Miss who finally get a big break in this one. The AD carry for MU is down for the count. It came at the cost of just that Glacial Fissure and the equalizer. So MU can continue to play.
Yeah, but Ole Miss, they have control of the river. They really want to start up this Baron. They have full health bars on everybody save for Rhino. Psycho a little bit chunked. And that is a big-time pick.
Infinite Duress is straight in onto Stray. The scout of the week does find 2. Stray goes
Disengage.
golden, going to keep himself alive for a little bit. Moonlight Vigil does not find a target. Shogo does not land the ulti. And that's a big chunk of damage that would have otherwise been gone onto the MU health bars. That is now out of the picture. The scout of the week finds onto Zamudo. Shogo's on a killing spree. And despite some of the individual misplays that we saw there for the Landsharks, they get a kill, and they are not able to get the Baron, though.
Yeah, I think Ole Miss, they wanted that to be their moment. They wanted that to be the game-breaking play, but instead it just ends up being 2 kills. Good defense from Maryville. I mean, Spyrax just hits like the broadside of a freight train at this point, and he is so damn strong on this Victor. We get another look, though. It was just Sajed. He got caught in that choke point, and the CC able to land onto him under the red carpet. And then in the long chase, it was that Moonlight Vigil going wide. I mean, credit to Ole Miss, they're able to burn down Zamudo, but you can see Spyrax, the AoE that he shoots through, they can't just run into a choke point with reckless abandon, even with the numbers advantage.
Hey, it's still an even gold game right now, right? So Ole Miss, despite the fact that they were maybe losing a little bit of pressure here and there, are still very much in this game if they find the right fight. They just haven't found the perfect execution of everything just yet.
But they're still in it, 31 minutes in. With everything on the line, Ole Miss defending the top side of the river. But Soul Dragon spawning in 2 minutes as Baron Dance will end rapidly as the poke from Maryville, a problem that has yet to be solved. Remember, Ole Miss, not the best hard engage.
Oh, Keel gets singled out. He's able to use the Aegis to get away from the damage after that searing charge, but he's going to be out of position. Zyko goes in with the quickness, and that is an easy kill, all too easy here for Maryville University. And without the jungler alive, they didn't really burn too much. They can head right to the Baron.
Man, that's a backbreaker. I mean, Ole Miss and Keel, he just feels so desperate to try to make a play because he's really the only one with any lockdown, but it's just too easy for Maryville to burn down this Pantheon.
Oh, Shogo, he gets suppressed! The Infinite Duress from Shimmer might have won Maryville their first title in 6 years. The main carry is down. Baron's being started up. A backbreaker for the Rebels.
I think that just might be the Baron, rather the Soul as well. Shogo will respawn in time, but Maryville more than enough time for them to reset, go back to base, and then get their Baron push started with the Soul potentially in hand with a Baron at the least. They have broken the game open in their favor. We'll see how much they can get.
It was such a desperate moment for Ole Miss. They knew they had to go for something, but they were not expecting that Warwick to jump out of nowhere to find the kills.
Yeah, I mean, it was just such a good collapse from Maryville right there. They knew exactly who they had to go for. At the very least, Shogo didn't blow any summoners, but that was a perfect execute. This 4-item Aphelios, he got 0 damage down in that fight.
This is looking very good here for Maryville. Now that they have the Baron buff in their hands, now that they have a lot more abilities to just rain down pressure in the side lanes, as well as Sajed getting a little bit stronger now on this Varus. He's still behind Shogo, who is still a really big carry in this game, though.
Shogo being the richest member in the game. You wouldn't want it any other way.
And he's got red-white. He's got red-white here for this team fight, and they lock Zamudo down. So a big pick back here for Ole Miss. However, the re-engage is big as Sajed's Blight Stack's really starting to hurt. Dasila lands the scatter on his Zyko, but he's going to get chased down by Shimmer, who pops the W, goes for the fear, not connected. It's going to be the Dragon picked up here by the side of Ole Miss, but Spyrax is on the push. They got to get back to base.
And they will this time. Rhino and Shogo not to be interrupted. It's on the back door. Like game 1, but Spyrax an inhibitor taken, but the soul denied. The Baron being well used for Maryville University. They know they always have access to fight for that objective later on with their scaling comp. But Ole Miss, they're on the chase!
A stun lands onto Spyrax, but he's going to use the Zhonya's Hourglass to keep himself alive until finally Shogo will shut him down. Rhino getting some movement with the Unbreakable. Looking to land that Winter's Bite onto Sajed. They stun him up, forcing the cleanse out. But here comes Shimmer, and it's going to be the Wolf running down Ole Miss. A double kill in for Shimmer.
Yeah, Shogo got separated. He didn't feel like... Wait.
Oh, he sniped him.
Sajed just killed himself.
Okay.
But wait a minute, the game might be over. They're going to cut off Shogo.
No,
It'll only be a Silent alive.
It's fine. He should be able to stop him for now, as it's going to be Shogo 1v1ing Shimmer here. The Warwick will drop a 1,000 goal shutdown into the Aphelios' hands, as Zamudo can do nothing about it.
When's the last time you saw an Aphelios 1v1 a Warwick? I mean, Shogo.
My solo queue games all the time.
He just sat down. He sat down Shimmer right there. As I mean, that was... Oof, Shogo still showing who is boss in this game. Ole Miss still alive. I'm going to be honest, I was saying good use of the Baron from Maryville, being able to break open the base, but as the play sort of breaks down, they didn't really get anything other than that bottom lane inhibitor.
Yeah, I did go down, which is it's helpful, but it's not the full play of the full game 1 off of that Baron power play, which is what we were hoping to see if you're a Maryville fan looking for that 3-0 sweep. And this game's still very much contested. The gold only separated by about 1,000 right now, and most notably, Shogo, the guy trying for his 3rd trophy at full build on this Aphelios in level 16.
And we said at the start of the game that he has to be the guy on this Aphelios. No flash for the next few minutes. He's a clear target, but he is the damage dealer. He's got more than half the team's kills. If he can stay alive and right-click, Ole Miss absolutely can win this game. At this point, the gold starting to become irrelevant. Major items on all sides. It's really Spyrax that's very far ahead on the opposite side with 4 items. Level 18 on this Victor, but to me, the only thing that matters is the execution and whether or not Maryville University can take down the AD carry that has defeated them in back-to-back finals just 2 years ago.
It's fitting that the game get closer and closer as we've gone through this morning that has turned into the afternoon here on the east coast of Raleigh, North Carolina, Hawk, as Ole Miss playing the best League of Legends that we've seen from them all day, but it still might not be enough. One team fight goes awry. They got that wave in the bottom lane that is going to be continuously pushing with supers, and the game could just end. This series could just end off of one little misplay, and so they have to be very careful about how they deploy and how they utilize their pressure along side lanes in order to have any opportunity to win this game.
I mean, Shogo is already full build with an elixir and the upgraded boots. Like, this guy is not going to get stronger. He is maxed out. And I think we are just waiting for this Soul Dragon in a minute 40. The Baron will spawn prior to that. We have already seen an attempted Baron rush from Ole Miss that did not really yield fruit. Maryville, their Baron came off of a really great pick into teamfight conversion. The Purple Worm has not been the subject of too much other scrutiny in this game.
Yeah, and we talk about Shogo being full build, but Maryville getting stronger by the minute as well. Look at Zamudo, level 17, Orin items on everybody except for Zyko right now. That is a lot of extra combat power that will be available in a potential team fight as Ole Miss trying to get that mid lane priority. The Scatter of the Week does not connect. And now it is Maryville University's turn to try to go for a play. Zamudo tanks up so much damage right now, and Rhino's at half HP.
That's a very tanky Orin when Shogo's not hitting him, though.
Oh, he gets stunned by the scatter, forced to flash away. Glacial Prison, or Fisher only finds Zyko, and the Call Force gun comes out. Look at Spyrax, he's in the base trying to end the game, but he gets collapsed upon by Keel, and will be chased down by him and Stray.
That's a huge mistake.
The Arcane Storm is doing a lot of work, but it's not going to be enough to pick up a kill just yet. Spyrax goes golden, and the fight has begun on the top side. Shogo is down. It's a double kill for Shimmer, and Maryville University are going to push down the mid lane.
Ole Miss should be able to hang on to the game. They still have 3 members alive, but Maryville, that should be Dragon Soul going over to them. Without Shogo, I don't think there's any way for Ole Miss to contest for this objective.
The inhibitor's going to go down for sure. It looks like Maryville are not posturing for the soul. They could be posturing for the end of the game, the end of the series. It'll be a 3v4 as Spyrex at fall. It's going to be Stray going golden. He's going to try to clear the wave as best as he can, but the health bars are still getting chunked. Searing charge only lands on a Rhino, but here comes Sajed, and here comes Maryville University. The Nexus is exposed. MU going for it. It's been a cold, wintry 6 years of exile from the promised land, but here in Raleigh, the Saints wait is finally over. Kings of the North, Kings of Collegiate, Maryville University are your 2025 Collegiate League of Legends champions.
This journey that was started 10 years ago, a drought that started 6 years ago, and even though they've been the #1 team since then in terms of average performance, they now finally sit at the top.
They did it, and hey, they wanted to leave zero doubt that they were the best team coming into this day. A 3-0 sweep. It got close in that game 3, but Ole Miss never got the fight that they wanted, and at the end of the day, it all comes down to side laning. Zamudo and Spyrex just able to control those waves so much better than Stray and Asila, and that resulted in the game ending in game 1, and essentially the game ending in game 3.
I mean, Maryville just showing that they were the more complete team because they had the ability to not get goaded into the shenanigans, even when they made mistakes here or there. It felt like they were always doing something together as a team on the map. They were always finding their moments and finding ways to just be doing something. Ole Miss, they always needed to over-index into every play, and, you know, they absolutely did their best. But it's Maryville now standing with their incredibly well-deserved CLOL trophy.
And it's got to feel so good for everybody. I mean, you think of Zyko and Spyrex, they've been a part of 2 finals losses each as a part of this squad. And, you know, it took them different journeys to get here. Spyrex has jumped around a little bit, but then landed right back here at Maryville, where he seemingly has found a true home for himself, and Zyko as well. And what is likely his last year playing with Maryville in CLOL, in Collegiate, finally getting the title that he wanted. And then on the other side of things, it's Shimmer, right? On this new player here for Maryville with the biggest shoes possible to fill, popping off on that Warwick and having a really big impact in that game-clinching scenario.
Yeah, I do have to say, Zyko, I'm sorry. You have ruined your legacy of being remembered for winning no CLOL titles. You have, in fact, been able to go out on top. But, I mean, the whole team deserving this so well. We're going to throw it on over to Necro, who's standing by with the squad in their victorious moment.
Let's give it up for Maryville! Your Collegiate League of Legends Grand Champions for the 2025 school year. Congratulations to you and the squad. Coach, how you feeling? They won.
I'm just so very proud of them, especially Khan for stepping in and filling Yuji's shoes. I think he really stepped up this series, and it's really amazing to see him. You know, there's a big gap to fill, and he filled it, and he played really well today. And honestly, I'm just so proud of everyone. I could go on and on, but Khan especially, I wanted to give him props for that.
Well, go ahead, team. Lift up your trophy and celebrate your win.
They're going back to us.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
I had a couple questions for some of the players here. Zyko specifically, I saw you really tearing up for your win here. So can you talk to me a little bit about the emotions you were feeling?
I mean, this really means a lot to me, considering the fact that this is my last CLOL and the last time I'll be playing for this university. So I'm just really thankful and really grateful to be a part of this program and get my first ever win. Yeah.
I have a question for you too, Shimmer. I know everybody's been talking about these big shoes you have to fill for your squad. So how are you feeling about your performance today and how you could deliver?
Honestly, I had some few ints here and there, but I wanted to accomplish something that Yuji couldn't do, and I was able to win the CLOL. So honestly, it means a lot to me, but it means a lot to me mostly because I did this one's for Dan, Niles, Zyko, and Spyrax. They haven't won in a while, so I had to get them one.
Well, we have one more thing we need to accomplish here, and that is to award the Collegiate League of Legends Grand Finals MVP.
Shimmer
and
or Spyrax.
drum roll, everybody.
Spyrax might deserve it.
Congratulations, Spyrax.
There you go.
That's fair.
MVP.
That is a very weird looking. That trophy is great.
MVP.
How are you feeling about winning the MVP role?
I felt pretty great. It wasn't that hard, to be honest, because no, no offense from like an objective standpoint. Like we're versing like a much weaker team compared to like last year, so there's that. And unfortunately, their mid laner is also one of their weaker players. So all I had to do is like do my job, and I knew we'd win.
Well, the Orianna looked really great in that game number 2, and I think from that point on, Maryville, just as a squad, it looked so well put together. So any other props, I guess, you want to give to fans out there watching you or your teammates?
Shout out to the viewers, shout out to my team, obviously, shout out to my family, and shout out to the program.
All right, everybody, give it up one more time for your Collegiate League of Legends Grand Champions. Well, that's going to do it here for the Grand Finals. We are going to go ahead and send it back over to our casters to give us their final thoughts, and then throw it over to the analyst desk so they can say goodbye as well. Thank you all so much for joining us, and I hope you enjoyed yourselves.
What a moment for Maryville University. It's been since 2019 they have gotten the chance to do that, lift up that collegiate trophy, and guess what? Top to bottom, it was deserved for all 5 members of that team.
I mean, Grapes, you and I have been in the collegiate game for a long time. We've been fans since 2021, and we've been following these players for, the majority of their careers. And watching Maryville actually lift a trophy is something we had yet to see. What a moment it is for them. I especially look at, players like Zyko and Jalal, but Shimmer, everybody that stepped up, they have absolutely earned this moment, and I could not be more proud for them.
And I really love the emotion that we saw out of Zyko kind of during that interview. I mean, we saw, I saw him like before the series, and we were joking around a little bit. He's always such a cheerful, playful
always
guy.
Very jovial, you
but
know?
You could tell, like, deep down, he really wanted to do this for his team, for himself, going into his final year of collegiate. And, he was a player that when he was brought up in 2021 after being on an AOE team during the Proving Ground Circuit qualifiers, he was replacing Shady, who was on that team for such a long time as well. And he's filled those shoes admirably. He has stepped up and been one of the best support players outside of the LTA North, basically. And he really showed it. The whole team really deserved it, so really well deserved for Maryville.
Yeah, definitely a full team effort. Congratulations again to Maryville and all of the players involved. Congratulations to Spyrax for a much-deserved Finals MVP in a rock-solid performance from him across the board. But that's going to do it for us. What a season.
It's been a great season from start to finish, and it's been great to cover it alongside you the entire way. Big shout out to all the collegiate fans that came out to Raleigh and everybody else who's watching here in the chat as well. And congratulations once again for Maryville University winning their 3rd CLOL Championship. But that's going to do it for us here on the caster's desk. Let's send it back to Rafa, Cubby, and Necra over on the desk.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And I'm joined here with Cubby on the analyst desk, and we just got a couple more closing thoughts here before we officially close out the stream for today. A quick 3-0 in the bag for Maryville University. Honestly, Matt, as soon as the first game came through, I had a feeling that it was going to be a quick one.
Yeah, I really liked Maryville's approach to the day, and I cannot say enough good things about this org. The fact they haven't won in 6 years, despite being in pretty much every final besides the St. Thomas loss, which was the true final, is crazy. I know that Niles and CKG, these two guys are at the helm. They competed with Maryville and hoisted a trophy. Now to do it as a coach under Corky too. The team culture, I cannot emphasize this enough. Maryville has a better team culture than half the teams in LTA North. They should be taking notes from them. The fact they can get a player who has only played 3 best-of-5s in his career to have a series like this in Shimmer with the entire team is incredible. Can't say enough good things about them, and I hope they can celebrate this win after 6 years. Well earned.
Yeah, and if I'm getting this right, we would love to share a little bit of recap of just all 3 games back to back to back, just to kind of put a bow tie on the end of all the events. But just going back through games 1, 2, and 3, you pointed it out. I think the drafting from Maryville side was just so sound. Shimmer was set up for success in every single game, even if he, graciously admitted, he might have ran it down a couple of times.
He had to be unique against Yuji, you got to run it down a little bit.
Yep, you got to, risk it for the biscuit a couple of times. And one of those things about Maryville University's draft and the win conditions that they were able to find for themselves consistently is the fact that for Ole Miss, their win conditions were not always as nearly as sound and as executable easily as Maryville's was.
Yeah, I mean, even I felt like game 1 they had an identity, but again, you drafted 3 losing lanes. That's hard. Game 3, I feel like there was an attempt at an identity, but again, team wasn't tanky enough overall, and Poke Varus and Victor ended up being really big. I think the Varus pick and priority for Maryville was pretty big.
Hello.
Hello, we got Necro back.
Woo!
I was looking for updates.
Buying some time for me to get my steps in.
The 4 stories, it's quite a hike. Yeah.
I'm channeling my inner Warwick.
We tried to be low HP for you,
Yeah. Anyway, this has been such an amazing grand finals. I feel like Maryville just had such a victory lap in that 3rd game, and it's really inspiring to see a program have such an incredible decade over the last 10 years.
Yeah, well, guys, we started out with more than 32 teams nearly 2 months ago. It came down to 2 final teams, 1 team that was featured, in a program that came up and trying to pose the biggest challenge to Maryville University, but the winter is finally over. Maryville University are now the most winningest program in the history of CLOL with 3 trophies added to their total showcase. It is an absolute pinnacle achievement for the program as well as the players. And on behalf of the broadcast staff and crew, we would like to thank you all for joining us here for the CLOL Championship Final here in 2025. And until next time, stay healthy and stay safe.